Welcome to the Rush of Clans Golden Edition tournament, where we're going to be crowning a golden ticket winner this weekend. I'm Carbon Finn, joined with a new guest this weekend, Judo Slav, and of course, Itsu. Judo, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well, Carbon. Excited to be involved. It looked like you guys had a blast last weekend commentating all of the matches, so I'm just happy to be involved, get on board with all of that. Itsu, I'm sure you're looking forward to this as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super hyped having you here and as well next golden ticket on the line. This is going to be amazing. And with that being said, let's just dive into the prize pool, because those teams are fighting for a lot of prize money, which is on the line. But the prize money is only one part of what they're fighting for, because there is this one golden ticket which the first seed is going to get. And this golden ticket means just so much, because you're going to get into the main event of the World Championship, which is, well, equally as putting you into a $1 million tournament, which is quite massive, to say the least. But with that's what the teams are fighting for, how are they doing that, and what is the format looking like?
Well, the format for the playoffs is a double elimination format. You lose a match, you still have that extra life to try to make it all the way to the grand finals. And if you go from the upper bracket, all you have to do is win 1, 2, 3, and 4 matches. It will be a bracket reset if you come from the lower bracket. So you'll have to win back-to-back matches between these top 8 teams. And like you said, it's $18,000 for first place and that golden ticket. Oh, I cannot wait for these matchups here. But Judo, is there any matches that you're keeping an eye on here?
Wow, I mean, how do you pick one? One thing I will say is it's very exciting that we get to see every single match this weekend. I will say the first match is going to be incredible. A rematch, X-Team with the momentum. Obviously, Navi, everybody's favorite, already having that golden ticket. But I also have my eyes on Strut. I think they had such a big change in roster. They really seemed to pull it together last week when it was needed. So I'm looking forward to seeing how those matches pan out with those teams. How about yourself, though, Itsu? Any that stands out to you?
I mean, I'm just super excited overall to see some more Town of 15 and how the meta is going to evolve. We have seen last week, and the players are catching up on how to beat those box-based styles, which we have seen so much in this competition. But as well, it's going to be crazy with so many good teams, but this double elimination should give them a fair chance of showing their skills, having the possibility of coming back, as we had with the X-Team early bird team last weekend. That was just crazy. Their miracle run from being down 0-2 all the way up again into this playoff bracket, and then just to have to face off versus Tribe. I mean, that has to feel weird. But Carbon, with that match on the line, it kind of get kicked off in any better way.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be seeing 8 matches here today, and 2 teams are going to be eliminated and going home. But the very first match that we're going to be taking a look at is going to be Tribe Gaming taking on X-Team Early Bird. It's going to be a fantastic match. But before we jump into that, let's go ahead and jump into a video at Team Spotlight with Tribe Gaming.
You have had an impressive perfect hit rate throughout the entire Rush Golden Ticket tournament. Are you the best Town Hall 15 player?
As much as I like the idea of being the best player, probably, I'm personally just happy that so far I've had a pretty good run, and I will try to keep pushing it for the next weekend. But yeah, I wouldn't call myself the best player, especially among the others of the 8 remaining teams. Because in the end, it's just about the daily performance and also probably some necessary luck. And yeah, so far I had it, and I'm happy about it.
Tribe Gaming is one of the most established organizations in Clash of Clans esports history. How does it feel to represent their colors?
I've been in quite a few organizations now, but it's definitely great to be now in Tribe Gaming and represent them, play for them, and always have their support.
As the new addition to the Tribe Gaming roster, to what can you credit your booming start?
I think along the confidence I've gained with all those years in the Clash of Clans business now, it's definitely helpful to play in such an amazing team, have them supporting you, and obviously also the fans, because they really push your motivation and your energy in the matches.
Over the years, you have built quite the following. Do you have anything that you'd like to say to your supporters?
I just want to say a huge thank you to all my and also the team's fans. It's so great to have you guys. You are always supporting and cheering for us, and we will try and do our best the upcoming weekend to bring it home. Fear the Tribe!
Well, best of luck to Tribe Gaming and Yo-Yo's. Great to have Coco there and asking a little bit interview questions, but wow, it's going to be an amazing performance this whole weekend. Cannot wait for these teams, but that's going to be it for me for the intro here, because I will be jumping back into match 2. So Judo and Itsu, you guys take it away.
Yes, you enjoy the matchup there, Carbon. Let's take a look at the stats of both of these teams, I think. Yo-Yo is always so humble, isn't he? But you can see his average percentage there. 100 perfect hit rate. Probably is one of the best Town Hall 15 players based on this. And Tribe Gaming were so powerful last week, Itsu. But you mentioned X-Team Esports, 2 down, won the next 3 matches. This is one fantastic battle to kick off today.
Could just say both of those teams have won their last 3 games, and you would make them look really, really similar, right? But as well, the stats on your screen with Yo-Yo, as you already mentioned, the 100% hit rate. I mean, that is just incredible in Town Hall 15, where Town Hall 15 just being so much harder as Town Hall 14, which we had then last year. But as well, we had Nebrox on the other side, who has struggled a little bit, but that is always something really important. In those clutch moments, you have to show up, and he did exactly that, because he 3-starred in 2 out of the 3 matches in the Swiss stage. So let's see if he can show up today as well, versus a team which should be not underestimated in X-Team Early Bird.
Absolutely. They have the momentum on their side, and they also have had to undertake more attacks, right? They've had to adjust to the different bases that have been thrown up against them, and that's where I'd like to think that Tribe Gaming aren't going into this one with the confidence that they might have felt, because even though this is a rematch of last week, they did play each other and Tribe Gaming got that victory. You've got to feel that X-Team Esports might be out for revenge here as well.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Both teams are going to try their best to win this first match, because it's just so important to be as long as possible in this upper bracket. It's such a big game changer to be there. And we have the first attack underway, and take a look at that. We were talking about possible base changes. We have seen last week Chasmac Gaming having one of the best defenses overall with those diamond bases. That is just really interesting to see now Tribe doing this as well.
Yes, it's interesting to see them switch up their base designs, particularly because they do like to run a lot of the ring style bases as well. And there you go, it's right off the bat, we have the tornado trap, all of the air bombs, but does manage to land the blimp close to that town hall. Let's just see if he manages to get it. It looks like he's managed to recover this and keep his nerve.
Yeah, really nicely done with... Ooh, there's the giant bomb, but no small bomb. This means the super wizards are staying alive. There's not the small bombs, but they are too late. The town hall is gone. The blizzard has succeeded, but he invested quite a bit for that and did not lure out the entire clan castle, which might be a game changer after that. And take a look at the core. This core with the rage tower, I think all 3 multi-inferno towers should be covered by that. And this is where Town Hall 15 gets really tricky, especially for LaLo attackers. 3 raged up multi-inferno towers and 2 RX bows. This is going to be deadly.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how he deals with that central area, maybe just that perfectly timed warden ability. But so far, continuing to chop away at the base. There's the rest of the CC coming across, should be able to deal with that relatively well. Trying to get access to those multi-target Infernos with those wall breakers, but not quite paying out for him there, Itsu.
No, and I feel like this is something which a lot of players are always confused about, how those wall breakers are running, but they always target walls where buildings are behind them. You can see around the multi-throne towers, there is no buildings behind this first layer of walls, and that was where it was not targeted. But now with the, oh no, he misdropped a freeze on the outside, and this could be massive. A freeze for his raised up multi-throne towers. Missing that gonna hurt a lot.
Yeah, it certainly can. He had to drop that other Lava Hound and just instantly press the Warden ability to try and push through as much of this as he can. But with the two Inferno Towers in the center and the balloons not really going anywhere near that with the Air Sweeper, it's all about maximizing percentage here. We have seen some fantastic turnarounds last weekend as well, so all not lost here for X-Team Early Bird, but definitely not the start you want kicking off this weekend.
Yeah, and this Tesla form on the backhand is deadly to those loons. The Queen ability is going to get some more percentage, and we know how many, like how much those percentage is actually going to matter with those attacks, with scores being a lot of times kind of similar, and every single building counts. But it seems like it is going to finish on this. Oh, wait, this one minion? Nope, it's going to be the one minion at the top, which is going to secure the 80% 2-star, but it's not going to get any further than that. And Tribe is going to be up there next with their attack, and 80% 2-star. It's always great to have a solid defense. That is one thing, right? But you have to then do it better on offense to get something out of your great defense.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we do know that Town Hall 15 is significantly harder than what we've seen with Town Hall 14, so it's not as clear-cut when you get a defense like that. Absolutely not. But I'm interested if you think there was something he could have maybe done different in the plan there. It looked like he wanted to carve in towards the multi-infernos with his heroes, but clearly just the wall breaker pathing, like you said, wasn't playing out for him.
Yeah, I feel like maybe he could have invested a jump spell. Yes, that's quite heavy on the spells, but at the same time, if he would have gotten his queen into the core, taken down both multi-inferno towers, the sweeper was located there as well. This could have saved him maybe a haste, maybe a freeze, maybe something else as well, and this could have turned this completely around. So I feel like maybe sometimes a jump is not that bad, and it would have saved him as well a couple of housing space with not having to bring the wall breakers. But overall, the first defense has happened, and we have missed a couple of, I think it's lightning spells, because X-Team Early Bird is using the diamond bases as well. This is I mean, I was expecting a base meta change to some degree, but I was not expecting this drastic change. Take a look at this. The Arch Tower locked early on onto this lock launcher, and the lock launcher is already gone after just a couple of tiles.
Yeah, and it didn't necessarily open up the pathing brilliantly there. Fortunately, he has the funnel, so his queen and other troops will go in towards the Eagle Artillery, but just taking a little bit longer there to do so with giant bombs and the CC engaging. I'm not even sure he's going to get that, Itsu.
Oh, is he going to get it? The king is trying.
Oh, the Titan.
Wait, there's the Titan. The Titan with her aura, and yes, the Eagle is going down. The wall break got his queen to that compartment as well, and now the Royal Champion is coming in, going to get, or trying to get that scatter shot out of the way, and somehow this queen is still alive, and maybe she can get some more buildings. She's going for a wall, and this means at least cleanup should be there. Another phrase has to be invested to make sure this town is not going to shoot back, and this warden, where's the warden going? He has to follow those loons around the town hall, otherwise he might lose a lot in the process.
Yeah, just about got there as well. Has the haste spell to push the balloons out of that town hall poison. Lava Hound also nicely inside that warden ability. I always like to see when the players can time that correctly. And he's still got another haste and 5 balloons to reinforce the back end of this base. Look at that full health Lava Hound onto the air defense. He's not celebrating yet, but I mean, it's pretty much a done deal right now, right?
Yeah, there's the full celebration. I think he was still concentrating on the loot. I think we have seen like a celebration, like a short one during the attack, as he knew that it's going to be a 3-star. And there's just some of those LaLo players, like Rikirius being one of them, who make this strategy look just so easy, and even with failed openings. I mean, we have to mention someone here, Stars. As soon as he's failing an opening, like if someone else is doing that, you're like, yes, let's go. We got a nice defense. But when Stars is doing that, you have to be really careful because you do not want to celebrate too early. And those players, just what they can do with those LaLos is crazy because in theory, it sounds so simple. Make sure your loons always are flying forward. The timing has to be great with the spells, but it sounds simple. It is not. It is not at all. And that's the first 3-star for Tribe. And now X Team really needs to make sure that they're staying close, at least percentage-wise.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't want to fall behind too far at this stage. And it always amazes me, just going back to your point there, about how they can keep the momentum of the balloons moving through the base and to those key defenses. Like you said, it's all about timing on when to reinforce with the different balloons on the outside. Rakires being one of those players that I always like to see. And I'm still amazed at Stars swagging that heal spell last weekend. I'm looking forward to see whether he can top that this weekend, but not that we want to see that sort of, that sort of failed entry. But like you said, pressure already mounting on X Team Esports. And I know you were talking last week about how the pressure on attacks seemed to be the first and the last. So Tribe Gaming winning on that front so far.
Yeah, it always feels like pretty refreshing then for the next attackers. This is why the first attack is just so important, because it's just getting you the momentum, you were talking about that, into the match and giving you a nice advantage. And there we go, back to box spaces. In earlier days, we have already talked about that teams try to really use only one specific base. Oh, the baited rocket loons. That is interesting. They were expecting some loons onto this air defense and trying to defend that air defense with hidden Tesla right there because it's such a common approach. Normally those air defenses are so exposed. And, well, what I was trying to say is that using different set of bases is typically not the best and not the most used thing to do, because then someone likes to attack this south base, someone likes to attack, like, otherwise you're forcing people to attack always this specific type. But this one seems like Tribe does not care, and the blimp is actually not getting caught by this tornado trap.
No, managed to get all of the way through. Clone Spell, beautiful there to get the balloons on top of that Monolith as well. The air defense on the right-hand side, though, that he missed due to the Tesla has really done work, and trying to just reinforce over there. Gets one rocket balloon across and will take... Oh, he doesn't! Oh, my goodness. I mean... I was going to say he's already committed a lot to get that down, but he doesn't even get it anyway. That's going to be very hard to hit at the end of the base.
I feel like it's like by now 40 housing space or something which was invested just to take down this air defense, which has not worked. That is crazy. And those tests are really paying off. And take a look at that. Tribe really read them like a book. The tests are only on one side. The tornado trap against the blimp was only on one side. They were expecting the entry from the bottom right side. And yet, it does not look that bad. With the king ability popped, the Reuter ability still left, and the queen ability still left. This is not looking too bad, to be honest.
It's not. He's got a freeze as well. He can time right on top of that king. I'm guessing as his heroes approach that area, but he is trying to push through. Queen ability still there as well. I feel the Expo is honestly going to be the major threat for him, actually. It's just whether he can time his hero ability, and he's still got plenty of time. That's the good thing about the dragons, right? Is you can really then take your time on the back end and use things exactly when you need to. I think it's too close to call it, Sue.
This is crazy, considering that Tribe expected everything, like every move. They could not defend this attack. The queen with her ability and the archers tanking, that is just going to be the first 3-star for X Team. And this, like, those are as well those little things, right? Like, people are going into your bait, but yet you're not able to defend. Those are like small things which can really be like a mental win over the other team, because now they have gotten the 3-star, which is one good thing for them, and they were completely going into the bait. The Tribe players already probably celebrating, like, let's go, we predicted that one, easy defense. And wait, what just happened? That was not supposed to happen. That was not supposed to 3-star. So this could be a change as well. And now Tribe Gaming, they're up next, and so far they were looking strong, but can they keep that momentum now?
Yeah, the mind games certainly start building as you get to this stage in the tournament, because obviously we've had multiple weeks for the teams to get to this stage. Last weekend to get that golden ticket. So the pressure does continue to build. Do you think it's better for the players to have a situation where the attack fails and they still get the 3-star rather than just completely outsmarting the base? Do you think that does more for a player's confidence?
I mean, it's more about like what happens to the confidence of the other team, because if someone can like 3-star your base, even though you baited that specifically attack, I feel like that's always like, I know you should not get affected by this as a player, but in the end, we're all humans, right? So it is still affecting us in some way. And with that being said, I think those hurt the most. But with now the next attack, we have Nibrax in, and they're coming in again with LaLo with another blimp, flying with the Lava Hound. He's not going to redirect it. He's just going to hope that this blimp is going to get all the way. And it did. But the tower explosion might be really close.
Yeah, there's already a giant bomb gone off there as well, which has the troops at low health. And they run across to the air defense. So they actually managed to dodge it. Not that they're going to get any more significant value after that. That's all that he wanted. But I always love about the Blizzards how once it's done, it really does just to help the pathing of your troops. He knows now exactly where he can dive his heroes in, and there's very little risk there in terms of the funneling.
Yeah, that was really nicely done. As you said, now with the funneling, the heroes are having a clear path where they're supposed to go. There's one more wall break, which he's going to try, most likely wall break into that Royal Champion compartment, so he could reach. Oh, never mind. He's going for the Eagle and for that Monolith. With that wall break, he's going to open up everything for his Queen, but he needs to redirect his troops on the right side. Maybe adds the Royal Champion or something, but otherwise... Oh, he just adds the LaLo. Okay, so starting with the LaLo early, and the Royal Champion, maybe then somewhere for the back end, who knows. But the Queen so far is following that King, and the LaLo has to push his Queen in as well, because this Eagle otherwise can hurt a lot, especially with the Rage Tower.
Yeah, really trying to get that LaLo through on the right-hand side, and the Queen beautifully steps towards the Eagle. Shortly, she will be locking onto the Monolith as well, and the LaLo on the bottom right side of the base, completely avoiding that area. Early warning ability, and he's still got plenty of spells for the back end here. All of the Tesla pop in that compartment by the scatter shot. Look at how many balloons he has, and the Royal Champion ability to try and help on the back end there as well, because there is a multi-target Inferno waiting.
Multi-Inferno Tower is waiting indeed, but there's no spare tower to support it, so they're not as dangerous to face. And especially with the Royal ability, that might be still a big deal for him. There's now going to be used to take down the air defense and damage already the Expo. The loons are coming in. He has one invisibility spell, which he's going to invest right away, and one freeze as well. And I feel like a lot of red mines are already out of the picture, and with that, Babdragon is genius to redirect all of those loons, and we can see the celebration already in the face cam. He is getting excited, and this is the great thing. Like, he has probably done 1,000, a million 3-stars by now in Clash of Clans, but he still gets so excited about every single 3-star in those competitions, and this is what it's all about.
Yeah, I honestly, Nibrax is got to be one of my favorite players in terms of celebrations. He's always so amped. And one thing I'd like to point out as well, going back to the stats that we looked prior to this match, is Nibrax had a bit of an off week last weekend, and Tribe Gaming still went 3-0, having one of their players not quite performing 100%. Now comes out with that opening 3-star. I mean, hopefully that is going to be, helpful for him. I know he's got the experience as a player, but it can't be easy when, you're just having an off day, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, he went 0 out of 4 in the qualifier stage, but then it's all about how you're reacting, how you're stepping things up, because in the Swiss stage, he went 2 out of 3 in their 3 wins overall, and now he's 1 out of 1. So in those stages where everything is on the line, every loss matters, because in the Swiss stage, possibly you could have 2 losses and still in it, but he really made sure that he is getting all the way, and now this means the first 3-star for him on the board in this playoff stage, and and X Team is in with their attack with another LaLo and another blimp.
Wow, going quite far into the base as well there, to be honest, but manages to land right in a dense area of defenses, so hopefully get some pretty good value. Multi already goes down, Eagle now gone as well, continuing to use those invisibility spells, even commits another, but the scatter shot does lock on, so arguably wasted one of the spells at the end there.
Yeah, to me it's like the Blizzard is important, yes, but I feel like if I watch and spectate the best Blizzard attackers, it's all about what they can do with their heroes. So this is something I'm really looking forward to, and I think the plan right now is to charge his queen all the way into the scatter compartment and then wall break her into the multi-influence tower compartment, because she can reach the multi-influence tower, she can reach the sweepers and the warden in theory. So this is, I think, the plan, and there's the wall break happening. Can the wall break connect? That's the question. Is the queen even going in? That's the next question.
Yeah, oh, the Barbarians from the King's ability do run across to that cannon, but doesn't quite take it down. Queen stuck on the Skellies, and she is actually going to go down relatively quick after this, trying to force that lava loon in towards the Town Hall, freezing the Monolith and the Town Hall, and going to have to continue doing so, Itsu, but just didn't get the value in the center of the base from the Archer Queen.
Yeah, the value was really limited with the traps Tribe had set up there, with the Tesla and the skeleton trap. But though this tunnel poison, it slows down just so much, and there was nothing pretty much which survived this tunnel compartment, and there's just so much base left. That would be a crazy defense right now for a Tribe. He's trying to pick up more percentages on the back end, but the air defense is not going to go down, which means the minion can't be placed on the left side and has to be picked up somewhere on the bottom side to pick up more percentages. The Royal Champ trying her best to pick up more breedings, but by now I don't think that this is going to get the cross 80% mark, or at least not too much.
Yeah, I feel like the approach was actually pretty similar to the attack we just seen from Nebrax, actually, in terms of charging the queen in towards the center there, but just not paying off, like you said, with the traps. I wonder whether that was something that Tribe Gaming, you know, I always feel like if you are able to do attacks to that level yourself, you're just way better at being able to predict and test the bases to that degree as well. I know a lot of the teams can use a variety of strategies nowadays, but being able to test the bases thoroughly is something that, you know, is proven here in the defenses, and tripping X-Team Early Bird up yet again is going to be a tough comeback for them now, particularly with the percentages they've had in those 2 stars.
Yeah, and as well, one thing surprises me, because we have touched on that earlier with the base choices. I mean, we have seen now a lot of box bases, but in the beginning as well as a couple of diamond bases, so I was expecting a lot of them in this match. But it seems like, yes, the first 2 attacks, like the first attack each from every team, they were attacking diamond bases, but after that only box bases. And interesting is that during the Swiss stage and over the tournament, we had like nearly around about 8% difference in hit rate, while those box bases are getting 3-starred nearly 40% of the time, which is quite high. The hit rate against those diamond bases so far were only like around 32%. So it surprises me that not more box bases are getting used, but they're still just opting so much for those box bases right there, and the diamond bases are kind of getting overlooked. And I was expecting more after the first 2 attacks in this match.
Yeah, well, we have a complete flip in strategies here. The Queen charge with a recall spell into Hog Riders. So I'm really looking forward to seeing this one, particularly from Exco-Assist. Driving straight in towards that scatter shot, going to be able to get that down before he engages with the Queen. No more wall breakers, so it looks like he will be recalling her relatively soon. And do you think maybe just diving into the opposite side of the base there as well? Oh, nope.
I think your question is answered, but he actually deployed too many healers in the beginning, which is always an annoying thing when you have one of those healers already lost early on, because he has to now charge into the Town Hall. He wants to get that Town Hall out of the way, and there's even Rage Tower, so there's going to be a lot of damage on the way for this Queen, and losing a healer early is quite significant. Now, dealing with that King on the outside, now I see the Blim connected and there should be sneaky archers in there to take down the Town Hall. But this Queen still has to walk a long way with the Clan Castle now on the approach to take her down.
Yep, Town Hall does fall, so that's always a nice reassurance when you're in the midst of the attack. But like you said, Queen having to deal with that CC, and we can also hear the Hog Riders and the Royal Champion from the opposite side of the base. So now really having to multitask and keep an eye on both areas. Warden ability nice and early to help the Hog Riders as they approach through that Rage Tower. Always very dangerous, particularly for the ground Hog Riders. And look at the Headhunters running through the center of the base, getting to the Royal Champion. Not really doing any damage there, Itsu.
Yeah, I feel like the Hog Riders really became too common again for some of those teams. And this is why we see so many Spring Traps against them. You have just seen a ton of Hog Riders flying away due to Spring Traps, and there is nothing you can do against it. Maybe this Royal Champion can somehow carry through, though. The Queen is trying to hang on her life. She's using the ability, but now the Royal Champion is trying her best, and it seems like the Spring Traps were not stopping the Hog Riders. And this is why some of those teams are opting into Hogs and not into the LaLo. That was a crazy one. I would have not expected this being a 3-star in the middle of that attack with all of those Hogs flying away.
Diggy MVP at the end there, stunning the Monolith and the Expo. I just love seeing the celebrations from Tribe. They are on a roll right now. And I think that's always an interesting talking point as well, right? Like, if you think that a base might be set up for a particular strategy, can you flip it and use something else? And I know you had this conversation, I think it was even last week with Carbon, whereby you literally can't defend the Hog Riders against Spring Traps, even with your Warden ability. So maybe not really expecting that strategy as much.
Yeah, and especially a lot of people are always, when they think about Hog Riders, they always assume that you should bring heal spells. But on Town Hall 15, that's not the case. As you have seen with Exorcist with the attack, it's the Rage spell, because you cannot keep those Hog Riders alive versus a Rage Self Scatter. It's just going to one-shot your Hog Riders. Even if you put a heal spell on there, it doesn't really change anything. But if you rage them up during the Warden ability, you have a way higher chance of getting somewhere, getting at least the high damage biddings out of the core. And this is kind of what he went with. And, well, then the Royal Champion just survived and took down the rest of the base with the Queen together. So, really nicely done. The Hogs working as they intended, I suppose, and getting the next placer for a Tribe. And X Team, they are struggling versus a really strong-looking Tribe in this playoff bracket.
Yeah, I mean, this one has to be the 3 stars. Now, I do like the approach here with the Bat Spell. They noticed the Tesla in that previous match, you know, catching them out. So using the Bats just to try and test their initially, make sure they can get that air defense down. And, well, I mean, it still worked out for them last time. And this attack is obviously going a little bit better. So on those accounts, let's just see what happens. I don't want to start jinxing people too early.
And I mean, especially on the last attack, where this specific attack, or like this strategy, was baited so much, yet it still worked. So I think it would be really hard for us to call that anyways. But this Tornado Trap this time, again, catching that blimp. He has to invest the freeze for the Town Hall. The Town Hall going down, that's the important thing. And the Clone Spell getting activated to take down that Monolith. But the raged up Inferno Towers in the core did a lot of damage, and I feel like there's not that many dragons left alive. And take a look at that. That Expo is out of reach for that Queen without having wall breaks. He needs to do something about that.
Yeah, it is absolutely just shredding the troops. And I always find that with the dragons, the multi-target Inferno is so dangerous, particularly when you had, you know, the clan castle that they have to get through. Sometimes just having a few extra dragon riders that can get directly onto the defense can be helpful. But it's just such an interesting mix, and I always find that interesting in itself as to how many dragons of each type you take. This one, even though started better, definitely not paying off. Royal Champion not really even getting close, but he's got to commit this freeze spell somewhere in order to help with the percentage. He's surely got to be trying to save it for that Expo. Oh. Well.
Yeah, and I mean, that was maybe a little bit too late, but one thing as well, which I think is really cool to see, is that you can tell that Tribe Gaming really respects X Team in how their bases are set up, because they know that X Team likes to bring a couple of those dragon attacks. I mean, by now, all of those teams have their tendencies and strategies they always opt into as a default strategy if they might have not like the perfect plan, if they do not see like, okay, this is the approach I should go with. And what I mean by that is, a lot of times we see ground expos. Ground expos are good versus queen charges. A lot of teams are having the queen charge LaLo, for example, as their default strategy, or they're just really good against the flame finger, which can be combined with like pretty much any strategy. It's just really, really strong siege. But in those bases so far, we have seen a lot of air expos, which is kind of uncommon in the pro scene, at least to see 4 air expos as we have just seen. And this is the reason, because it seems like that the default, that their comfort strategy for X Team are those dragons. So you can really see that Triumph Gaming has done their homework in preparing for the other team. And I would be not surprised that in the next round where we see Tribe, and depending on which team they have to face, this might change back to like 4 ground expos again, depending what the default, what the comfort strategy of the other team is. And this is really like showing that Triumph Gaming is like not seeing their like themselves as like, yeah, we should win this, we're fine. Like they really respect the X Team with this clutch comeback in the play, like in the Swiss stage, which they were able to do. And so far this homework is really paying off. Well, we can see this celebration again of Exorcist.
Yeah, why not pop that on full screen? It is definitely worth it. And what I was going to say too is I always love those nuggets that you're able to pick out from that, you know, being a base builder and a, you know, at that level yourself, being able to just pick off those little nuances that the teams do that really can make the difference. And I'll be certainly looking to see whether your theory is correct there on the next ones. But one thing I would say about Tribe is I feel over recent times as well, they have got to that stage where they respect whoever their opponent is. It doesn't matter what tournament it is that they're in. They will respect their opponent. And I think that just comes with experience and not getting too far ahead of yourself. But we do start this one with the Skelly Bat Donut. Looking good so far for that Clan Castle multi. And there we go. Those 2 are down. Good start here at 2.
Yeah, really good start. I mean, it's to me always so impressive because I know what the nerves are looking like going into a match like this. And to me, whoever is doing those Skelly Donuts, it doesn't matter like which team, which like who the player is. It just feels so impressive for me to pull those off because I mean your hands are shaking, you are super nervous. Even like the players who have already played a ton of different matches, it's still happening. And really making sure that those spells are hitting the target is really, really impressive. And he was able to do that, getting great value already with the Royal Champion. The Queen taking off the Expo and the defending Royal Champion. And there's even a lock launcher to snipe down another multi-fire tower. The investment is huge, but it seems like so far that he should get a lot of the base out of it.
It certainly looks that way, and I always admire when you can just see the different areas of picking apart the base and how with the log launcher he's able to now direct them straight in, obviously hoping to get that monolith, but with the Yetis taking extreme damage, not sure they're going to be able to get that far, so that is going to be troublesome behind the town hall. But he still does have 4 freeze spells for the LaLo here, and we've got to obviously get that warden ability over the town hall with the other balloons. Red bombs going off everywhere here though, Ritsu, and it's definitely turned around towards the end.
Yo, more red mines. There's another freeze happening. He has not too many spells left. The warden ability has to be invested soon. There we go. But I'm not sure if those runes can survive the town explosion without the rage. They cannot quickly leave that town again. Now we can see that he's not that happy with what happened so far. We have the monolith now shooting at that warden, and there are not enough loons. He's turning things invisible. But this is not going to be enough to get those bitter huts and the monolith out of the way. And this is the first defense for X Team. Or can those minions really swarm the back end somehow? The bitter huts are trying their best, and no, it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I would say is 95%, that is obviously significantly ahead of the 2-star percentages that X Team Early Bird have received. So Tribe Gaming ahead on stars, ahead on percentage. It's always gutting to have an attack when it started so well and the plan was obviously very strategical and just trying to surgically pick off the base. But they're still sitting pretty comfortable here, Tribe, towards the last attacks.
Yeah, I mean that's for sure. I mean they have like a 2-star and like a massive percentage lead, so I think overall they're looking really good. And I think at this point it's for X Team as well, since it's a double eliminations. It's not like they're playing one match and if they lose they're out of it and they're done. And they kind of have to get back into this momentum, because this might sound strange, but maybe lower bracket and this last chance hanging on life barely in the tournament is just their thing, because this was exactly what was happening last week, right? In the Swiss stage, they were dropping as quickly as possible to the lowest spot, and then they were just hanging on there and like beating team after team after team. So maybe that's just their comfort zone, but overall right now getting another 3-star would be great for the mental, for the motivation, for the momentum moving on for the next one. And we have Tribe yet again with another diamond base, and this is an Electro Dragon Super Dragon mix. That's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see how he decides to merge those troops together. I know you and me the same really enjoy the surgical E-Drags, but with 6 of them, maybe he'll commit 1 to doing that. But it looks like it's going to be that strong dragon push. Let's just find out how he is approaching this one. I'm going to just let the Flame Flinger do a little bit of work on that top side. Presumably once the air defense goes down, that's going to be his go time to start switching elsewhere. But again, I think what I went back to earlier was the dragons are a quick attack when you get it to work. So you can commit the last part of the attack to know you've got lots of time for the heroes, or you can utilize that time at the start with the Flame Flinger, which is what he's opting to do here.
And I mean, you said it, this base looks perfect for the surgical Electro Dragons, but instead we're just seeing them now getting placed early on. This Town Hall was not protected at all. I think with 2 Electro Dragons in a rage, he could have easily taken down the Town Hall, but instead he's not opting into. He's just going to put those E-Dragons in, hope for the best, because the spells are really limited for him as well, because he invested so many in the first place. But what is interesting is he's delaying the Super Dragons. He's not going to invest them just yet. And we have, hopefully, no disconnect. There's another freeze. Now there's the Super Dragons happening. The Super Dragons are flying into the core.
Yeah, really interesting move. Obviously, just a little bit worried that they might peel across towards the Town Hall there. And just having that reinforcement in towards the middle as well. Perhaps he didn't want them to impact the E-Drag chains early on it, so I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on that once the attack's over as well. But Royal Champion now getting reinforced towards the center. Not a huge amount of this base left. I think he can still get this.
He still might be able, with those heroes, to get that down on the back end. The Queen ability is getting forced. We have the Royal Champion hitting that Eagle out. And the Royal Champion ability is getting used, and he celebrates as well, showing us the result and getting that 4-star. We have talked about it. Maybe for this match, it's not like the most crucial thing, because at this point, a 1-star for Tribe should give them the victory. But just like how they feel getting into the next match, I think this is a massive thing. Knowing that they were able to pick up those 2 3-stars versus one of the like top teams when it comes down to stats like offense and defense. And I think this is already like a big thing for them at this point.
Yeah, I think certain teams do react better when the pressure is on, when it is all or nothing at that stage. And maybe that is X Team. I think going back to Bad Zingo, was it 2 years ago, when they seemed to have that sort of last pressure situation where they'd pull it out of the bag as well. So it'd be interesting to see how they do in the lower bracket. Just before we do get into the next attack as well, Itsu, if you did have to guess why he saved those Super Dragons, what would you say?
I don't know, maybe...
Maybe we can ask him off stream.
Yeah, we need to ask him, because on the back end I was thinking, okay, if on the back end there's a lot of buildings which are like really close to each other, and you get this value of the splash damage of the Super Dragons, it makes sense, yes, but that was not really the case. So maybe because he said, okay, we have only limited amount of rages, and as soon as those rages are gone, my Electro Dragons do not have that much value anymore. And Super Dragons are better without rages. That might be the thing I could think of. Maybe that was the reason, who knows. But we have another attack where it's a really interesting looking base. Typically, we have this really trying to split up the value, okay? Trying to not stack everything around the town hall, kind of like similar to the ring base, where everything is stacked in one location. Instead, on box bases, to try to like spread it out a little bit, having the scatters exposed down on the other side, the Inferno Towers down on the other side. But this one is really all or nothing. Everything in one spot, all of the Inferno Towers, the expos, the town hall. So let's see how far this Ram is going to get, because this is not as far as he might have thought.
Yeah, obviously didn't want to activate that town hall too early, but I am assuming he thought he was going to get further than that. Using the RC with the invisibility as well, trying to push the Archer Queen back a little bit, but obviously she is going to go down. 2 multi-target Infernos still standing in front of that town hall. And maybe we have a Stars repeat on our hands here with Yo-Yo. Let's find out.
Yeah, but he really needs to be quick, because those rage towers are like this rage tower is reloading behind that town hall, and double raged up multi-inferno tower. You don't want that. You do not. This is really nightmare. So vulnerability early. Haste spell should get them out of the town of poison quickly, and there they go. No chain trap. There's now the heal spell to get them covered. But the majority of them are leaving the heal spell right away. The red mines are getting triggered by the lava pups. There's the freeze now happening, but the rage tower is working as well on the back end.
Yeah, and missing that monolith as well, I feel might be a bit crucial moving towards the back end here. You can see the Eagle Artillery slamming down into those balloons with that rage tower. He's going to have a hard job just trying to use the freeze spells. And I don't even think he's going to get towards the enemy queen here, so I think he does have to commit the freeze spells early. And that's another thing that I think is really respectable of Tribe, is even, you know, they know they've won this matchup, but they're still focused. Keep in the zone. Try and get as much percentage as possible, because you want to be in that mindset for the next match as well. So not quite able to get the 3-star here, but a comfortable victory for Tribe Gaming nonetheless. And some really impressive attacks to start out the day too.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember. I think, if I'm not missing anyone, I'm just trying to double check quickly. I think at this point, after this 2-star, we have only one player left in this competition who is still perfect. Yo-Yo so far was 7 out of 7. Gaku on the other side was 10 out of 10 so far with the matches played. So Gaku being the last player in this tournament, in this golden ticket qualifier with the perfect hit rate. He's going to play later today as well. Let's see if he can keep that as well, or if his 100% hit rate is going to, yeah, fall through during this playoff stage. But on this one, Tribe Gaming with the win, 13-12 overall, and the result looks way closer than how it felt like during the match. Or how do you think?
Yeah, it felt like Tribe Gaming were really interested in that dominant position, and maybe that is the confidence boost that, you know, X-Team need going down into the lower bracket. And we will be seeing them battle later on today, because we'll be seeing 2 teams get eliminated. We will see the first 2 matches of the lower bracket. But I feel like, irrespective of how close it looks on paper or anything like that, just grinding out the victory is all you need. Clearly, I'm stating the obvious here, but just grinding out the victory is what the teams need. And Tribe Gaming, it doesn't matter how much they get the victory, moving on to the next stage, they're clearly happy.
Yep, that is for sure for Tribe. But with that first match out of the way, I think we're getting closer to the next match already on the line. Maybe we should just get Carbon back on here, because you guys are going to cover that match, and hopefully there's going to be another crazy match.
Yeah, I'd like to think so. Maybe we can have a quick look at the bracket there as well, just to show people at home what we have coming up, show that match, and obviously the ones afterwards. Hopefully it's being updated as well. But be excited to hear what Carbon's thoughts are on that as well when he does join us back, because he might have been able to, you know, see the matches from a bit of a wider angle than us. But there is the first match being inputted, Tribe Gaming getting that victory, moving on to play the winner of the next matchup, Clash Champs and UG Esports. And then obviously the fourth match of today is when we will find out your question, Itsu, as to whether Gaku can continue that 100% hit rate. But as you mentioned, we are getting extremely close to the next match anyway. So I think after this one, we should just bring Carbon back on. Have a quick think what he thought about that match post-analysis before we dive into the next one. Oh, match summary as well, Itsu. We have the pleasure of looking through that
now as well. Yeah, better late than never. And we have okay, now we see why it felt kind of one-sided during the match. Take a look at the percentage. It was nearly 10% overall in favor of Tribe. They failed their last 2 attacks, but it was still like really on the higher percentage note, while the X-Team attacks were not as high then on the percentages, which then gave us the impression that the match being super one-sided, even though in the end, like score-wise, star-wise, we're still 13-12. So, yeah, let's hope that Carbon can join us at some point, so you guys can get ready for the next match.
Yeah, I think, you know, you being someone that very much likes to look at the stats and things, the thing that caught my eye was 2 minutes and 35 seconds for them both. But here we go. Carbon is back. What did you think of that matchup, buddy, after, you know, after being able to just sit back and watch?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it was great to see. Tribe was off to a hot start, but then they started cooling off there. So it's going to be interesting to see how they continue their performance. But a stat that I was taking a look at was I was noticing from Chase the Ace about the defenses. Box-style bases and double rage towers was used 45% of the time throughout the Swiss stage. And I was seeing a bunch of double rage bases, and that is a lot of the times the meta on the defensive side is raging up those defenses, those multis, the eagles, those expos. Now, a lot of times you may see in your casual wars invisibility, spell towers, poisons, but it's those rages that absolutely crush through your troops. So we're gonna keep you eye on the stats, but yeah, big thing is, of course, when Navi comes in, Gaku is perfect as well. 10 for 10, crazy stuff. But wow, of course, the Tribe celebrations are second to none. They show everything through their emotions on their sleeves, and they're going to try to keep up some amazing work. But the next match that we've got is going to be Clash Champs taking on UG Esports. This is going to be another fantastic one as we are getting ready for the very first attack, just like that. And let's go into this one as we've got looks to be, was it a blizzard? We used the blimp to start as we got a couple 5 freezes to utilize.
Yeah, plenty of freezes. Hey, just dive straight into the action. Let's go. Using a regular golem there as well. I always like to see when the players do adapt and just take whatever is necessary to tank for the heroes. You can see the Barbarian King tanking that ground expo can hopefully finish off the Archer Queen here as well. Nice use of the freeze spell there actually to capture everything there. He's going to lure the clan castle, and that is going to move across and give his queen a bit of a tough time here.
Oh gosh, we have the goblins. They're running to the queen. He makes her invisible, so the goblins turn back around and go to the king because he wants that queen to secure that town hall. Look at this, just playing with the clan castle troops, trying to keep them away from the queen as her ability is used to secure this town hall.
Yeah, 2 invisibility spells though, just to make sure the queen gets that town hall. Let's see how that, you know, if it impacts him moving forward. Also uses the Royal Champion to help with the Lava Hound. LaLo moving in through that right-hand side. I have my eyes on that Monolith as well. It's just standing there behind where the Town Hall was, and the balloons are probably going to just bypass it, I would guess here, Carbon. Let's just... Yeah. No, maybe not. I think he's going to get it.
Ooh, he does grab the Monolith here, but he's going to have to freeze the Eagle, the defensive multi here. But all multis are still up. The RC ability went off, but he had a few invisibility spells left over for his queen, which means that he didn't utilize everything for that blimp, which probably indicates he didn't get the value of the blizzard that he was looking for, and this is going to be a lower percentage here. Of course, Clash Champs, their bases are super strong. One of definitely bases that you at home are going to be wanting to copy, and we're probably going to be seeing this in wars to come. but very nice attempt here. But we'll take a look at what was inside of that blimp, because a lot of times when that blimp is used early, it could be Yetis trying to rage him up. But if you have a handful of invis, typically you'll see those super wizards. And yes, it was super wizards inside of that blimp. So it didn't really get all too much value. Maybe it was baited. Maybe there was giant bombs, things like that. Because just the queen ended up going down. There was still the scatter, the rage spell, and oh, we see Itsu here. He's back. But we see
I'm enjoying the match with you guys.
Initially, that initial area wasn't taken down, so that definitely hurt, and it caused that one to fail there, Judo.
Yeah, it's always tough, especially when we miss the start of the attack, right? To just get full perspective on what he's maybe planning, and it's always difficult as well. I find it interesting, actually, that when Town Hall 15 was released, a lot of people felt the Rage Tower, Itsu being one of them, felt the Rage Tower would actually be the most underwhelming. But as the meta has developed, we really found that stacking those major defenses around them, it's just devastating, and we've seen it there with the LaLo. It just could not push through that top side once he'd lost that momentum of the balloons.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely tough. I mean, we have you here, Itsu, so might as well get your input in about double defensive Rage Towers. Is that something that we're going to continue to be seeing by these teams, you think?
Yeah, I mean, the Rage Tower was buffed, and in addition, the Royal Ghost kind of made an interesting first appearance to the Spare Towers. And Rage Tower versus Royal Ghost were not that useful, so I feel like that's where the underwhelming part about the Rage Towers is coming from. But we have a hybrid attack, which we have not seen, so go ahead with that.
Yeah. Indeed.
Yeah, I'll
hybrid
let you pick it up here, Carbon.
Yeah, hybrid. We've got Wait, Judo, there's 19 miners in this. This is a heavy hybrid with 19 miners going to push his way through.
Yeah, just that queen charge, a couple of supporting troops for funneling and make sure his queen, goes where he wants to. A couple of Coco Loons you can see now moving in, but then the rest of the army, literally just the hybrid. This just reminds me of Town Hall 14, to be honest. This was pretty much my army to go with. Just about catching the queen there with the rage before that ability went off. It always impresses me how they can hold their nerve and just use the spells at the right time, these players. And so far, the Archer Queen just going to walk around. He's got a couple of sneaky goblins for the funneling. Actually going to use a baby dragon there instead. Force the queen in towards that town hall.
Yeah, as the queen's going to loop her way. Well, okay, no pun intended. The queen's going to come towards this town hall as the hybrid's going to move into the scatter shot towards the enemy roll. Oh, finding a couple spring traps as he's pushing his way in. This queen should be able to secure the tower. Freeze, protect your healers, or use the invis. That works too.
I'm interested to see this invisibility spell tower, Carbon, because once that goes off, it's going to push the hybrid down and away from that area, but the Archer Queen can hopefully then step in through the Town Hall poison to get that. So let's just see if that is going to be the situation. King walking down to the bottom of the base, not quite getting in towards the Eagle Artillery, but obviously getting rid of the defenses in that area. The Wizards from his siege barracks able to take that out, and he's still got a lot of hybrid moving to the back end of this base.
But the problem is no more spells. That's going to be a huge issue as he continues to push his way in. But we got a handful of troops. That king came back alive, and the defensive queen is the biggest threat with that scatter shot right next to her. And we got ground skeletons, but the miners go straight to her and take her down. The Royal Champion's going in. Look at this.
Good night, Archer Queen. Miners took her straight down, and who needs spells when you have 100 troops, Carbon, coming towards the back end of the base? That was amazing to see how he dissected the different areas. Wow, what an incredible start for Clash Champs. You said that the defenses were good, but it's really impressive to see offense at that level. Loop Zero not celebrating there. He was dialed in, keeping focused, and that just maybe shows the tone that Clash Champs have for this match.
Yeah, they are focused right here. They want that golden ticket. And at the end of the day, they know that if they make it to the grand finals, and all the other teams know too, if Navi also makes it to the grand finals, then the team that's second place automatically gets a golden ticket. So that does play in the kind of a mindset. But I mean, they're not thinking about that. They are thinking about winning 4 matches. If you're able to do that from the upper bracket, you don't have to work your way through the lower bracket, have to kind of be at risk of elimination. But also, if you come from the low bracket, you have to force a bracket reset, which means you would have to win back-to-back matches. And that is a very difficult task to do against teams of this caliber.
Well, we seen it last year with, Navi, under a different name back then, but with Tribe as well. So it does happen, and the teams are here ready to potentially do that repeat as well. But like you said, you make it sound so easy, actually, Carbon. Just win 4 matches. That's all the teams have got to do. Come on. Win those 4 matches and you're good. Okay, here we go for this one then. We'll find out. More Hog Riders. We spoke about this in the last matchup. Obviously, you were spectating that one, but utilizing the Hog Riders mainly to push through the area where those Rage Towers are. Thick defenses, using that Warden ability. And exactly the same case here, presumably, because 0 heal spells. He's got the Rage ready for those Hog Riders and the Warden ability.
Ooh, wait, we have the healer. No, I think he just lost a healer. Not ideal, as this queen's now going to push her way in towards this scatter shot. Rages her up as this flame flinger is going to eventually push its way towards the town hall. But can he keep this queen charging in? Because not only is he going to take out the enemy queen, he's trying to time the headhunter, but then he's going to have to deal with the monolith and the clan castles all going to be coming out.
Yeah, a little bit early there on the headhunter. I mean, it's a shame he didn't get the full clan castle pull, because the poison would have been able to slow the archer queen down at the same time, right? But manages to push through that relatively easily. Wallbreaker nicely used before that building went down to give his queen access. And as long as the royal champion can get a couple of these defenses up top, that should push the archer queen in, since the ice columns are going to hold her back.
The ground expo locked onto his flame flinger, which means it opened up very early. That is not going to get anywhere near this town hall as the queens continue to charge in. There's another wall break, making the queen invisible, raging her up to keep her pushing through, and she can actually reach the town hall, making her way to the left there.
Yeah, and he's sending the Hog Riders in from that top area. His Archer Queen, he's trying to charge into the back side of the Town Hall here, Carbon, holding on to the ability. That's why he was using the Rage and Invisibility. Now he presses that Queen ability as she will hopefully move down. I thought she was going the wrong direction, but she has turned to that Town Hall. Just needs a few more things down. She's locked on. Hog Riders, though, struggling at the top area of the base.
Hogs just tend to disappear in attacks. Spring traps, bombs, and everything in between causes the hogs to just disappear one by one. And unfortunately, he was not able to push his way through and pops the RC ability to get as much percentage as possible. But you're gonna have to be putting up 3 stars against a team like Clash Champs to be able to have a chance, because the winner of this match is going to be taking on Tribe Gaming in the next round, since Tribe did defeat X Team Early Bird just in the previous match. And in the 80s, trying to get every single building, because it all will add up at the end.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. You know, you caught as soon as that ground expo locked onto the flame flinger down the bottom there. And really it was the grounded expos that then were dealing just too much damage to the Archer Queen. Had even one of those have gone down earlier on as intended, could have been a whole different story had the Queen have survived through that town hall area. But that's where, you know, the multitasking, as much as you need to be able to deal with that, it can cost you as well if you're not able to simplify the attack. I know myself personally, maybe not as much for yourself, but I don't even deal with plans like that because I know something's going to go wrong.
Yeah, it's just very difficult to do an attack like a Queen Charge Hogs, because the Hogs just don't have that much health and they get sprung, especially when you pop a Warden ability. It's not like an air attack where you pop a Warden ability and everything stays alive no matter what. When you pop a Warden ability with a ground attack, you will lose troops with spring traps. And that's what happens to the Hogs as Patalino is in and finds a spring trap for that Giant right off the bat as the Queen was trying to be protected as she could continue to make her way left and eventually maybe walk in towards this Eagle artillery.
Yeah, that looks like the plan, and the defending Royal Champion obviously already weakened by the lightning spells, so the King should hopefully be able to clear out that top area. A couple of balloons as well just to reinforce that, but the Archer Queen able to, like you said, sneak into that bottom side and just trying to thin out an entire area of the base, but lots of Clan Castle troops raging across to the Barbarian King, not going to be able to deal with that. However, hopefully, this Archer Queen can have got all of the value that he can just send the Lava Hound across to the corner of a couple of archers.
Yeah, this Queen's getting fantastic value. Eagle's going down. She'll eventually be able to make her way to the single as long as the Lava Hound stays clear as he's going to send that blimp across this base, pops the Warden building, protects the balloons, protects the blimp, protects the headhunters to take out that Queen as the blimp is making it all the way to this town hall. Oh, tornado.
Tornado's there, and I always get a little bit nervous with these sneaky goblins, particularly after last week as well, but his LaLo really struggling across that bottom side. That multi-target Inferno surviving, really going to be tricky. He's got a couple of spells, but it's all about the Royal Champion right now, I feel. Where actually was she? I was trying to spot where she was, and then she must have been under the balloons, right?
Right, well, I think she was right under... I see the Diggy that ended up joining in where the Warden is, and so the defensive, or at least there was another Royal Champion towards the top, the defensive side of things, but he's sending a few back in balloons. He's got us. Okay.
3 free spells, Carbon.
Yes, hang on. Look at that. Multi's going down. The Invis will go off, causing the balloons to go for the sweeper and then clean up. Yeah, they're going to clean up and then go for the buildings after. Oh, my. Wow. Look at that.
I mean, if you can time the spells like that towards the end, even just a couple of balloons can get you so much value. You've seen that. And the invisibility spell as well. That is not easy to use on balloons. Just shows, even if something is not going right, you have to, at this level, be able to hold your nerve, look at the situation and analyze what is the best route from here. And that was just a perfect example of being able to spin and attack around and not get too wrapped up as to what's happening and just focus on getting that 3-star. Beautiful job.
Yeah, and looking at some of the stats in terms of the defensive spells, I talked about the double rage box style in terms of defense is used 45% of the time. The next highest in terms of percentage used is only 16%. So you could see a huge gap in terms of what these teams are running on the defensive side. And the next gap is we're another box style base, but it's a rage and poison. So the invis is not even used in the second most case scenario in terms of the defensive side for these pro players. So it's really interesting. There was the invis on that was really in the core of that base, but it didn't hold, right? The double rages is where it's very difficult. If there was more of a rage there, yeah, he had a lot of free spells, but that multi-target Inferno, if it's raged up, your balloons have no chance. That's why you need a safe phrases for it, or you need to have a plan to take it out in your attack. But we're now getting in with the next attack. You have to 3-star at this point to be hoping to have any chance.
Yeah, I mean, they're already 2 stars behind, aren't they, with 3 attacks left. So to keep things in their own side, I mean, they have to hope for a couple of defenses anyway, but they've, like you said, they've got to 3-star here. 7 invisibility spells using the Lava Hound and the Warden here. So maybe we are going to see that early blimp. The Warden, oh my goodness, we're seeing a lot of balloons here as well, Carbon, to try and have the Lava Loon push, but actually going down pretty quick, to be honest.
Yeah, sending that blimp all the way across, pulling a little bit of the CC. Actually, no, the full CC lure, Lava Hound and some rocket loons, and the blimp makes it. And we're going to typically see those super archers come out. Yep, he's waiting and waiting, and then there's the clone invis, so he can secure the town hall. He can grab the multi. He wants to grab everything in this base. He's grabbing some fantastic value so far. He still has 3 more invis to try. What's going to be left of this base here, Judo?
I don't know, because they were actually reaching the monolith there as well through the eagle. But this is... Yeah, I mean, he just has to circle the base now, but it always amazes me when you see the Super Archer blimp, and it looks like it's so overpowering, but it's always just being able to pick that right spot, and also getting the timing. You know, he had to wait until the wall breaker had bust that wall and was gone before using the cone. Otherwise, you put a wall breaker, it's not going to get you that same value. So he identified the spot well, he got into that location, but he also got the timing right. And that's where now he has a bit of an easier ride, arguably.
So the Super Archer Blimp LaLo has, between these players in terms of rush so far, has actually only been used about 3% of the time. And it actually, out of that time, it has the lowest hit, or the second lowest hit rate at 18%, getting a 3-star, which you would think, wait, the Super Archers are just crushing bases and it just dominates. Well, it's just the back end. It's this part that is where the players are failing and not finishing off the base. And it's, to me, it's like, well, this should be a 3-star, right? But look, this scatter shot is still up. The Monolith is picking these off. It's going to come down to his king and queen now, as this Royal Champion is still continuing to push her way through. Can his heroes finish this off? I believe he can, but does he have the time? 40 seconds left. It's looking good.
It is looking good, particularly with that queen ability as well. The air defense is going to pick away at the balloons at the bottom, but with 30 seconds left, a beautiful job. And like you said, the stats not in his favor either.
Yeah.
Not an easy thing to do. And I wonder just how that makes them feel as a team, but also, do you think there's other strategies that are better? Because normally we see, you know, sometimes ground that follows up the Super Archers, but we also see a lot of time fails because of that. The LaLo is a lot quicker, but you don't have the spells to reinforce. So I know you're enjoying the stats, Carbon. I don't know if there's any other Super Archer follow-ups that have been a bit more successful, just so people at home can get a bit of a gauge as to what they could be using after that blimp.
Yeah, so I've got the stats in it's from Chasmac. Absolutely incredible, helps us out so much. And this is the top 15 stats here in terms of rush. Of course, the number one strategy, or actually the top 1, 2, 3 are all LaLo. We've got Queen Charge LaLo, Blizz LaLo, and then we have Zap LaLo. And then we finally get to the next one, which is the Zap Electro Titans. And it is towards the bottom of the list where the Super Archer Blimp LaLo is being used. And it's not as high of a success rate as a lot of these other attacks. But now Leo with a recall spell and that Queen Charge LaLo. And we have the healers, we have the balloons, and it looks like he wants to be using that log launcher, which can help open up. Wait, okay. What he doesn't have a... Okay, no. I was going to say he could use an earthquake combination, maybe damage the monolith, send a log launcher from 6 o'clock, take out the monolith from behind, but no. He's got a recall, which he wants to send the queen to the town hall to secure that, and then pull that queen back.
Yeah, just about to take out Bob's hut. I can't stop looking at that right now, how it's so different to what the Master Builder hut used to look like. It's like we have Otto over here in the main base, but I'm sidetracking a little bit there. Holding on to one of the healers here due to that recall spell. You've obviously got to be careful on the housing space so that you can recall everything. As soon as this town hall goes down, do you think he's going to try and get one of those expos, or is he just going to rip the queen out of there?
Nope. Takes her back. Oh, look at the rage spell. It wants to go off. It wants to be activated, but it just won't. It's like, nope, I'm going to go back to my previous state. Or it's just going to stay stuck there, you know? Just a stuck rage spell right next to the Monolith. It's just so funny to look at as the queen's going to make her way now towards the right side. I just feel like that rage spells want to go off. It just doesn't want to activate for some reason. All right, well, as the queen continues her way up towards this Eagle Artillery, he still hasn't switched this log launcher. He wants to... Is he going to use it, or is he going to switch up to a stone slammer? Okay, no, queen is actually going to make her way into the scatter, and we have the next bit of this raid, which warded on ground with the log launcher and that king.
Interesting, because we've just been talking about the meta of the two rage spell towers, and it seems like he's just trying to pick off those two areas so the LaLo doesn't have to deal with it. You know, that heavy ground push in towards the top. Log Launcher arguably didn't get those walls down fast, but the King dives in there anyway, hoping to get that Eagle Artillery, and obviously the Expo as well. Rage Spell Tower at the bottom still doesn't want to go off for that Archer Queen, but he is really having to multitask to keep an eye on the top and the bottom. He can get this. It's going to be interesting because he's got the freeze for the multis.
Yep, finally the rage on the bottom actually ends up getting activated there as the balloons are pushing their way around. The double multis in the core is going to be a huge problem. This Queen's ability's forced. She's going to go for the Monolith. She's locking on, taking that down, but time, making her invisible. We do have a couple freezes. The RC has her ability. She needs to clutch this up. He's got enough to push his way through, but time... I think he's got it. Oh
my goodness.
Look at it.
It's that Clan Castle in the middle, but the Royal Champion is right there, Carbon. Oh my gosh. You called that. I wasn't even looking at the time. I was getting too wrapped up in the excitement of the attack. But with 20 seconds left, he still had over 20% of the base. Knew exactly what to do. Had it in the bag. Woo. That was intense towards the end.
It was indeed, but of course, the double rages on this base here. He had a plan for each rage spell. He had his Queen to make her way back to take out that section, and then for the other rage spell, the King, Warden, and the Log Launcher to help take it out, because remember, if you don't take it down, it will rage up those defenses, absolutely crush your troops, and they'll get picked off, especially if you don't have a Warden for the LaLo to protect the balloons with his ability. But now... we are seeing, the Zap Electro Titans. This is the 4th most used attack strategy amongst these players here in the Rush so far. And it does get, a lot of these attacks do get really high percentages, but the hit rate in terms of how many attacks get the 3 stars, it's around, roughly around almost 42%. So it is it's definitely up there. It's not as the highest ones, but it's a really strong attack strategy for sure.
Yeah, I was going to say it's almost like they were listening to you. I do think maybe when he froze the multi there, it got a couple of shots off on his Flame Flinger, but I think he froze it a bit too late. I think the Flame Flinger would have even took it down without that freeze. But it's always about protecting that Flame Flinger, and is that damage that was connected to it going to be a problem? Now the Titans moving around the top there. He's lost one of them. Really wanted that CC down with the Titans, I feel.
Yeah, with this push continuing his way in, there's the jump to bring him towards this clan castle. And then eventually, does that jump connect into the Monolith leading towards the Town Hall? But we do have that invis right next to the Town Hall and the Monolith here as the Flame Flinger continues his push. There's the Warden ability, brilliant to protect the King, the Barbs, and continue this push through. But this Queen now needs to be the one that secures the Town Hall.
I feel like he wanted to reinforce the RC from 9 o'clock, but he's kind of just keeping on to her because of the Town Hall and not having that security. You can see everything kind of peeling off to that western side. Archer Queen finally getting towards the Town Hall, though. It's really going to be difficult here towards the back end. Sending that RC in. It's got to get that Town Hall, but there could be Skelly traps in that area, Carbon.
There could be. That invis caused that Queen to ignore the Monolith, go for other buildings, and not go for that Town Hall right away. And look at that. The Royal Champion will hopefully be able to secure it, but there's too much left on the backside of the space, right? With this King coming back to life, which is huge to try to maybe provide a distraction, but it doesn't, because the Ground Expo takes out the Warden just like that, and it's only gonna be in the mid-80s here, and they are going to be up 1 attack used, but the same amount of stars. So Clash Champs is got a commanding lead right now, but you just have to be putting up triples against a team like Clash Champs to have a chance to win.
Oh, indeed. And I think at this stage, we have to kind of go back to what we were discussing in the first match, that now it's almost getting to the point that they just need them for the confidence of the lower bracket, because Clash Champs, they're in the driving seat now. They just have to, keep doing what they're doing, get the job done. And then, like you said, just win 4 wars. That's it. But They've got Tribe Gaming sitting, waiting in the wings, right? And we've had two teams here, I feel, where the wars, as close as the last one was, they've really been dominated by the two teams. So later on today, that matchup is really going to be an exciting one.
It is, and we are going to see that one here today. Plus, two teams today are going to be eliminated. This is a double elimination, so meaning if you lose, you are not out. You go to the lower bracket, and you still have a chance to fight your way back to the grand finals. It's going to be a tough road from the lower bracket, but it can be done, right? So it means you have that second chance. The Swiss stage is all about winning 3 and not losing 3, and now this is the double elimination here in the playoffs. And we have today and we have tomorrow, and tomorrow we'll be crowning the next golden ticket winner. Plus, if you win this tomorrow, you win first place is $18,000. So that is definitely another motivating factor for these players.
Well, I would like to think so. Getting into the next attack here, we do have Celine ready with the Zap LaLo. 10 sneaky goblins. Is that enough for the town hall area? I'm not really sure that it is, given everything in their way. So we'll have to see what he does here. What do you think, Carbon?
Well, he did get a lot of value right there near this town hall, and there's only going to be that other one more rage spell over near this eagle artillery. So this with the flame flanger, that's going to go for the eagle. I'm guessing, is there going to be Teslas, or could it just be a free eagle snipe here? If this queen can grab the town hall, you got to think about it like pathing. This queen gets the town hall, the lightning took out that value, flame flanger clears the far right. That LaLo can push in between the value of the lightning and what the flame flinger is securing to push his way through. So the value's there. Oh, and he's gonna use, okay, he's not gonna send the queen for the town hall. The sneakies are gonna go for the town hall. Okay.
I was gonna say, I think it was even Clash Champs we seen this from last weekend, actually, using the queen to take out the resource buildings in front of the town hall and then the sneaky goblins. And it's quite a smart move, actually, because then you can just easily cut the queen into that little area of the base. You see the Barbarian King cutting off the funnel and then tanking for the queen in this area. Beautiful timing alongside that Ice Golem. And with the Wall Breaker, that's going to lure the CC and give him access to the Multi-Inferno as well.
And that sneaky, oh, there's the rest of the sneakies on the town hall. Got to keep your eyes on that. Will the town hall be secured? The invis is down, and it will be taken out. Great value there. Can the king should come back alive. Secure the multi-target inferno just like that. The flame flinger, how? The flame flinger just easily took out the eagle artillery.
Going.
That value? Wow, that was incredible value from the flame flinger.
Yeah, and then the rocket balloons as well, tanking for that Dragon Rider, who can then just sneak in and take down that ground expo. I just love the surgical approach of a lot of these attacks, but with the LaLo moving in through the top, he's got to get through the multi-target inferno, and then it's a bit more plain sailing, to be honest, because the Rage Tower is down. We've got the grounded expo, I believe that's a grounded expo, it looks like, on the back end, but that multi still being troublesome.
Yeah, that multi should hopefully be going down. The rage spell's coming back, but what is it going to rage up? Really just a single target inferno. That won't do much. He's saving these balloons for cleanup. And look at that, Celino getting it done and putting yet another 3-star on the board for Clash Champs with a dominating start here in round 1. And they are... I mean, they've definitely done enough to win this match. Yes, there is one more attack to come in from each side, but look at that. They are already up 3 stars with the same amount of attacks used in this match, which means just a single 1-star, and they could take it for sure, even with a 3-star from the other side. So that means the winner of this match, the opponent, is going to be Tribe Gaming, waiting in the mist. Going to be a team that is going to be a very difficult opponent. Tribe went 3-0 in the Swiss stage. They won this match, so they are looking good, but they did get 3 triples to start, and then they had back-to-back fails, so we'll see how that plays a role. But Clash Champs starting off fantastic here in the playoff stage.
Yeah, I mean, if Clash Champs can keep this momentum, they have to be feeling like they can take the next round, because in the Town Hall 15 meta, what they're doing, it's not easy. And I don't know if you want to say it or if I want to say it, but one more attack and then, you know, we know what they could get. We don't want to jinx them quite yet.
But
you know, we go.
Itsu would say it. You know, Itsu would go out and say it, and then the jinxing. I didn't say it. Okay, no, I didn't say it. But Itsu would be like, oh, no problem. He would just say it. You know, it's the jinx. It's the caster jinx. We don't want to do it to them. As we're seeing now a Queen Charge LaLo gonna be coming in with that King. That is going to be used right off the back to try to go in towards this multi-target Inferno. And we do have 3 super wall breaks to charge his way in and trying to push his way straight into this Eagle Artillery here.
Ooh. Yeah, I feel like the Archer... Oh, the Archer Queen stepped back due to the... Well, it actually was the Expo. I thought it was the CC that pulled her back, but I was a little bit worried that she was going to move up to the top location. However, she is now standing exactly where he wants her. Dive in towards the Eagle Artillery, the multi-Inferno, and just clearing this entire side. One Valkyrie in the mix as well. I always like to see those little troop combinations, you know, just for specific reasons in the base. But the Battle Blimp moving in, not quite getting close to that Town Hall Carbon.
Well, I think he was just going for that. I think he was going for that multi with the rocket loons. I mean, there was definitely, you know, with air expos there, grabbing the splat. Look, wait. Remember, because of the defensive rage there, you don't want a multi-standing, right? So now he could push his way with that LaLo towards this Town Hall, but that Monolith is going to be doing so much damage. His Queen ability being forced, taking out some sweepers, but he just lost his RC to the enemy RC. Oh, no.
Having to freeze the Monolith, the Archer Queen struggling over that side and really has to clear out the scatter shot if he has any chance of getting the 3, but obviously right now having to focus in on the Town Hall as well because the Warden ability is gone. He's got no spells left. The defensive rage goes off. Oh my goodness, those balloons getting pushed back with the sweeper, and it's just not going to happen for him.
What? It's gonna be a 1-star. Oh, the Queen, she's not gonna be able to make her way all the way back to that Town Hall because we have expos. We have the scatter shot taking the Queen out here, and she's about to go down, and it is just not UG Esports match here. Yes, they're going to get pushed to the lower bracket, but this is going to be definitely a huge momentum killer coming into this playoff bracket. It's all about the momentum, and we've talked about it many times in previous broadcasts where a team that has been doing super good and just been 3-star just could keep that rolling. But this right here, putting up 10 stars is definitely going to hurt. They're going to have to put this out of their mind and start to think about the next match. And they can't lose another match if they want to have a chance at getting that golden ticket.
Absolutely not. And I think it's going to be, well, it's going to be really interesting because they're playing X Team later on today. And if I'm not mistaken, they beat X Team last weekend. But it feels like the tides have turned, and X Team, although they lost that match against Tribe Gaming, you'd have to say they put up a little bit more of a fight in terms of their performance. So it's going to be really difficult. They have the confidence that they did beat them last week, but it feels like momentum just not in their favor right now.
Yeah, it's going to be curious. I'm going to actually wonder, you know, I wonder if they are taking on X Team or if the team from the upper bracket gets flipped to the other side of lower bracket. Yeah, I don't know. So we'll have to take a look at the bracket. Sure. So it might be either one of those. So we'll have to keep our eye on because sometimes the playoff brackets, sometimes it gets flipped. You go to the other side of the lower bracket as well. So that might be a situation as well. But here it is, Judo. We've got P. Castro. Not a Skelly Donut. I've seen him come in with Skelly Donuts many times as he's taken 2 poison spells in the mix. And we do have on the defensive side, we have a defensive rage and the invisibility spell next to that Town Hall as this Queen is down to the bottom and no healers, so no Queen charge on this. Just wants to get a ton of value with his heroes here and the log launcher used right off the bat.
Yeah, has a second Ice Golem, which he's going to use across that right-hand side to freeze and help the Archer Queen through that grounded expo. P. Castro being Clash Champs top hitter last week. And What an attack to try and finish off for them. The Log Launcher is actually going to get the Eagle Artillery en route here by the looks of it, or at least the Ice Golem should finish it off. So this is looking very good at the moment. It just splitting out the bottom area of the base. But interestingly, did he have Ice Golems inside of that? Do you think he wanted his queen or the king in the middle there as well? Interesting.
I think maybe it would have definitely been benefited if the queen did walk, but I mean, she did go to the side. The Yetis are there, and he did actually secure the Monolith, which is huge. Headhunters taking out the enemy queen. The RC's taking out the scatter, and here comes the LaLo straight to the top side into the multi, as we have the defensive rages there, but he's trying to push his way through that town, or through the Tesla farm. But he's moving his way. You got to use more phrases onto this tunnel as you approach because of the defensive rage tower there.
Yeah, just look at what he still has left, Carbon. He's got 13 balloons for the left side and a bunch of spells. 2 freeze spells, 2 invisibility spells. Just uses that rage up top there over the town hall. And I'm not sure there's anything that can go wrong right now. I feel happy in saying that if the viewers were wondering earlier, we were talking about the perfect wall. And P. Castro being that top hitter, not cracking under the pressure. There you go. Perfect wall for Clash Champs. What a start for them.
This was a performance. What a statement here. 1 freeze, 2 invis, a poison spell, and on top of it, a perfect war for Clash Champs. What a way to start off this playoff bracket for them. They are now going to be facing Tribe Gaming in round 2, but incredible performance. Their bases held strong, not only on the defensive side, but then they come in with the perfect, with all the 3 stars from their players. That is a huge, huge momentum here for Clash Champs, and let's see if they can continue that against Tribe Gaming with all 3 stars.
Yeah, I mean, you saw there, right? Like, we mentioned it earlier on, but even after the perfect, they were still dialed in. You know, just so focused, because arguably the next matchup, Tribe did have the best stats last weekend, and they know the experience that they have, so they just need to keep themselves focused. UG Esports, we can confirm they will be playing X Team later on today, so that definitely an interesting matchup, but they are going to have to pick things up if they want to get that victory down there, Carbon.
Yeah, it is gonna have to be completely switching it up and really need to focus in on their attacks. As we're seeing the MVP, we have Loop Zero. Well, it definitely could also be Pikachu with all of that swag, you know, just dominating right there, you know. I mean, they all could be MVPs at the end of the day because they all came in. I know, they all came in with 3 stars. It was just incredible sight. And just what a job, what a performance coming in from Clash Champs. And they are going to be moving on to the next round 2, so we can probably bring up the bracket and show you guys where we currently stand, because this was just match number 2, and we still have 5 more to go here today, and 2 teams we will be finding out from the low bracket who get eliminated. So there's so much more to go today, and we have a ton tomorrow, and there it is. So it is indeed X Team Early Bird going to be taking on UG Esports in the lower bracket.
Certainly is. I thought Itsu had been working on his ventriloquist skills there, but we can welcome him back after that matchup. How did you enjoy that one? I'm sure you were just sitting back watching those attacks in awe, because I know I certainly was.
Yeah, I mean, that was amazing. And I feel like it's always kind of fun and cool showcase when you know those 15 stars are happening so rare that the overlay is glitching when it's showing 100% average destruction with 15 stars next to it. So this is kind of showing how rare this is on Town of 15, that no one is even like counting on like anyone, like any teams getting that far. So that was fun to watch, and a couple of crazy attacks. And I think this next match, like Clash Champs vs Tribe, is going to be incredible, Carbon.
Oh, it is going to be incredible indeed. But the next match that we're going to be watching here is going to be between ET Sports versus Strut. So this is going to be an incredible match as well. So let's go ahead and take a look at another team spotlight here to get us prepared for this match.
Since you locked in your playoff spot on day one, you had a chance to sit back and watch your competitors. Have any particular teams or players caught your eye?
Comme nous avons pu nous qualifier le premier jour du Swiss Bracket, nous avons pu regarder les équipes le deuxième jour. Il n'y a pas vraiment d'équipes qui nous ont impressionnés, c'est surtout Tribe Gaming qui se sont qualifiés le premier jour comme nous. Mais sinon, nous sommes toujours méfiants vis-à-vis de Navi.
Your team's performance has been incredible lately, but you have yet to take that final victory against Navi. What is it about Navi that makes them such a challenging competitor, and have you finally found a way to take them down?
C'est vrai que Navi est une très forte équipe, nous avons failli les vaincre lors du premier Golden Ticket. Ils ont des excellents joueurs qui s'entraînent beaucoup, qui jouent en Ligue Légende et qui sont très difficiles à battre. C'est pour cela que lors de cette deuxième chance, nous allons devoir faire encore mieux pour pouvoir les vaincre.
Sinthe, everybody knows that you are a hog god. Will we be expecting some more hog action from you in the final stage of the Rush Golden Ticket Tournament?
Il est vrai que j'adore jouer les chevaucheurs de cochons, mais en ce moment, en HDV 15, c'est un peu plus compliqué de les jouer. C'est pour cela que j'utilise plus les ballons. Mais pourquoi pas pour vous un retour des cochons ce week-end pour ce Golden Ticket.
The French community has been very supportive lately. Do you have anything to say to your fans?
Toute l'équipe et moi-même souhaitons un grand merci aux fans qui nous supportent depuis toujours. Nous espérons vous offrir du spectacle une fois de plus ce mois-ci.
Well, I can't wait to see if Cynthia indeed brings the Hog Riders, right? We've seen some attacks before at 10-15 with the Hogs, but it was not successful. They are such a difficult troop. Like you mentioned, they're hard to use at Town Hall 15 because they just get sprung, all the ground traps, the ground defenses. It's just really difficult indeed. So we said goodbye to Judo. We'll see him later today. He'll come back for more matches. But it's you and I for this match here between ET Esports and Strut. Is there any player in this match that you're keeping an eye on the most?
I mean, this match is just on such a high level that I feel like it's more the teams we have to really concentrate on, because there's, like, in those teams, there's so much skill on every single player that it's really hard to highlight one specific player. And it's just like about those two teams. Both teams, I mean, since there's only one golden ticket so far, which was given away, no golden ticket just yet. Both teams so far in the World Championship, always in the main event. So maybe one of those two teams can make it this time as well. But it's not going to be easy, and it's not going to be easy because both of them have to face off against each other. And Philip is starting things off with Electro Dragons and the Recall Spell.
Oh, we have Philip, yes indeed, kicking this one off for Strut here against ET Esports. And we've got the, well, you consider this like a box space? Look at that, the Town Hall is really protected by a lot of defenses right there, and the double defensive rage on this base.
Rage towers are just getting so common nowadays. They're so annoying to face with all of the damage they can put out with the defenses next to him. And, well, we have now the Blimp actually making an appearance in this attack with the Warden ability to cover it. And there we go, with the rage for the Electro Dragons to get quicker into the base. What is in there? Is there a loon? Okay, there's some loons in there. And this Town Hall is down within seconds.
Yeah, that town hall goes down, but this is a queen charge as well. The queen charge E-Drag as he wants this queen to continue her way through the scatter. Then the enemy queen. Okay, her ability is forced though, but he is able to continue to push this queen through.
This Electro Dragon at the Eagle with those chains and an incredible invisibility spell to make sure that the Eagle is going down, but the Queen is getting targeted by just too many defenses. The Giant Bomb is going off, and the King is now going to be the main actor in the last couple of seconds of this attack. The Royal Champion, though, he can still deploy that. He's adding her onto the ground expo. The one single Electro Dragon is still alive and trying the best to support, but the King is not taking the expo anymore, so the Royal Champion has to take everything. And the Rage Tower, it's slowly coming back, Carbon.
Oh no, that defensive rage is going to rage everything up in this section. With that Monolith is going to be doing so much work, but it's turned into a king walk as he's running his way through. This Warden is going to be picking off the defensive rage, but that King will come back alive with the Phoenix. But this Warden is getting hit by the multi, and he is going down fast.
Yeah, the Monolith going down fast, but that multi-inferno tower, it seems like out of reach for now. Or can the healers with those Barbarians make a difference? Can the Phoenix make a difference?
Wait? No.
I mean, that multi-inferno tower, one black one, and the dream is over. And the buildings have a lot of hit points left.
Healers, go heal. Just heal the Phoenix, you know, just go help it. Oh man, unfortunate. Is it gonna be a 99? Will he be able to get this mortar down? He's trying every single bit. Every building will matter, and no, it's just the 98% 2-star right there for Philip. Great effort. Unfortunate there. So will ET Esports be able to start off with a 3-star and take a 2-building lead, or more like a building and just like 1 tick of health? But that doesn't matter because the building stayed up at the end.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like it should matter. Like we should get more digits behind the percentage every single time, so to make sure like this was a 99.99%. And no, okay, I'm just kidding. But overall, we have now then the ET Exports attacker up next, and I mean they have a high percentage against them. So if they want to take the early lead and the pressure on the other team, they need to 3-star. But some of those players are having incredible hit rates, so maybe that's not as uncommon as you might think.
Well, Tryhard is now up, and he has plenty of experience with Strut because he was part of the Strut team last year. And wait, am I looking at this? Is not Cynthia attacking, right? Because we've got hogs. 30 hogs here for Tryhard to kick it off. All right, it's a queen charge hog riders. And my question is, why do you think he's doing hogs? Like, my only guess would be because you could take out bomb towers. Then, okay, it opens up a hog attack. Is there anything in this base you think maybe tells him hogs could be a good idea?
I just think that LaLo is getting so hard to execute, especially, I mean, he's charging the town hall, which means he wants to LaLo into the double raged up multi-inferno towers, and there's the sweeper along the side as well. So I feel like LaLo is just so ridiculous hard that he has to use something, and hogs are just the next best option. And if you use the warn ability against the rage tower, you should get through that somewhat decently. It's more about like, are the spring traps there or not?
And yeah, that's true. Spring traps are going to determine everything in this attack here as the balloons coming in to try to continue to push this queen to the town hall. But like you see here is there's both bomb towers next to this town hall. So if the queen stays alive and she continues through this section, she could secure both bomb towers, which is clutch. So the hog riders do not have to take that on as he rages up this queen yet again. And that flame flinger getting some nice value, getting that scatter shot as well.
Yeah, that's some incredible value right there with the hog rider now to lure out the clan castle. Is it going to work? Yes, there's the clan castle coming out, at least a couple of them, but not the entire clan castle just yet lured, which means that queen is going to have to face the clan castle and the monolith at the same time. But you said it, the 2 bomb towers, they should go down.
Yeah, Yeah, the 2 bomb towers are gone, but the triple Ice Golem CC is going to be a big pain for this queen because she's going to get stalled up. And then the Monolith will have to be taken down as the freeze is now on it as the queen continues to push through. And now the hogs are down. Eagle locks on as we got a Dragon Rider and rocket balloons that come through as he now is going to pop this Warden ability to protect everything. But let's see if these hogs go into spring traps through this section here.
Oh, so far the Hawks are looking... Wait, are there... There's not too many Hawk Riders left, but he has a nice freeze right there, a rage.
Wow.
And, okay, never mind. They just stacked so much that I thought there would be only a couple of Hawk Riders, but it's just so many of them alive, and he made this look easy.
This was absolutely smashed. He like has so many hogs. I guess he just picked the perfect side to send the hogs and did not go into the spring traps. And that is the strength. The queen charged her way. She got both bomb towers, right? Both bomb towers. And then the hogs were lucky enough not to go into a spring trap farm, I guess you could kind of call it, where a lot of, because sometimes there's bases where I've seen where they put spring traps everywhere and maybe next to a defensive hero trying to stop headhunters from taking out a queen or royal champion and not thinking about the hogs. So it's really a kind of, it could be lucky at the end of the day of where some spring traps could have been placed, but the charge and the breakdown of the base was perfect there for Tryhard, so it went in his favor to start off with a 3-star.
Yeah, and like what impresses me then even more is just overall the hit rate so far of those hogs has not been that high. Like Queen Charge Hogs is one of the most used strategies, but at the same time only a 25% hit rate, which is not really high considering that some of the other strategies are way below that. But he made it work somehow, and now it's up to us with his super dragons. He likes to run them quite a bit, and he was practicing with them, so I cannot wait to see if he can make this work. The lightnings early on into the core, and now we have this attack. I think if I remember correctly, he showcased that to me as well in person, that he said, okay, this might be pretty good, this might be pretty good. Let's see if I can show it sometimes, because I think he's going to do a far side blimp now to reach that town. It's going to be like a sneaky goblin blimp or something, but if there's the tornado tap against that, this is going to be messed up. And there's the blimp, as I said, far side with that Warden ability now combined. It's an all or nothing attack.
Oh, what? That Warden somehow came back perfectly. So he was able to clip every single one of the Super Dragons. I was worried at first that they might have split off and it might have not been able to protect them all, but he was able to perfectly protect them. The Sneakies, like you mentioned, took out that Town Hall, and luckily there was no tornado trap to speak of, as now he's continuing this queen to charge around this base.
Yeah, the core is gone, and this is what this strategy is all about. It's about the heroes circling the base, then the super dragons taking down the remaining point defenses, which could be actually a threat to those heroes. But there is still a lot of base left, if I'm completely honest. The king is now on the other side, and this ground expo is going to be a really big problem for him. King making his way slowly towards the top side, and he has a lot of time left, but not that many troops to work with, and those heroes, they have to really carry.
Indeed, that king's got to move his way through towards the enemy royal champion and eventually into the scatter, but he's got his RC, and at this point he can't really send the RC into the expo because the defensive rage will go off and then she'll get picked off really quickly. So he's gonna have to time everything perfectly with a freeze as he rages up this queen, and somehow this warden is actually still alive, now assisting this queen, which is huge.
It's now the Cocoa Warden, so if there's any black man, it's not going to hit the heaters, right? Like, that's how it works.
True.
I mean, so far it's kind of nice to have this Warden hanging around with that queen. Another freeze. And it always surprises me how much power those heroes can have on the back end, because this king took down the scatter. The queen, there is an opening. She could reach everything, but the time, Carbon, the time is ticking, but with the Royal Champ, it should be enough, or is it?
Yeah, he's got it with the RC ability. It's going to skip through, take these buildings down, and it is a 3-star indeed. The Zap Queen Charge Super Dragons. Maybe that's the play against these box-style bases. Like, you broke the base down of using... Wait, wasn't it also a recall? I think it was a Queen Charge recall too in the mix as well. You don't really need to use super or spells for the Super Dragon portion. The Super Dragons are meant to just get into the core, clear that, and then it's your hero's responsibility to move around the base. So I am definitely guessing we're going to see more of that. That seemed really strong.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. It's like always only the one thing, which is the problem. As soon as people are catching up to that and putting one sneaky tornado trap behind the Town Hall, this attack could really turn into like a one-star trap because, I mean, if the Blimp is not getting that Town Hall, how is he going to save that? It's going to be a really big nightmare otherwise. So it's a strong strategy, but there's a certain risk with it. I feel like he has not showed that strategy just yet, and that's always as well cool for those players to come up with approaches other base builders have not really prepared on. And Carbon, what am I seeing? Another Hog Rider attack, and this time it's Cynthia himself.
Hold on. Flame Flinger. Okay, I was going to be worried if that Flame Flinger was in range, but yes, indeed, it is the Hogs. We do find a Tesla. There might be more near this Monolith, and the base looks symmetrical, so I'm assuming there's going to be more Tesla on the other side where the Wizard Tower is, as it is going to be a Skelly Donut looking to remove the Scatter, the Eagle, and the Clan Council all together, and if he secures all this, the value is looking fantastic, but the scatter shot doesn't go down. No!
Ooh.
It doesn't.
0 hit points. Oh no, but at least there is no Bitter Hut close by, okay? So maybe a Hog Rider can just accidentally hit at it or even look at it. I think it should already go down. So yeah, really not a lot of hit points on that scatter. And the Flame Fingers keep going on that left side. Should go for the multi-inferno tower really soon. But the Queen is charging her way through those defenses towards that defending Queen. But wait a second. The King, you're supposed to get that Town Hall, I think. And there he goes. The Golem is getting locked on as well. It's going down. And the King ability is getting used. He needs to get that Town Hall. A nice invisibility spell to actually hopefully get that.
Yes, King should... Yep, Town Hall went down. I was going to say King should come out anyways with the Phoenix. But there's the early Warden ability. Protecting these Hogs. Yep, just take the Scatter down. Even just one Miner. Yep, there's a few Hogs for the Scatters. He continues his way through the Monolith, through the defensive King, and towards the backside multi.
Ooh, there's now the back end freeze for the Scatter, but the Rage Tower in the core, the Rage explodes, and the Rage multi-inferno tower can be a big deal. And remember, Cynthia did not get the double bomb tower behind the Town Hall, so that might be a big factor in this one. The Queen Tower Hog Rider just did take that out, and those expos, they are just hurting so much that this Royal Champion is going down.
Raised up splash damage. Your troops go down so quick. You have to have a plan for it. And if you don't, it's going to destroy your troops. The question, do you think he should have gone for the Rage Spell instead of the Eagle? You know, imagine if you took the Rage Spell down and then the Eagle, the Hogs would have went to it after they went towards the Monolith. I mean, yeah, you don't take the Eagle artillery shots, but it's that defensive rage. You need to have a plan for it. And if you don't, then your troops are going to get picked off super quick. The World Champion went down, and the Raged Up Multi was just way too much for his Hog Riders.
Yeah, that's always the problem with those Hog Riders, because you can't really use them as surgically as, for example, Loons, where with Loons you can avoid some of the splash damage, like scatter shots, for example, because you have different Loons coming in from different angle. But with Hog Riders, you have to pretty much put them all in, or at least the majority of them in from the first power, like in the first couple of buildings of the base where you want to enter. And then those defenses like scatter shots, like bomb towers, like giant bombs in general, they can be just so deadly to your troops. And I feel like that exactly happened to him in the core of the base with the Rage Tower and the multi-inferno tower. That was a lot of damage.
It was a lot of damage as well. So we saw Tryhard get the 3-star with the Hawks, but Cynthia fell short. Remember, it's a team game. It's all about what you could do all together collectively, as now Mask is going to be doing a Queen Charge recall as well, kind of like Ash but not Super Dragons, as he's got the Electro Titans, keeping it on the ground. As this Queen gonna go for this air defense and eventually make his way towards that Town Hall to deal with the defensive King and clear a bunch of value, because usually if you pull this Queen back, then you pull the Queen and then you maybe send the Queen in with the main sort of charge, but that's gonna take a lot of time.
Ooh, he's turning that storage invisible. Oh, wait a second. Flingers going. Flingers keep going. He wanted to take down the Expo. And he's... Okay, so what Strut has been doing in the past a couple of times is actually doing a kind of like a replacement of the Zap Titans. So instead, using the Warden Walk and some lightnings to take down Expos, what they do instead, they just charge the Expo and then recall the Queen. And with that, they're having less spells invested, but they can still have the same attack, which they're doing overall, because the Flame Flingers are going for the town and everything. So the plan overall, the approach is the exact same, but you have way more spells than with the Lightning Spell, which is really cool to see. This evolvement of the Zap Titans now getting turned into the Recall Titan strategy, which is quite nice. Seeing players are adapting to the different setups of bases, what they're throwing at them, and take a look at that. That Flinger is already on the spell tower.
Yeah, and he's moving his way in. The defensive Eagle got raged up. All these buildings here are raged up, doing so much damage as the warded ability was protecting his Electro Titans. The Flame Flinger, is somehow out of range of that Tesla, luckily, so he can try to secure that, and then that Town Hall. Wow.
Ooh, the Queen keeps jumping forward with her ability, taking out the Scatter. And even the defending Royal Champion, which is massive. But take a look at that. The Flinger open. There was a giant bomb. He's not getting the Town Hall, and the Royal Champion already deployed.
The Fire Spirits. Is it enough? The Fire Spirits are damaging that Town Hall. The Town Hall can go down to the Fire Spirits. Hang on. He sent a few... What did he send? Did he send... Oh, he sent a couple Goblets. Okay, that won't do anything. Come on, Fire Spirits. Are you enough? Or are you going to wear off? Come on. Come on, Fire Spirits, you can do it! Keep going, Fire Spirits, slowly ticking. No way. What? Look at the Fire Spirits, it's not it. Wait, it's gone.
Zero hit points.
No health. Come on, Diggy, do something. Go get it. Come on. You've got to, don't you dare tell me this is going to be a 99% 1 star if he gets that Expo. Are you serious? What?
No, Diggy. Keep going. Keep going. It's
no
6
way.
seconds.
It stuns the Expo. The Electro Titan just
the
walk
Titan
near
aura.
It. Walk. No, the angle. What? Oh, there was a few more buildings. Okay. All right. Well, it wasn't going to be a 3-star because of the Archer Tower and everything to the far right side, but it's a 1-star. I was going to say about, remember I asked you at the beginning about who you're most like looking forward to see or like spotlight. We jumped into the attack before I could say who. I was gonna say Mask. The reason why I was gonna say Mask was because in the previous years it was his performance, his attacks that really set the tone for Strut. And unfortunately here it is the 1-star, and we have the 94%. And that's going to hurt. You can't be putting up 1-stars in these types of stages, but as long as they triple out, you know, anything, it's not, they're not out of it, right? But it's going to be a very difficult to put up a victory against a team like ET Esports with a 1-star. So we'll have to see what happens.
But remember, if I'm correct, I think Strut actually qualified in their last match to make it to this playoff stage. They actually qualified with a 1-star as well. So if there's a team turning things around, it might be Strut, okay? So you should never really count them out. But now, they need a defense. They need a really solid defense. But take a look at that. Kingsman is saying, well, Tryhard just got that 3-star with his Queen Charge Hog Rider attack. And he got the double bomb towers behind the Town Hall. We should just repeat history and get that exact same approach again. So let's see if we can make that work.
Well, hogs, and then hogs again. That's what ET Exports are bringing. They're thinking that Hog Riders are going to be the play. They've been practicing them, and they want to bring them at Town Hall 15 here. As that Queen is continuing this charge, the Eagle Artillery is doing a lot of work to this Queen, but that Flame Flinger, look at that. It's still going. Going to eventually make its way towards that multi-target Inferno. The Rage is down, and the Queen should be able to secure the Town Hall no problem.
Yeah, the town is going to go down for sure, which should guarantee the second star pretty much safely. And now we have the Hogs getting unleashed, but the Queen so far is not onto the bomb towers just yet. So maybe it was too early, who knows? But the Hogs are in, and the Flame Flinger is going to open really soon as well, probably unleashing even more. Oh my, there are spring traps, Carbon, and there are many Hogs. Oh, so many Hogs are learning. Oh wait.
Oh. Springs after springs after springs, but notice the Queen, she was able to charge her way into bomb tower number 1 and bomb tower number 2, but this time Kingsman unfortunately found the spring traps, not like Tryhard, so that's why all those Hogs are gone. But does he have enough to continue this push through? That Raw Champion is taking out the defensive Rage Tower, that's going down. The Yeti's clearing some stuff up top with the Rocket Loon up there, but that multi-target Inferno, it's doing a lot of work now. Oh, yes, the Rage just goes down, so it doesn't rage up this multi.
That is for sure a really important thing, but I feel like with how the Queen is stepping, she's going to avoid a couple of defense, so I'm not sure if she can actually do that. And take a look at that. We have the healers staying on the Warden. The healers have to switch to that. Wait, what is that? That Warden is going into melee mode, but you have a really long range. What are you doing? And instead, we have now the Queen on her own. He's going to get a lot of percentage.
Oh, wow.
But 3 stars, it's not going to happen on this one.
No, it's gonna fall short. The Queen's gonna go down, and only the 95% 2 stars. So that means Strut is definitely still in this one. You take a look at the score at the bottom of your screen, and we're seeing 3 stars apiece from both sides, or 3 attacks piece from both sides, and it's only a 1-star lead. So that is definitely something that Strut can make a comeback for. They just do need to start to get a 3 stars, but percentage is on Strut's side because what Mass came in with was a very high percentage, like abnormally high percentage 1 star. Typically when you get a 1 star, it's not near the high 90%, or it can be in the 90s. So there's unfortunate for Mask, but that does give him the advantage there. So as they turn it around, they get a 3 star. ET Exports, if they don't get a 3 star, they then can take the lead on the percentage side of the game, as Darkstar is looking to do it with the Blizzard LaLo. Oh, that Blim gets pushed back just a bit.
Is he going to get where he wants to go towards? There's the Rage happening. Another invisibility spell is getting used. Nicely timed right there, which means the Rage Tower is gone, the Eagle is gone, and that Monolith... no, wait, the Monolith not, but the Inferno Tower. But wait a second. No, the Rage Tower survived.
Oh, yeah. You definitely want to take that Rage down. Oh, the Headhunter, though, is locking on the Queen. That's unfortunate. So the Poison needs to help secure the Headhunter, but he's taking out the Hound, which means this Queen's health is going to go down a lot, especially once this Hound pops. Uh-oh, you need to distract these lava pups so the Queen doesn't lose too much health.
Yeah, that was actually not too bad. He invested a couple of minions, which means at this point he has only 5 left, which is, that might be a time problem. Now going to use the King to actually tank for this Queen. The King is walking around, but the Scatter is locking onto that Queen. No spring traps just yet against the Giant, which means it can take a little bit more hits. There's the invisibility spell to tank for the Queen, or more like redirecting of the damage of the Queen. And now it's all about how much value he can get with that. And remember, there's going to be a raged up multi-inferno tower in the core of this base, which he hoped for that it would have went down by now already.
But not only a rage up multi, rage up Air Expo, rage up Monolith, rage up Grand Warden, like that stuff is going to be devastating as he makes his way push into the Town Hall with the LaLo now at this point. Does still have the Queen ability. She's continuing to push through. There's the freeze onto the Rage and to the multi as he pushes his way into the Town Hall. But As he pops the Warden Bill, he protects not only balloons going to the tunnel, he protects the Lava Hound that cuts all the way across the space here.
I'm just not sure. I feel like, those heroes, they still have their abilities, right? Like, the Queen has her abilities still left, but I'm not sure if she's getting the value he was hoping for. And remember, time, we have talked about it. Time is taking 34 seconds, and the entire core is left alive. And those Tesla even popping up as well, making this Rage Tower even stronger. And that really hurt that this Rage Tower did not go down early on. And this is going to be another defense for ET Esports. And, well, Strut, they need 3 stars if they want to come back in this one. Or they just have to, I don't know, keep hoping for defenses.
Yeah, unfortunate there. Dark Star is going to fall short. It's only going to be a 90% 2-star here. But it is going to keep their percentage towards the higher end. And it's going to come down to the next set of attackers for ET Esports. What can they do? The pressure will be on. If they get a high enough percentage, 3-star, that'll be giving another huge lead for them going into the final set of attacks. Because you win this match, you advance here in the playoff bracket. You lose, you go down to the lower bracket, and you still have a chance, but it's going to be a very tough road to push through, because the next match after this one is going to be Navi taking on Chasmac Chasmac EA, and that is going to be an amazing match. All these matches are going to be fantastic, but I mean, if you lose this match, you're going to have to take on the team that loses that one. It doesn't matter who it is, it's going to be a difficult one as well. So you are really focused on this to try to win, to advance to round 2 and stay up in that winner's bracket.
Yeah, this lower lower tree, I should more say, the bracket tree is really insanely stacked with top teams, and you don't really want to have like your second life already gone after the first couple of attacks. So with that being said, we have one of those Zap LaLo attacks with the blimp making its way towards the town hall with sneaky goblins in there, while the Inferno Tower is gone. But take a look at that. We have centralized scatter shots, which we don't see that often. We have them getting switched around on this one with the multi-Inferno Tower, so scatters in the core. Instead now then the multi-Inferno Towers further on the outside. But he already took down the first one with this Warden setup, and the town hall is down by now as well.
Yeah, this attack I remember seeing from Navi quite a bit. They were really liking to run this with the lightning, early Warden with balloons, and then taking out the town hall. It worked really well. We'll see if Amualan can continue this push with the King and Queen and the Electro Titan in towards that Monolith, and maybe even securing the Eagle and that multi as he pushes his way all the way through, even with the World Champion investment here.
Yeah, really heavy on those heroes, but take a look at that. With the tunnel down, he doesn't have to worry about too much to push through that. The Queen is getting funneled into the core, which means she could possibly reach the Eagle, the multi-Inferno Tower, the Sweeper, the defending World Champion. This is looking incredible. This plan looking amazing, and even another wall break to get that next multi-Inferno Tower. Like, where's the space at this point? There's the freeze invested, and he still has the LaLo to push through. And what does he have to approach? He has to approach 2 ground expos. I don't think they're going to be the biggest threat against LaLo, and this Queen is just keep going.
What a value from his heroes. Look at another Invis is down, and his balloons. Their biggest threat now is that scatter shot, as this Queen finally is going to go down. And that King is tanking on the backside like Amualan. What an attack here. And this is so strong. That early Warden ability with the taking out that multi, that blend for the town hall, the lightning spell as well, using the final phrase into the scatter shot. This was crazy, incredible. Navi was doing this, and other teams are taking note of the strength of it, and they were practicing it, and Amualan getting it done. And 3 stars Mask, which now puts them 2 stars in the lead, and that is a really good lead going into the final attack. So Strut must triple, but that means ET Exports, all Arium, I believe, will be the final attacker. All he'll have to do is get a 2-star, and they will advance.
Yeah, ET Exports in a really good position. Strut on the other side, not in the best one at all. Unfortunately, they really need to 3-star and hope for a miracle, which is not happening that often. But at least get a 3-star for just building up the momentum for then the lower bracket. Because remember, all of those teams, they have a second chance of making their lower bracket run, making the miracle happening, making the dream story possible, as X Team did last weekend. And we can see the celebration again. He knows it's looking good for them in this match, and that attack was just beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful indeed. You love to see them smiling right there. Remember, it's on. You always have to be thinking about that next match. There's plenty more to go today and tomorrow as well. But 2 teams will be going home here today, as now Rigo Torres is in and he must triple. He has no other choice if they want to have a chance, as that Flame Flinger is in. And we're seeing the Queen Charge LaLo. You know, I don't remember the last time I've seen a Queen Charge LaLo from Rigo Torres. It's been so long, because Rigo Torres is a Queen Charge LaLo master, as he's looking to push this queen in towards... Wait a second, look at that eagle. What kind of base is... That eagle is just... all the... Okay, that's... I have to, like, take a second look at this. That's very interesting, with walls around. Okay.
It's like, okay, a king won't get this one. Like, this is just... We won't allow that a hero dive king is not going to get it. Or at least he has to invest in wall break, okay? But this was it was really important for them. It was like a personal thing to protect that eagle with the wall ring. But we have now the king moving in on the right side, while we have the queen charging into that monolith. There's a lot of damage. There is a ton of damage. Otherwise, the queen is not having too many threats on her, while the flame finger is having amazing value with taking down the scatter shot. And now the king taking down the defending queen. But skipping for now the second scatter. But that queen, I was already looking at the army bar. Another wall break for the town hall. That would have been crazy.
Yeah, that would have been wild to try to get that queen to charge all the way in. But that Monolith is going to go down. That triple ice golem was trying to slow this up and have the Monolith take out the queen. But no traps here as well. Like, you would have thought maybe there would have been a bunch of traps to bait a charge through here, but nothing that we could see of. Queen's keeping the healers alive. The RC ability, I believe, ended up going off as the king came back alive. And here's now that LaLo straight into the multi. Wait, is there a...
I forgot.
Is there a wall open?
Yes, the best wall breaker in the game. Yes, the queen.
Oh, the queen.
Going through the wall. But there's the
that's what it
tornado
was.
trap. That tornado trap keeping those loons... the town hall is going to take all of them out with the explosion and the poison. This could have been now. This could be now a defense after such an incredible start. This is not looking good anymore. Maybe the warden can clutch this.
The warden needs to clutch this. Wait, he can't even pull the healers. Like, if he had like 2 archers to pull the healers to the left so that they could tank the multi, he doesn't have that ability. But the defensive king, the best air defense in the game, you know, you just get stalled up on him. 13 seconds. He needs to one-shot this bomb tower. He doesn't. And now the minion's going to help try to take it down, but he's not going to have enough time because that's also a full health multi-target Inferno. And Strut is only going to put up, unfortunately, 10 stars into this match, which means that all ET Exports needs to get is a single star, and they will advance.
Yeah, that was... I don't know. Let's hope that Strut can turn it around in the lower bracket now. But ET Exports, that looked like a really one-sided match in the end. On paper, in the first place, I thought this would be a super close match between some incredible teams. But ET Exports, really good preparation on defense.
Yeah.
Amazing attacks as always. Have found a quick counter to the base setup of Strut with the bomb tower behind the town hall to defend those super archer blimps and stuff like that. But instead, they're now just using the Queen Charge Hog Ride and had great success with that in combination with an incredible attack from Al-Mualin. But they have one more attack to go, and maybe they can just boost their momentum even higher with getting yet another 3-star.
Well, they'll look to try to put another 3-star indeed. to keep up the 3-star count, as it is the Mass Inferno Dragons. 10 of them here with the lightning spells. And what does he want to take out? We got the multis, some sweepers, builder huts, everything near kind of behind this town hall, as he wants to use rocket loons to try to go in and secure an air defense, as the Tesla does pop up, as he has no more rocket loons. Okay, so the air defense does actually stay up here and not going to go down.
Yeah, and that's not the first time that we have seen now Tesla getting used as bait to defend those corner air defenses. And it has worked yet again. And let's see how big of an impact it is going to be. The last time it was not having the highest impact because it was still a 3-star. And now we have the Inferno Dragons with an early blimp, warden ability getting... Wait a second.
Oh.
He did not use the...
Okay.
What? And there are no black mines whatsoever. Oh my.
Wow.
Okay, that was...
lucked out.
I mean... that could have been really bad.
Well, I mean, he was able to use the ward ability for later, which is actually better to protect these Inferno Dragons so they can move deeper into the base, technically. As he moves around with that queen, she's going to make her way into the Monolith, freezing up the multi, so the Inferno Dragon helps secure that. And he's going to try to secure the Eagle. If the queen will walk there, he might have to send the RC into it, but the defensive rage is going off, and it's going to be a big problem as the Eagle under rage is going to hit those Inferno Dragons and do a lot of work.
Yeah, those eagle shots really hurt, but he already made it work. He got the first, he got the second star, so the win is safe for them. But can he push even further? There is the rage for the Royal Champion to push her in. To wait, she's having, she's trying to avoid that rage, and that queen is having to somehow face the defending clan castle on her own. But I think he got everything in the end he wanted to regarding just securing the match win.
I mean, all he needed was the 1-star, but it's you. Look at what's on the screen here in terms of the scoreboard. Strut put up 10 stars, but look under that, the percentage, 96%. Like, how? That's like when you put up 96%, you're putting up 13, almost 14 stars, right? 96% and only have 10 stars. That's got like it must feel like there's got to be a glitch with the stats, but no, that's how close many of the attacks for Strut were. Yes, there was a 1-star, which did bring that triple count down, but it was only the 1-star. The rest of them got very high percentage. Even Mask's 1-star got a very high percentage, so that's why they won the game on percentage. But that's not what matters. You have to win on stars, and that's what ET Esports has done, and they will be advancing to round 2 here in the playoff brackets.
Yeah, it's crazy how stars always somewhat look one-sided or even close, like in the first match we had, but the percentage is always telling like a completely different story than, because I mean Strut had the lead in the percentages even in the end, which is kind of crazy considering how the match felt while watching. I mean, to us it was pretty one-sided. Strut getting earlier, like really solid attacking with the 3-star from us, but after that 1-star, 2-star fails, and take a look at that, 98, wow. 94 and 90%. That just looking at it is already, you can feel the pain for the players.
Yeah, that is unfortunate there. High percentage, but not turning it around for the 3 stars is what you need to be doing in these types of competitions where you're facing off against the best teams in the world in Clash of Clans, where they're competing for the golden ticket, the second golden ticket of this year, which if you get a golden ticket, you get to play in the World Championship later at the end of the year, which we don't know where it is. We're waiting to find out eventually, but I am excited for it this year. Just like each year, it's going to be amazing. Of course, when it's in person, it's a whole different feeling. When you're able to play in person on a stage in front of an audience, in front of your cheering fans and just rooting for you, and you can feel the energy in the arena when an attack goes right, or if something goes wrong, it's just like gasp. That's it. You only know that feeling if you're there. And I'm sure there's a lot of people watching right now that were there last year, and maybe they'll be able to attend again. Who knows? But it was just incredible stuff. And you know who we have joining now back? Judo Sloth coming back here. Man, what a match. What did you think of how just ET Esports, just how well they did? It's just Strut so close, but yet so far.
Yeah, a bit heartbreaking for them because they were ahead on percentage, right? Even at the end. So it was super close. But look, X Team did what they needed to do. They put up some great attacks. So worthy of the victory. And Strut still have that second opportunity. They know that, they weren't a million miles away. So they just have to take that into consideration, I think.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I mean,
absolutely, man.
Just the attack of Musk with like those fire spirits barely taking down the town hall. Or like not taking down the town hall.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't even. It's like, okay, now they're just gone. They're not going to deal any more damage. They keep going.
Yeah.
Okay, now they go, and it was in the end just so close. And just this moment, I feel like kind of just watching it, you're breaking inside. It's just I don't know. It was really painful to watch. But the plan overall, I kind of liked it, and I hope that we're going to keep seeing approaches like that with the Titans, and players are getting creative. But let's hope for the next time it's more successful, right, Corbin?
Yeah, indeed, absolutely. So we will take a look at the playoff bracket, but maybe we can bring up for the next match, which is going to be Navi and Chasmac EA. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the Chasmac EA spotlight here and learn a little bit more about them.
Today, I'm joined by Yatta from Chasmac Gaming EA.
こんにちは。チャスマックゲーミング EA でリーダーをやっているヤッターです。たまに不定期で Twitch でのレジェンド配信も行っています。よろしくお願いします。
Congratulations on your performance during the Swiss stage. How does it feel to qualify by taking down another Chasmac Gaming team?
おはようございます。チャスマックゲーミングを倒しての出場資格を得た気分としては心苦しいです。同じサーバーにいるところで喋ったんですけど、当たっちゃってとても残念なアンラッキーっていう話はしていて、そこで終わった後もグッドゲーム GG っていう会話はあったんで、チャスマックゲーミングの分も GS の分もファイナルで全力を尽くして戦いたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
Do you share strategies with the other Chasmac Gaming family clans?
そうですね、チャスマックゲーミングとは言語が違うところからあんまり戦略などの共有はしていません。GA さんとの方では日本語の共通点があるので、そこでヤロメッチに自分から日程の合う日で練習戦を組めないかと一回スイスステージの前に頼んでやってもらいました。非常に助かったと思っています。
Rumors are you are quite the bowler expert. Can we see some of that bowler action in the final stage of the Rush Golden Ticket Tournament?
ファイナルステージでのボーラーでのアタックは刺さったらやりたいと思っています。もしそれで全開を取ったらこのカウマッチを手にアピールしたいと思っています。
After your performance in recent events, you have built a brilliant following. Is there anything that you would like to say to your followers?
そうですね。まだ僕たちは弱小チームなんですけど、今も全力で準備しているので、なんとかジャイアントキリングを起こしてゴールデンチケットを獲得したいと思っています。応援よろしくお願いします。
It's always so good to hear a little bit more behind the scenes from the players, but this is going to be probably the hardest matchup they are going to face. Navi in the final playoff weekend. And Navi already have the golden ticket. I feel like we've said it a bunch of times already, but that has to be weighing on their mind. And we're already into the first attack here, Itsu.
Yeah, it's starting right away, and it seems like that we're going to witness one of the classics, a Yada Super Bowler attack. He's just so good at it, and doing a lot of times his own approach. He's using the strategy as well in Legends, where he's trying to charge the Town Hall, make it explode with his queen, and then adding the super bonus later with his queen into the Town Hall compartment to try to avoid this Town Hall poison. So let's see if he can pull this off and make sure that's going to work. The funneling on both sides is going on really efficiently. On the bottom side, it needs to be quick to make sure that those super bowlers are not going to walk around the outside. There's now the skeleton spell to distract that monolith, and this means then the super bowlers should get added at any point now.
Yeah, he's got to make sure there's enough buildings to draw them in, right? But there we go. Super Ballers do dive straight into that section. Hit a giant bomb immediately, but that just makes sure the healers will be stuck on the Super Ballers, which is obviously what he wants. Raging them up past the Monolith, and the Warbreaker, obviously it's got nowhere else to go, Itsu, so he has perfect pathing through the middle. And I love that jump spell. Allows them to get both multis and straight through the back end of the base.
And take a look at that. He even caught the Super Dragon inside that warden ability. That was super clutch. Really, really nice approach. Like, this approach with the Super Bowlers is like his unique way of hitting those box spaces. And it makes preparing bases against a team like a Chasmac EA a really big nightmare. But now it's all about the back end. The Queen has no ability left anymore. And those troops are going down quickly. Unfortunately, those Super Bowlers, they did not survive long enough with the Titan not tanking. The Titan's trying to get there, but is he going to make that work? The Titan is tanking nicely the ground expo, but the Royal Champion is just on so little hit points.
Yeah, and unfortunately, if the Diggy had have been targeted, maybe he could have still got that one done, but like you said, just a little bit unfortunate. I feel like his king took a lot of damage on the right side, and he quickly had to reinforce with the Royal Champion. I wonder whether that was the plan all along to center in from that location, or whether to try and provide extra damage with the Super Bowlers. But even though it hasn't worked in this scenario, I do really like the approach, because we see this against spell towers a lot of the time, trying to pick them off, wait until they have expired before you send the main push, and he's trying to utilize that strategy, but with the Town Hall Giga Bomb and the poison. So I do really like the unique approach, just unfortunately doesn't always work out for you. Not necessarily the start needed, shall we say, versus Navi.
Yeah, the question is always with those attacks, when do you use the vulnerability? Because you obviously try to maximize the value, but I feel like at the point where he used the vulnerability, a lot of those bowlers already like were spreading out too much, or even some of them were already gone. So that's always the risky thing with this approach. And losing the queen ability early on as well, I think, was not really helping that much, unfortunately. But Navi is now up next, and as we have talked about earlier, Navi has one of the players left in this tournament, or actually I think the only player left in this tournament with a perfect hit rate. 3 stars all the way, the only thing he knows, the only thing which he can do, and that is Gaku. And typically he's going in like one of the first couple of positions attacking wise for Navi. Let's see if he's going to be the first one on this one as well, or the second. And indeed, it's going to be the first attack. And he is again showing us his Yeti Super Archer bat strategy.
Yeah, I always love the unique approaches and how we do see players almost adapt their own meta in themselves as well when they specialize. You know, I think of previous years with obviously Cynthia and his Hog Riders, but we're starting to see that a little bit more from individual players as well. Let's find out whether he can continue that streak. I don't want to go talking about it too much. Super Archer's already in, but this bottom area is nice and tanked, so they should be able to help to essentially strip out these bottom defenses relatively quick because of their reach.
Yeah, and there's another blimp flying across, filled with sneaky goblins probably. We have now the Warden ability as it's crossing and flying over those troops. The perfect Warden ability to catch everything. The Warden is going a little bit into medium mode. He should try to like hide behind, but instead now the Super Archers are following the sneaky Goblin blimp connected, and the first Inferno Tower is already gone. And at this point we have to take a look at the splash damage, because he already took down the first multi-Inferno Tower. There is one multi-Inferno Tower to go on this one, which the Super Archers can actually reach.
Indeed. Now he has deployed the bat spells. Looks like they are over there at the 9 o'clock area of the base. Wizard Tower on the side over there will be tanked by the Golem for a significant amount of time, and they can really just flush out this area before they get near any splash defenses. And just as I say that, the multi is in reach. Does freeze that. I feel like he wanted the bats across the left-hand side, Itsu.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he started so early now with his bats, because take a look at that. The queen and the super archers can just easily take down the multi-inferno tower. So I'm not sure. He has 1 minute left in this one, so I'm a little bit surprised that he felt like he should go in right away with his bats. He could have waited a little bit longer. And let's see if the Royal Champ can somehow carry this, or maybe the queen, but I feel like this could be the first fail for Gaku in this one.
Yeah, I mean, he still has the queen ability, which he's obviously trying to hold on to here. I think he did a great job with the freeze spells to try and allow the Royal Champion to get that area, but I always find a scatter shot just so dangerous versus the Archer Queen. The amount of damage it can deal in one shot. I just don't think she's got enough here with that giant bomb. It does go down. Frustration there, because it is, you know, his first non-3-star. But in terms of percentage, it will put them in the lead in this match.
Yeah, the lead is here for now, but I feel like I'm not really... I would say that in this current position, both teams do not really worry about too much about the percentage. For them, it's more like, okay, we're right now tied up. It's all good, all fine. No one having a lead or whatever. So I think it's more about like the last attack itself, where the percentage is more like in the mind of the attackers, in the mind of the teams. It's like trying to like already identify, is it enough if we just go for a percentage 2-star? Is it needed that we go for a risky 3-star to win this match, and so on? So I feel like in the beginning, it is nice for us to concentrate who's having a lead and everything, but I think it's not really in the mind of the attackers itself. But Chasmac EA up next, and well, if they want to have this pressure on Navi, which I feel like it's one of the things which you really need to do if you want to beat a super team like them, they need to 3-star with their next attack, hopefully.
Yeah, and you need to put the pressure on early for sure. And I agree that the 3 stars has to just be the focus for the players here, because, I mean, we even seen it last week with 1 stars and the team being able to flip it around, right, and get the victory. So you can't afford to be knocked off your plan this early on. But you said it last time, the Skelly Donut, I'm always super impressed as well. I don't even try these in regular wars, never mind in situations like this. So far, so good with the Skellies getting the Monolith. Trying to get that clan castle as well. Down it goes.
Oh, it always feels so close, and I do not want to be in the position of that attacker, like having to decide, do I have to freeze the multi-inferno tower? Do I need to do something? Or should I even try to save this? But he's getting everything he's coming for. Like, he came for in this one. And now we have the king with the Valkyrie to take down the Scatterer, take down the defending queen. There's a lot of traps in this one, but the Valkyrie doing a nice job of supporting that king. With the queen and the golem now pushing forward to get that town hall out of the way. But let's hope that queen is not going to change her mind and going somewhere different, because this town hall would be great to take down. And he has no invisibility spell left to redirect the queen.
Yeah, once she's got this expo, let's just hope she goes to the gold storage and then gets drawn in towards the elixir storage. The Phoenix actually helping him out a little bit there with the buildings, but she does move up towards the builder hut, and oh no, exactly like you said, she's gone to that side. So the RC has to be the backup plan. Thought maybe the Stone Slammer might have been his choice, but RC it will be to try and secure that town hall.
The queen now getting some value, taking down at least the rage tower right there. The town hall has to be frozen a couple of times. There's the Hound flying across, combined with the Warden ability in just a second, but this means that, well, there is little... Okay, the Eagle shots were blocked by that Warden ability, but otherwise there was not too much damage on those Loons, so the ability of the Warden was mainly used to cover for the Headhunters. I feel like maybe it would have been better to save that Warden ability, because this core is looking really, really deadly to Loons.
Yeah, the raged up defenses, even after he froze them, just wiped out the balloons so quickly. You know, the freeze spell doesn't have enough time to keep them frozen throughout the entire defensive rage, so it just wasn't enough. He's holding on to 4 balloons to see if he can maybe get the, I was just going to say the Archer Tower there would be prime target to open up a few percentage points. But at this point, that is all it is, trying to get the percentage up. And I feel I feel like, going back to what you said, Itsu, you need some early 3-stars against Navi. Just seeing how consistent they are. This is not what they needed to start with.
Yeah, it's going to be another below 90% 2-star attack for them as well. So for us, we can concentrate on the percentages early on. And, well, yes, Navi did not get 3 stars. They had still a high percentage overall, but for Chasmac so far, it is really those percentages that were 2 stars, and those were around like the middle 80% mark, which is not what you're looking for on Town Hall 15. If you're not getting the 3-star, it should be above this 90% threshold, which it was not for them. So it's now back to Navi, and a 3-star for them would be incredible because they would have the percentage and the star lead in this one early on, and that would be a really, really good boost for them to then like relax, don't worry about it too much with the next attacks, and just can play the game as they always do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I always find the opening matches pretty interesting in that you can prepare a little bit more for those teams. Like you absolutely know who you're going to face in that first round, so you can really customize the bases. And after that, you kind of obviously try and build bases for each team and predict who you're going up against, but you know absolutely who you can build the bases for. But Navi do tend to have a lot of variety in their team, hence, why they are the current world champions and only team to have a golden ticket so far this year. But into the first attack, finding the double black bombs out of the way, tornado trap there as well. Now cloning up those super archers. A lot of CC troops to try and distract them here though, Itsu.
Yeah, an interesting choice of using the super archers on this one. It felt like the value around this is not the craziest. I mean, yes, the Town Hall is there, but he might not even get the Monolith out of the way. Yeah. So there's not too much value. Maybe he was like hoping for way better value with like taking down the Eagle and everything. But considering that at this point he does not have any spells left, I'm not sure if that was worth it. Take a look on the right side. We have the Raged Up Scatter, Defending Queen, Multi-Inferno Tower, and the Defending Warden with the Builder Huts as well. That is not going to be easy to push through that, considering no spells left. So let's see if Stars can somehow turn this around.
Yeah, I think he's just going for a better recovery than last week, right? Like, so let's just see if he can top it. So we've got the King diving into this bottom location. It should be nice to really set up the funnel for that Archer Queen moving in. I'm interested to see where he sends this one Dragon Rider, actually. Maybe the Grounded Expo across on that right-hand side. RC will be able to get the air defense and push through there, but the Archer Queen, hopefully she'll be stepping up towards the middle there shortly. Oh, starts the LaLo.
I think she should... Yeah, he starts the LaLo because this Queen is going to go for the Clan Council building, so she's not going to come back from that one. Vulnerability early on, but he's going against the Sweeper. He is going against this Rage Tower setup. The Queen is trying her best to help. She's at least going for the Sweeper, which is massive for him right now. But the Royal Chamber lost her ability. She just gets two-shotted by the Raged Up Warden on defense. And now there's still a lot of defense on the back end. But take a look at that. The archers are tanking for the Queen.
I mean, it was the perfect amount of archers as well, just to make sure that the Archer Queen could step through. And it's not even close. He's crushed this. What is happening? Why can Stars do this all of the time? I am mind blown by how much he can turn attacks around. Like, we thought there was too many defenses. He's got no spells. I mean, what can you even say about that? Time and time again, he proves us wrong. And that is why they are the current world champions. Like, just incredible.
Yeah, it's crazy. It just feels like that Stars heroes sometimes are just way higher level than anyone else. Like, the hero value he has gotten with that, the Queen going through the wall, going for the Sweeper, then wrapping around, having the archers tank for his Queen then, that was all crazy. Planned. I mean, if this Queen, yeah, all planned. If this Queen would have went down at some point in this attack versus the Monolith, for example, this could have turned out to be way different, because remember, with taking down the entire core with his heroes, this is not only taking down the defenses itself, as well it's going to make sure that those loons do not have to fly there, so possible red mines are not going to get triggered, which is a huge deal if you do play without a heal spell, without any spells at all actually, and having to invest the warn ability early on. So nicely done, as we expect from stars at this point, it feels like. And now the pressure is on Chasmac EA. They're not in the best spot right now, but Navi is trying to change that now with another, no, it's not Blimp, there's no poison, which means it's going to be Skelly Donut probably.
Yeah, going for the, I mean, I'd say risky approach, but some players have this method dialed in, I guess, you know, and they've just drilled it that many times that to them it's, you know, they just have it in their muscle memory. And he's got the Skellies either side of the wall there, obviously placing one either side so he can take the Monolith, continuing to turn them invisible, and down goes the Clan Castle as well. Perfect start.
Really good start for him in this attack, and he will try to get as much value as possible with those heroes. He's investing in Ice Golem and having 2 golems to tank for his queen. I mean, that is a heavy investment. That king perfectly getting lured into that compartment by the defending queen should take down the scatter, even though there's the tornado trap. And now he's already preparing that town hall compartment, because that queen is supposed to get pushed into the town hall to take her down, or to take it down. And there is another golem coming in to tank this time for the royal champ.
Yeah, I love the surgical approaches of some of these attacks, and even just that very little blimp, but only travel a small distance, get that multi, but more importantly, pop the poison tower over that area so the Archer Queen can just step through to that location. And he's been able to strip out all of the buildings up top there, and hopefully the Archer Queen gets in towards that town hall, pops the ability, and then, you know, he's closing in on the 50% then for the rest of the base to just be taken out with his LaLo. Love that Dragon Rider as well, Itsu, just slowly working through the base, gets down the poison tower, so he doesn't even have to worry about it reactivating.
Yeah, Town Hall dropping, nicely done with that. And now it's all about pushing through this Rage Up area. I mean, it looks like a big threat with the Rage Tower close to the Eagle, to 2 multi-farm towers, to the Testa farm itself. But with the Warden ability and the Rage on his own, he should be able to do that, right? Another freeze, another haste. Loons are closing in.
Yeah, I thought he might have froze it a second time early on there, but decided to just use the Warden ability. Again, you can see how deadly it is, though. With the Warden ability and all of those loons, they looked like they were going to annihilate that. But with the Sweeper and the multi, that's all it took. The raged up multi, and all of those balloons gone. Oh my gosh. That looked so good. I wonder if he had have flipped and used the freeze prior to the Warden ability, whether that could have done anything. Difficult to say, but a perfect example there of why the Rage Spell towers on defense are right there in the meta.
Yeah, just I feel like just the Sweeper really messed him up, like pushing those loons away from the core damage, like the Rage Up multi-farm tower and stuff. That was, wow. I mean, it looked like a done deal. I mean, it looked like easy 3-star. I saw in the chat as well people calling it a 3-star already, and nope, like this Raged Up setup with the Testa farm, with the traps especially as well in there, messed up the loons completely. And this is like a really big thing, and why the pros are using those Rage Towers just so much. I mean, Carbon was talking about it earlier with like how many bases are actually using 1 or even 2 Rage Towers nowadays, because they just are so strong in the meta and versus the current meta strategies.
Yeah, indeed, especially when you can, you know, power up so many defenses around them. But this is now a big moment in the war, if you will, because Navi already a star in the lead after the 2 attacks each. This is looking to put them another star in the lead with then only 2 attacks to go. So this is kind of the turning point where they could, you know, almost even seal a deal, you could say. Starting with the Queen Charge, another one of the attacks that is right up there in the strategy choices. I know we've had a lot of different LaLo approaches, but the Queen Charge, I'd say it's just a lot more difficult at Town Hall 15, particularly because of the Monolith, but we are still seeing a lot of the players who are so used to doing it, able to get it to work.
Yeah, and it just feels like one of those strategies where you have the most impact. I mean, when you're pretty good at the game, let's say it like that, like if you're really good at the game, then you want to have as much impact on your attacks as possible. Like if there's something going wrong or something, you want to maybe do it better the next attack. You want to improve it for the next attack. And I feel like LaLo, there's always something which you can learn. And this is why it's just getting used so much by the pro players. While he's charging in, he finalizes his queen into this multi-inflammatory compartment. He has one more wall break. So the question then is, where is he going to wall break? Is he going to wall break at the Rage Tower so his queen can leave that compartment again? Or is he going to plan that this queen is supposed to get... There's the wall break coming. Is going to get that skeleton on the way as well.
Yeah, that was incredible. Even just to deploy it when he did and have it go exactly where he wanted it to was very nicely planned. And like you said, it just allows the Archer Queen to step out of that compartment into the next one where there's so many buildings she can access. And obviously reinforced with the Royal Champion. Now he just has the area from the top side of the base with the LaLo. I mean, arguably he would have liked these defenses on the right to have gone down before he started it, but he's only got a minute left, so he has to start pushing that LaLo in. Let's see if he has enough time.
Yeah, time is ticking for him. He has one freeze, which he is investing right away at that town hall. The Rage is great, bursting those loons through the damage. And the king on the back end is still there as well. Like, remember, he has not used the king before that. The loons are leaving the town of poison, but they are getting slowed quite a bit. The haste... Oh, wait, the sweeper pushed those loons back into the haste. And now time is ticking, but this is looking good. We can see him smile already. He knows that this base is done. And the 3-star, the next 3-star is on the list for Navi. They are 2 out of 3, and they're looking really strong in this match.
They certainly are. A multi-target Inferno is always dangerous, but when you have too many troops for it to obviously fire at, you don't even worry about it. And particularly towards the end of the attack, it doesn't matter how much hit points your troops have. You can let them be on 1 HP as long as they get it down. So I always find that's an interesting approach when they do leave a major defense towards the end of the attack, knowing that, you know, as long as the troops take it down, it doesn't matter how much health they have afterwards. 3 stars is all that counts.
Yeah, 3 stars all which matters in the end. And that's exactly now the one thing which Chasmac EA has to go for, because they are really far behind. They are struggling quite a bit versus the bases of Navi. The bases are defending amazing, but they have to just get those 3 stars in, which is just... I mean, we can just say that. Just start 3-starring, but it's not as easy as it might sound. So, yeah, it sounds really easy, but it's not at all. So... But that's the only thing on how they can turn this match around and maybe get the miracle to work. And they're trying now with Queen Charge Hybrid.
Yeah, a strategy that I know you really enjoy, particularly within the Town Hall 14 meta, but that you still do use it quite a lot, if I'm not mistaken, at Town Hall 15. So what do you feel his approach is for this base?
I mean, yes, it's like pretty solid strategy overall. And I feel charging the Town Hall is a lot of times a really solid choice. Or try to create pathing that your hybrid is then going to go into the Town Hall. So let's see what he's going for, because right now I'm not really sure. I don't think the Queen is going to go for the Town Hall just based on how the traps are, and like especially the Tesla which are popping up right now could mess up his pathing quite a bit. He could just put his king and the siege barracks from the top side and then just put the hybrid into the Town Hall and hope for the best.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that we've seen, though, is you can actually still hybrid through the Town Hall as long as you have the spacing to get out of the Town Hall poison after it, right? And there's not a huge amount of defenses around there that he, you know, would get caught up on storages and things like that around the Town Hall. So we'll have to see. The Queen is caught in the Tornado Trap, so at least he knows he's not going to have to deal with that for his Hog Riders. Easily going to be able to take down the Clan Castle troops. Wallbreaker will get the queen in, and then he still has another Wallbreaker Itsu to hopefully get her up towards the multi and the eagle.
I mean, that would be some crazy value. He should start with the hybrid though, because the time is ticking. Hybrid is not the fastest attack strategy which is out there. The Flame Finger is doing some great work, but I feel like at this point he has to wall break into the Town Hall compartment because that has to still go down as well. The Town Hall gives you a second star, and that is hopefully secured in this attack.
Yeah, I thought with the Builder Hut being up, he would have used the Wall Breaker for it to attract the Builder Hut, but now he's stuck kind of waiting until the Eagle goes down. Right now he could use the Wall Break, but he's still holding on to it. This is really interesting because the King and the Royal Champion, they're on the board. The Queen goes down. What has he got inside that Flame Flinger? All or nothing here for Chasmac. Oh my goodness.
I mean, we have seen this now already today, that everything relies on a Flame Flinger to get the second star. But maybe the hybrid can just push through. The Royal Champion ability is still there. The King ability had been used. There's the invisibility spell to protect those troops at the scatter. There are the rocket loons, but they're not really reaching the tunnel that easily. And wait a second, that Dragon Rider is trying his best. The Fire Spirits are trying their best as well. The Royal Champion without her ability. No, don't tell me that it's going to Fire Spirits.
Fire Spirits have got it this time.
Okay.
Wow. Yeah, the Dragon Rider obviously just supplementing damage, which we didn't see in that previous attack with Mask from Strut. That was able to help the Fire Spirits get it done, but still not quite the 3-star, just running short on time towards the end there. Interesting approach, though. I mean, I asked you at the start, being someone that is very proficient with hybrid, what you thought the approach was, and it seemed like he just flipped it all on its head and went with his customized approach, which is always nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, that attack was completely different to what I would have expected if someone would have attacked that base with hybrid. But in the end, it is the time fail. It was a bit close with the second star, with the second star. But overall, the 3-star were out of reach again. I feel like at this point, we really see a big gap always in those the first matches so far. Surprisingly, that there's always like a really dominant team, and this kind of makes me really wonder how then the next stages are going to look like the next matches, because this, if you would now think this like further ahead with like Tribe versus Clash Champs, both were dominating their match. Then we had ET Exports dominating their match as well, and so far Navi looks pretty dominant as well, like being on the same score, like same star count as Chasmac EA with having one attack less. I mean, you could call this is quite dominant. So let's see how far this is going to go, and then how far the next rounds are going to go, because remember, we're going to have all of those matches happening today, and it's going to be amazing.
Yeah, we're just building up the excitement for the end of the stream, but let's see what Kazuma can do here. Can he, really accelerate things for Navi and just keep putting up those 3 stars? Starting with the Queen charge towards the north, obviously has the funnel set already, raging up that Queen to get through the defending King, up towards the Eagle, and pretty well in control at the moment. Doesn't have a lot of other things going on that he has to concentrate on, so he knows the Archer Queen is safe right now.
Yeah, and it's going to be okay. It's going to be Warden Blimp with this Queen charge together, which is quite interesting. Which means he does play LaLo, but without the Warden later. The Blimp is making it all the way, and take a look at that. He even rages up the loot. This is just crazy. This is like a super fancy plan right there. And the Town Hall now. He now needs to concentrate on the invisibility spell, like invisibility tower behind the Town Hall. And I think, yeah, he got it. He got it. He hit the tower, and the Town Hall's going down.
Yeah, if you freeze those spell towers, it will prevent them from activating. So a very wise move there from Kazuma. And I feel like he just has such customized and unique approaches to the bases, using the invisibility spell there to path the Archer Queen in towards the base. I mean, arguably he had troops that he could have funneled with, but wanting to save those for the rest of the attack to make sure he doesn't run out of time.
Yeah, and I mean, this King pathing, the King funneling, just how do you think of that? I mean, this is like what amazes me so much. Like, if you see the base, you're like, oh yeah, there's the one opening. I could send my King in there, like, no problem. like, this is just super crazy. The Royal Champion now in there as well to take down the next Inferno Tower. The LaLo starting at the bottom side. Nice freeze to make sure his students are surviving the Wizard Tower and that single Inferno Tower a little bit longer. The only big threat at this point is that Monolith, but I feel like there's just so many troops swarming the base. This attack is crazy.
Yeah, he's also got the freeze spell as well that he can use to, there you go, just to stop that spell tower from activating. And I mean, crazy is the word. There's nothing else to say about the attacks here. He's able to just analyze the base, like you said, come up with such creative ways. Balloons, hello. Monolith. I still think he's got enough space here, but the balloon's just getting distracted across to the side there. And yeah, what I was going to say is not even to come up with the techniques of how to take down the base, but then to know that the king would have enough, you know, value to take out that Inferno Tower. Just the precision to be able to do that. Wasn't it Kazuma last week with the E-Dragons that managed to get one E-Dragon into the middle with the Expo and the Eagle Artillery? I think it was, and that in itself was mind-blowing. So to do that again and again is super impressive.
Yeah, I feel like out of all of the attacks, like out of the players here, who always has the most unique approaches, really depending on the base, has been Kazuma so far. If I remember, as you just rightly said it, I think the highlight of the Swiss stage, which was this Inferno Dragon combination attack with Electro Dragon attack, and now this one, which is really out of the box thinking as well, with like doing a Queen Charge LaLo where you first think, yep, that's kind of standard, that's the most used strategy actually in this tournament. But then again, like flipping the different pieces on their head, where you typically have the Queen Charge, then you have like the King funneling, sometimes you add the Royal Champion for the King to add more power, you have Flame Finger. No, he's doing it completely different. Queen Charge into LaLo, into then King, into then, like he's flipping things on his head, and it's really refreshing to see. And now we have the next attack as well on, and we see a Queen Charge Electro Dragon, something which is getting more and more popular versus those box bases. So let's see how he's going to handle that.
Yeah, particularly with the recall spell to be able to help with narrowing down the base for the E-Dragons. Already used the Wall Breaker to try and, you know, push the Archer Queen in towards that area. So that's, well, maybe it's not. Did he use the Wall Breaker there? What else did he use? I missed that bit or two. I don't know if you caught it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he really wanted his queen to go that way. I'm right now not really sure if everything is going to plan as he's approaching now the Rage Up setup. Recalling the queen. He has Wall Break earlier.
Did he do...
I mean... Yeah, right now we're
maybe
both
he flipped it,
not really...
right? Like, maybe he wanted to charge the queen here initially and then push her into the scatter shot. And he's like, okay, she's gone the wrong way. I'll just recall her this way and send her where she was supposed to go initially. I don't know. Maybe. But let's just continue on with what's happening here. Because the E-Drags moving into this top area, they will have both sweepers against them. So that's definitely not easy with Electro Dragons. The Archer Queen taking huge damage up top. Oh my goodness, the invisibility was just in the nick of time to save her.
Nice freeze happening, so the queen is not going to retarget on the king right away, because remember, she has lost her ability already. But the big problem which she has right now is there is no rages left for his Electro Dragons anymore, which means Electro Dragons without a rage spell, it's not as efficient. So I feel like maybe Super Dragons would have been better here. They keep trying to chain through those buildings, but with all of those freezes, he cannot really make it all the way to the Eagle or even to take down the Monolith. And this is now a really big problem for a Chasmac, and I'm not sure. That queen as well is struggling a lot at the top side, with already being down at the Royal Champ as well, following shortly.
Yeah, and we even have the defensive Rage Tower that was just waiting in the wings, popping there to allow the Archer Queen on defense to really, you know, solidify the defense. And I guess that just sums up the war a little bit for Chasmac. Not what the performance they wanted versus Navi, and not, I'd say not the confidence that they needed going into the lower bracket, but I feel like what you were saying earlier about having a dominant team in each of the matches has kind of been the case. Arguably, Strut put up such a huge percentage, and that's who Chasmac will be facing. But I guess they can have the consolation that nobody in the lower bracket was super impressive in their first match, so they can still pull this back.
Yeah, I mean, those teams are in this position for a reason. They are all incredible good. So I think any of these teams can actually turn it around and get their streak going. As we have seen, I mean, it's always just the perfect example of X Team last weekend, right? Like, they were at the bottom, they were about to get eliminated out of the tournament, and then they just went 3-0, 3 wins back to back, and made it all the way up to this stage. So it is possible to get this miracle run from the lower bracket, but it's not easy for sure, and you really need to concentrate and have things going your way. As Yo-Yo said earlier in his interview, sometimes there's a little bit of luck as well involved to some degree, where you just have to have some nice coincidence going your way.
Yeah, and I don't know whether this is the case. Maybe you're able to speak into this, but I also feel that when you're in the lower bracket, you really have nothing to lose. You're not holding anything back at that stage. You can literally just play all of your cards. If you've been, held on to your best bases for somebody, or your, a secret weapon strategy, like you can throw it all out in that lower bracket because you have to. And maybe it forces you to be a little bit more creative in the attacks as well. And speaking of which, Klaus stepping up to finish this one off for Navi with the 7 bat spells again.
Yeah, but normally we see those attacks with I don't know. I'm right now just really
interesting
confused because we see raged up Hog Riders. We see raged up Hog Riders instead of what we normally see with LaLo, and we have the. Wait a second. He did not get the Town Hall. The Town Hall keeps saying there was a tornado trap located exactly against this approach, and the Town Hall keeps staying up, and he now has to save this, and he has a lot of bad spells, but Judo, bad spells do not help versus the Town Hall.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the consolation for Navi is they've already won, even if he were to, I mean, let's just say get an unfortunate 0-star, which I don't think is going to be the case. But you're right, I think the 3-star now really is out of reach. He has to push his heroes in towards that Town Hall area. And it'd be interesting to, look back. I think there was 2 separate spectacular things happening there with missing the Town Hall, but also the unusual use of Hog Riders there in that bottom section. King using his ability to try and get the Town Hall before the Archer Queen gets to that area. Hopefully he can then save onto that ability. And from that point, he can be assured he'll get the 2 stars.
Yeah, the 2-star should be no problem, but I would have really liked to see what the plan would have looked like if the opening would have worked, because just the value he has gotten with those raged up Hog Riders at the bottom with the Royal Gem and everything, that just looks amazing. Now he plays like a mini LaLo to take down the first Wizard Tower. We have the bats coming in, and at this point we can truly see what the potential of this attack could have looked like with the haste spell now as well for the bats. I mean, it obviously was planned for the LaLo in the initial plan, but getting the save done, getting the 2 stars on this one, and it's going to be a really, really solid win for Navi in this first round of this playoff stage.
Indeed, and we will see them, battling later on today as well. We will see the first 2 matches of the lower bracket and the next 2 matches of the upper bracket today. A comfortable win for Navi, even despite this shaky attack at the end for Klaus, but like you said, sometimes things just don't go your way, and even with my own attacks, I'd love to sometimes try if something had have gone to plan, because we know how creative Klaus is. I would have loved to have seen what would have happened. Maybe he can FC and post it on the Navi YouTube channel or something for us. That would be pretty cool. But nonetheless, they do take the victory here. Impressive performance. And they know they've just got to get ready for their match later on today. As Carbon said, 4 wins is all it takes in that upper bracket to take the $18,000 first prize pool. For Navi, it wouldn't be the golden ticket. They'd be handing it down to second place if that were the case.
Yeah, exactly. So if Navi is going to become back-to-back golden ticket qualifier champions, if you want to call it like that, on this one, the second team, or like the second seeded team then is going to get the golden ticket. But for all of the teams who are going to drop out of the tournament on their way, or drop to the lower matches, to the lower bracket on their way, it is it is quite upsetting, because, well, they're not getting handed the golden ticket to the lower bracket. So really try to avoid Navi if possible. Have a bit of luck in the bracket and you're looking really good. But take a look at those upper bracket matches. Tri-versus Clash Champs, ET Export versus Navi. Those are going to be incredible. But we have some really spicy matches as well in the lower bracket with X Team versus UG Esports and Strut versus Chasmac EA. Those are going to be our next two matches. And then for the end of the stream, we're going to have the two upper bracket matches. So we're only halfway through our broadcast of the day, which is 4 matches done, but 4 matches are still to go. We have already seen crazy results, as you can see in this bracket as well.
Absolutely. I'm sure the matches will continue to get better and better as the teams do continue with the excitement. But we can welcome back Carbon, because it's time to cast the next match. And what did you think of that one, just before we say goodbye to Itsu? What did you think of that one, Carbon?
It was another impressive where it was like a dominant showing, where it came down to the end where the last attack was already locked up. So we're seeing a lot of that in these wars. So I was surprised that we've been seeing those. I was expecting maybe a lot of these matches to be really neck and neck and close, but a lot of these scores have been about 10 stars, but it's going to start to get interesting. Now we are going to be heading into the elimination stage, where if you lose, you are out of this one, Judo.
Yeah, and I also feel, going back to my point earlier, that the preparation now is not as easy. The teams have been able to solidify who they would be facing, build the bases, prepare for that individual match. Now it starts getting a little bit more different, because they couldn't have predicted, they could have tried, who they will face in the next match. So I guess you can put your feet up for this one, Itsu, and just observe the X Team Esports. Yeah, hopefully you enjoy the matchup.
Yeah,
it will be a great one. I mean, especially, sorry, Carbon, especially, I mean, one thing really I want to highlight is just this lower bracket OP team, which X Team is. I mean, there was no other team in this competition so far which was as good as them in the lower bracket, or about to get eliminated position. Like, they always were able to get, like, turn it around, especially as well, like in their matches, even where they were like looking down. So it's going to be a great one, and I will enjoy it a lot, and you guys can enjoy casting it as well.
Well, appreciate it, Sue, but we're going to go ahead and now jump into the spotlight to learn a little bit more about UG Esports.
Welcome in, Shikari. How does it feel to see your name amongst those top world players like Gakko, Stars, and Yo-Yo for top 5 best hit rates for the entire Rush Golden Ticket tournament?
Hi, I'm myself Shikari from UG Esports, and I'm feeling good, and it's helping my team, and we're looking to improve.
Throughout the Swiss stage, your team took down other qualifying teams like X Team Early Bird and Chasmac Gaming EA. Do you think that gives your team an edge going into the final stage of the tournament?
We approach every opponent differently with our bases, and we study them well and try to do good against them, as we had the best defensive rate in the Swiss bracket. I think we are seen as an underdog because of this new team, but we will keep surprising those top teams with our performance.
Do you approach your matches differently to other teams, considering at this stage of the tournament, you will often be seen as the underdogs?
Yes, we have a big chance to reach the finals, where teamwork and trust, everything is possible.
Is there anyone in particular you'd like to shout out or thank?
First of all, I would like to thank my friend Sikandar, who brought me in the esports team, and my teammates and the management, and especially the base builders. By their efforts and hard work, we have came this far.
Great to see there. Can't wait to see what they're going to be doing now in this stage. But like Itsu said, we've got the elimination, or this is it. X team Early Bird is the team that has been doing so well in the lower brackets. So will they keep up their pace? We're going to have to stay tuned to see this match here, Judo.
Yeah, we certainly will. And I think, I mean, I'll just say this. Ooh. I think out of the opening matches, they were the most impressive. I think they put up the better fight, but, you know, anything can happen once you go into the wars, I guess. We've already had the opening section here with, yeah, well, just a bunch of troops used. Warden obviously tanking for the Flame Flinger there, which looks like it is going to just lock directly onto the Town Hall. So with 2 Builder Huts next to the Town Hall, it might take a little bit to get through, but it's obviously full health, should be secured, and he can just focus on the Titans at this stage.
Yeah, with the jump, giving him access to that Eagle Artillery, you're going to continue this push through all the way into the court to that Queen as the Warden ability goes off to protect everything as that Flame Flinger is slowly trying to remove that Town Hall as a Tesla Farm just pops up to the far right.
Yeah, using the Skeleton Spell to distract, but that is also an advantage of the Skeleton Spell. A lot of people do use them to try and scout for the Tesla. There's not a huge amount he can do here. Sending the Royal Champion in once the King and a couple of Titans are in that area. I mean, it's quite nice that at least one Titan is there for any Skellies, but he's kind of lost the force through the middle of the base. I feel this is going to be tricky. He's got a couple of spells, but not a lot of other troops, particularly with that Monolith now popping the RC ability.
Yeah, that Diggy did stun it, so the RC is able to continue to push through, but the Queen is about to go down, hanging just barely on as the Unicorn and a few healers with that jump. Gonna give her access to that defensive rage, but she's not gonna be able to do much as that Ground Expo is doing so much damage to her, and she's going down.
Yeah, this is, I mean, just a little bit unfortunate there with the Titans getting pulled out to the right-hand side of the base, but not a lot more he can do at this stage. Be interesting to see what he can finish off here. He's holding on to those Barbarians and Archers, hoping that as soon as that mortar is distracted, he can get them in. There we go, popping that down. And I mean, this is, I'll be honest, Carvin, this is a lot closer than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, a lot more value indeed, as that Queen is trying to help every little bit. That Phoenix, it's a time fail at the end of the day because the Phoenix is there, right? Because there's no way to take down that Phoenix unless a Seeking Air Mine would pop up, and that Phoenix slowly getting pulled around. But it is a defense for X Team Early Bird, and unfortunately UG Esports not able to get this one. It is a higher percentage 2-star, so that does give a good lead as long as the other attacks are lower from the X Team side. But of course, we've seen like the other matches, you have to be pulling in those 3 stars to be getting the advantage.
Yeah, a really good percentage there to start off, to be fair. And I think a good lesson for everybody, no matter what level of competition, you know, you play in the game, even if it is Legends, regular wars, just you have a couple of troops left over. Don't spam them in, even if you're not getting the 3-star. Just holding on to those 2 Barbarians and Archers. In the end, you know, you can always utilize them as defenses get distracted. And I guess it just gets you to think a little bit more critically and analytically with your attacks. And that's how you're going to improve as a player as well. So a good lesson for everybody watching there.
Absolutely, but we're going to see now a LaLo attack, the Blizzard, as we're going to see the balloons. The blimp will come in behind to help go for this Town Hall and try to help take it down. Also grab a Ground Expo, grab a ton of defenses around it. Could also chain and grab the defensive poison if it locks onto it. But the Battle Blimp used in these, oh look, even a couple Earthquakes, the Battle Blimp is actually used the most out of these pro players. Used 47% of the time in attacks. And the next highest is the Flame Flinger, which is at 28%. So that's I would have thought the Flame Flinger is used quite a bit more actually, but no, it's the Blimp. That's the choice that they like.
It's really interesting because I feel like in the Town Hall 14 meta we didn't see the blimp all that much, and it's just, yeah, it's interesting to see how different troops can and obviously siege machines can come back based on what it is. But We do have the hero dive portion now. I always like the different phases of the attacks. We've had the blizzard, hero dive now connecting on to next to where the blizzard was. But with 3 ice golems, that is going to slow his heroes down a lot. And that's potentially why he's starting the LaLo right now.
Yeah, you got to look at the time of just about over 1:40. That's where you got to start moving the LaLo through, as he still has a monolith to fight through, as the builder huts will, I believe, probably ended up repairing it back to full as he freezes the queen, the scatter. Here comes the next hound and the headhunters. This is what the pros do. They hit the warden ability, protect the hound, but he doesn't do it right there. So the hound, unfortunately, is going to take a lot of damage. It's going to pop and not able to fly throughout the base to help potentially protect these balloons.
Just look at the damage. You know, we see the LaLo getting used a lot still, just because of the control you have of the troops, but it is not easy at Town Hall 15. We're seeing this time and time again, especially he hasn't even got to that area with the 3 multi-infernos inside that rage yet. The balloons are already down. Not really working out for him in this scenario. Just proving the lava loon, it's popular, it works, but it can also be devastating if you don't get it right.
Yeah, if you leave Eagle up and you lead a defensive rage up, you have almost no chance of getting that 3-star, because that Eagle artillery is going to be firing and firing upon your troops. He just decided to LaLo from the other side, but we've got a 2-star answer, so it's 2 stars apiece. Remember, it doesn't matter what you did in your previous matches at all. It doesn't matter if you got 10 stars, 14 stars. As if you lost the war, you're here. And all you got to do is win. If you win by percentage, if you win by a star, then you're able to advance. You don't add up your stars over the whole matches or anything like that. It's all about focusing on the current match and winning that one to keep your hopes alive. Now, since this is now an elimination match in the lower bracket.
Yeah, it seems like X-Team Early Bird like to just put themselves with their backs against the wall. You know, last weekend, we've mentioned it.
Yeah.
2 down, won all 3. This time they're in the lower bracket, and even starting out the war, not exactly as they would have hoped, but they seem to be the team that can handle that pressure. So we've still got a lot of ways to go in this war, and obviously, you know, as we were talking last time, it is only percentage. It is the stars that matter, and we've seen it today. There's no wars that have came down to a tie where percentages actually mattered. It's always been the percentage, and we do see that a lot more, I feel, at Town Hall 15, where the stars are the definiting factor. We don't get as many draws, but obviously still got to be taken into consideration.
Absolutely. You have to always consider about the stars in every single building. That is the important thing here. As Lucky is coming in with a Queen of Charge Hog Riders. Okay, here we go. Let's see if he can replicate what Tryhard did. And I'm trying to think of what can the Queen get? She can't grab. Well, he's got a couple wall breakers, because if he charges this Queen in near this Town Hall, he could wall break and get some bomb towers with that Queen.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, based on, you know, what you were saying in the Strut War. Is one of the reasons for picking the Hog Riders being the bomb towers. I think that's something people can pick up on with their own attacks as well. You know, being able to pick those off with the Archer Queen. Yes, you have spring traps to deal with, but they're 2 major defenses that if you get those out of the way, typically we see a lot of bases with them around the Town Hall. It could open the option for you of Hog Riders, but Rocket Balloons flying across towards that Archer Queen does deal with them relatively easily, to be fair, and she will have a straight shot now to just beeline to the Town Hall. The Monolith, still a lot of damage he has to deal with here, though.
Yeah, that Queen is making her way slowly through these pups and then be able to go for that Town Hall, then the Monolith, as the King is securing that multi. And the defensive rages, they're everywhere. The rages do so much damage as long as this Queen secures the Town Hall and towards that Monolith. Is looking good as another rage spell is invested.
Yeah, as long as he can get the value there, not only has he took down those defenses, he's also just got brilliant pathing for his Hog Riders as well. In they go with those Headhunters. He missed the Headhunters with the Warden ability there, and they ultimately just go straight down. 3 Headhunters pretty much swagged. I don't think there's a defending hero over there, so the defending Archer Queen, he just got the invisibility in. Maybe his Archer Queen can help to take her out, because she's got to do that fast to protect these Hog Riders.
And he's doing it with the freeze onto the scatter shot. His queen is barely hanging on. The hogs are moving through. He's got one more freeze left. RC's got her ability. And it's going to be a matter of running around the space. That queen's going to die to the back end Archer Tower. His Royal Champion's going to have to loop all the way back around, unfortunately, to go to the defense. You have one sneaky for these storages. If he's got time, it's going to be a 3. Nothing's going to stop this Royal Champion from moving her way through. And at this point, he's going to save the ability for a cleanup.
Yep, that is exactly what he's doing. I mean, I feel like, it's tough to even know whether he should use the freeze. I mean, I was thinking to protect Diggy more than anything else and the Poison Lizard, but looks like didn't need it. And as you said, RC ability, that's always, again, another good learning point is not using it for the defenses per se, but it can smash out those buildings very quickly. A wise move there to get that 3-star, exactly what UG Esports needed, because now the pressure is really on Team Early Bird. They have to 3-star here, otherwise, they're going out of the competition if they lose this one.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see. But you know how we talked about the siege machines before? We saw the flame thing there. So I got a question to ask you, not only you, Judo, but anyone that's watching right now live. You guys can submit your answer in the chat. But so there's been 330, the stats that were tracked in the Swiss stage, 330 attacks used, right? And out of the 330 attacks used, how many times was the least siege machine used? If you guessed what siege machine is used the least often, you probably know the answer to that, right? Most people probably
I think
know.
So.
It's the wall wrecker,
wall
right?
wrecker.
How many times was the wall wrecker used in the 330 attacks? Well, after this attack, we'll provide the answer. But
after
let's
this
see
attack,
what
okay, I've got time to think about it.
Yeah, you think about it. Think about it.
Imagine if he used the wall wrecker now. I got plus another one
right?
on.
That would have been hilarious. That would have been funny. Oh.
He did use
There
the
we
Hog
go.
Rider to test the 9 o'clock area, and that's exactly why. It didn't pop a Tesla, but he did lure a couple of the skeleton traps, because if you run into those later on, they can chip away at your wall wrecker as well. So you've got to be careful on that, and also just trying to distract the mortar. I think he missed that with the Barbarians, actually, so it does end up having to freeze it, so he's not taking a lot of damage. But obviously, we've seen the E-Drags earlier on today, and we know we need the rage spells with them. I've got to say, I love these surgical E-Drags. I think they look so cool. 2 at the bottom of the base. Let's see what value they can get, Carbon.
Well, with that E-Drag, the chain's going to cut across towards that Eagle. No, never mind. It's not going to get really much. He's investing one and more and more. Like, it's going to chain through here, but it's going to take a lot of E-Drag investment to try to secure this Eagle artillery.
Yeah, he really wanted that Eagle artillery. I guess a freeze spell, would have helped those initial ones with the amount of damage onto the E-Dragons from the Tesla. But nevertheless, he does get the Eagle artillery, manages to get a Seeking Air Mine out of the way there towards the end as well. 4 E-Drags, though, going to be difficult to say. A lot of the time, you want the E-Drags to just get the Town Hall and probably the grounded Expos there as well, and hope that the heroes can get the rest of the base. So let's see if he can do that. Pushing in towards the Town Hall. Still got the Warden ability, which we should be seeing pretty soon.
Yeah, with that Warden ability protecting the E-Dragon, the Super Dragon actually came out of that Flame Flinger to the far left side. He's going to continue to push his way into the multi, the defensive Royal Champion, but his heroes are now being used on the far right side, and he still has the defensive CC that is still up there, and unfortunately it's not going down, which means unless never mind, the Phoenix comes back to life without Warden. Okay.
Yeah, and I did say as well, I think he wanted those grounded Expos up top. Just missed them, sending in the rocket balloon to help secure one of them, but obviously the other survives, and that will do a lot of damage to his heroes. Especially you can see the Barbarian King having to use that ability to get through the Queen, but once the tanking of the Barbarian King is gone, he's got to get the freeze spell timing right. He could still get this, with the Monolith now frozen. Oh, the King goes down in the Expo, now on the Royal Champion. That is the difference maker.
Yeah, RC, unfortunately, she goes down, his Queen's down, and losing all these troops, which means now it's going to be back-to-back 2 stars here for Draco, and they are going to be down by a star in this match against UG Esports. They're going to have to start to pull in some 3-stars. I mean, they were a team that was doing really well in the lower bracket, but if they lose here, they will be eliminated. So very nice try there for X Team. 94% 2-star. But now the question is to you, Judo. What did you think about how many times that wall wrecker was used?
I've thought about it. I'll have a good guess.
Okay.
I know I consciously was letting you and Itsu have, be the stats guys, and I would kind of direct to you for that. So I haven't actually looked at the sheet.
Yep. Okay.
I'm going to say 3 times. We've seen it earlier today. I'm going to say twice out of the others.
330 times the siege
Put me
machines
out of
were
my
used.
misery, Carbon.
You were unfortunately, you were one off. It was 2 times. Oh, so close.
Is that with
2
today's?
times.
Is that with today's use of the wall wrecker?
No, that was
That's
before.
what I was
so
right.
you would be right. You would be right. 3 if you added today. Oh,
Let's
man.
go.
Yes. But during the switch stage, there was only 2, so it's crazy. The wall wrecker is very rarely ever used, and the blimp, which we're seeing here, is the most used, 158 times out of the 330. Wow. So the blimp is definitely preference. That and the flame flinger with these players here, as we've got the early balloons. That warden, and there's the blimp going with some super archers probably inside that blimp.
Yeah, I really like this approach, actually, with the, just sending in a group of balloons first to strip out the early defenses, allow you to just save that warden ability a little bit with the blimp, landing in that location where there's not a huge amount of room for traps, essentially. He can be relatively safe that he's going to get this done. But with the super archers, is he actually going to get that town hall? This is going to be interesting. He's only got 1 more invis left after this.
He's got 1 left. Super archers, you better go for that town hall. Super archers, you better go for that town hall. Oh, no.
I don't think he's got it.
No. More spells. And the town hall stays up. Oh,
Did I say that there was not a lot of room for traps, and then like a bunch of them went down? I think that's actually what happened.
Judo, why do you have to be jinxing him? What's going on? Oh no!
My first day
all
back.
Judo's fault, right? And he has to pull out the Judo jinx. All right, well, let's see. We've got that queen going to the top side with some ice golems. The king got to really push away at all costs. Now, you must save that 2-star. You cannot afford a 1-star in a match like this here.
Especially not because they are in the lead, right? He has to just maintain that lead and hope that the defenses can pull through. I mean, he's still got a lot of supportive troops. He's got the rocket balloons in order to support and push the Archer Queen in towards that town hall. Rage Tower has now popped, so hopefully that'll have expired. But look, oh my gosh, look at how quick the Queen is going down because of that. The ability is used. He's got to send the RC now. Archer Queen is shortly going to go down, and that Expo will lock onto the RC. There's 2 Expos on her, Carbon. Oh my goodness.
No, he's got 5 rocket balloons. He could
Rocket
send that
balloons,
into the town. Yeah. Okay. Go. Rocket balloons, come on. No.
He saved one of them.
Okay. Mayday. Okay. What's good? No, wait, what? Is this point, is he gonna give up on the town hall and just gonna go for
I think he's give up on the town hall and gone for percentage. I am surprised that he saved a rocket balloon. Like, arguably the red air bombs were there anyway, but at that point, who cares about percentage? You have to get that town hall. Just send everything in. Send everyone. 1 star. Oh my goodness. But I guess it makes a more exciting war for us, right? The viewers.
Yep.
So we can thank him for that, because now the war's a little bit more tight, but definitely not what they needed.
Unfortunately not able to get that town. That's the thing you take with the Super Archer Balloon. That's the risk. You can send it all the way across. You invest all your spells, but if you don't get that town hall, this is what can happen. If that tower goes down, it's a completely different attack. We go from being like, oh my gosh, how could you get a 1-star, to be like, what an OP crazy plan, just crushing the base. Like, it's literally just balancing just on if the town hall goes down or not. It's crazy how much.
Did you see the
plays a
end
role.
screen, Carbon? I wonder how many troops he had, because typically you take troops to test for the traps, right? Like goblins, wall breakers. I didn't actually pay attention to the screen at the end. I wonder if he took a little bit of an even greater risk and maximized the archers. I might even just go back afterwards and take a look at that. In fact, I'm going to pull it up on my phone as I let you take over with the commentary here, because I'm so curious.
All right. Yeah, you keep us up to date. Let us know what he had inside that blimp. But we're going to take a look at this king, Electro Titan, that queen, is going to go into the scatter, the defensive RC, and then the CC is going to be coming out. We got goblins. We got more goblins. We got a ton of goblins with a lava hound. And oh my, that's a lot of giant bombs next to that scatter.
Yeah, the king, I mean, he went... Seemed like he was soldiering on, and then all of a sudden just... Boom, he was next to no health. That's the benefit of the Phoenix, I guess, especially on the Barbarian King. If you know he's going to go down, might as well get that extra damage. But leaving the Archer Queen a little bit vulnerable now and not really sure exactly where she's going to go. Hopefully she will step into that little pocket where she can get the Monolith. Oh, she died through ability.
And you leave up the defensive rage spell tower. That's going to hurt so much as he continues this push, and he finds the tornado trap. The Royal Champion does have her ability. She can go for the Monolith, but she gets locked down on the ground. Skeletons get pushed straight to her. She goes down, and there is so much of this base left, and these balloons are all gone. Wow.
Wow. I mean, X-Team Esports, X-Team Early Bird, sorry, coming out of, you know, the one-star defense, they really had to capitalize on that. And granted, they get the two-star and tie things up there, but I feel like they might even still be behind on percentage. I think they're going to be... This was the moment where they could have took advantage, I feel. And yeah, I mean, I guess this will just give UG Esports a little bit more confidence back. I mean, I know the players aren't focused on the war as much, but they know what's going on as well. So it has to play into their mind a little bit when they know that, their opponent gets a good attack in. So I feel like that was really an important attack, and just missing that Monolith, especially the Queen ability, not actually getting it, was a big turning point.
Yeah, and all it takes is those small things, right? But it's all tied up on stars, and that's what matters at the end of the day here in this match. It is currently 6-6. Well, we have 1 stars, we've had some 3 stars, a bunch of 2s as well, but the percentage is on the side of UG Esports. They are just up by a little bit, so that means what they're going for is obviously 3 stars, but if they can't get that, they got to go for as high a percentage as possible, because remember, this is a lower bracket match. You win this, you keep your hopes alive. You lose this, and you are eliminated. But since you did make it to the playoffs, you do take home a little bit of that prize pool. So at least you are going to walk away with nothing. Like if you... Exactly. And it's not like if you lose in the Swiss stage, which was last weekend, you're going home with nothing. Just like anyone else that played in and in the qualifiers, try to get to that spot. It's just, you got to make it to this stage, the top 8, to be included in that prize money.
Indeed, and I think we're starting to see a few mistakes creeping in as well, with the pressure knowing this is the knockout match. In the last attack there with the Archer Queen missing the ability, just having your focus elsewhere. In the attack before, I did have a quick watch back, actually. He did have the troops to test for traps, but there was just so much going on at the start that he was really delayed with the initial invisibility. I feel he could have... I feel like that was the determining factor. He could have used it a bit earlier to protect his troops, arguably. So you can just see those mistakes starting to creep in, and even a little mistake can have a drastic change. So which team is going to be able to pull it together here, hold their nerve for the last couple of attacks, and grind out that victory to move on to tomorrow's matches? Let's find out as we have another Queen Charge Hog Rider attack.
Yeah, I'm just shocked. How many hog attacks are we seeing? And we know how how the hogs are not the most necessarily effective, but like they go down so quick to spring traps, and of course giant bombs. They don't have too much HP as they're deciding, you know what, this is the plan we want to go with. Maybe because you can see that this queen could continue to charge into the town hall and then eventually grab some bomb towers. That could be a potential thought, but he's got a blimp. Of course, the most usage machine at 10-15 right now in the Swiss stage for these pro players. He's got that blimp. And where is he going to use it?
Oh. Yeah, I guess we'll just see how he manages to do this, because I thought he might have funneled a little bit quicker for his Archer Queen, you know, creeping in towards the town hall, but I guess he's going to try and cut her in at the opposite side here. I thought he was going to take her in the near side wall, essentially, but just tricked me a little bit. Battle Drill on the right-hand side. I'm sure that's probably the second least used siege machine, if I had to have a guess, but I'm sure you can clarify that. And I wonder, Carbon, whether we are seeing the Hog Riders a lot, because it allows you to commit the spells to the Queen Charge to get the value. And then you just have... Look at that area at the back with the Rage Tower. That's what we keep talking about, right? Like, you can just use the Warden ability with one Rage spell to push the Hog Riders through that. And that's their purpose, just that one area.
And the Battle Drill is actually the second least used. It's used just under 4% of the time. So we're seeing it here. It's being pretty effective here. So this Queen, she is going to be able to hopefully grab both of these bomb towers. The second one, no! The second one just barely stays up as the Warden ability goes off, but that defensive rage at the backside is raging up that multi, so he freezes it. That Battle Drill's still going and still pushing through strong.
Yeah, not a bad idea to have that stun as well. And honestly, the bomb tower, not really a big deal, because if the Hog Riders push through this area, the RC could finish that off. But just look at how many Hog Riders he has. Yeah, Carbon. Wow. I get too wrapped up in the attacks myself. I get too excited. Use that RC ability for the middle.
Come on, come on.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
It's got the left side of the base.
My goodness. That was such a nice attack as well, and you hate to see it be determined by time, you know? They should just bring back that extra minute, you know? Just let's just have like 4 minutes. Then we'll still have time fails, right? But then it'd be like, that's a true time fail. Like, oh.
How many people remember? How many people remember when we did have the extra 30 seconds? Was that Town Hall 12 when we had that extra 30?
I remember.
I know it was a good few years back. It was only in the game very briefly. I bet there's a few people in chat can remember.
Yeah, I remember my heyday. When I was the best, at least, and it was when I could lightning the clan castles. Then once they said no more lightning CCs. And then the 3 stars started going out the window for me. I was like, oh no. Because whenever I try to do Skelly Donuts. No. Like, whenever I do Skelly Donuts, my Skelly Donuts are terrible. There's no chance. But lightning, I can definitely take the lightning CC down. I can be accurate in that. But yeah, oh man. Yeah, back in the day. But let's see if X-Team Early Bird can get it done with the dragons, the Hydra dragons, and some dragon riders here.
Yeah, I really like the use of the lightning spell here to enable the surgical E-Dragon. It's kind of like a nice combination of the two, because by having that down, the E-Drags can just chain through this bottom area with the storages and utilize the storages to get that extra value. So really, really nice and efficient job with the E-Dragon to just allow the regular dragons and dragon riders to path through this upper part. And then you can see the Barbarian King as well, just aiming to help keep them in the middle of the base. Regular balloons with the clone spell. Now, I'm actually quite liking to do this exact strategy, but with the super minions being cloned, depending on what value you can get around the town hall. So quite enjoying seeing this one.
I don't think the clone didn't get the monolith. And that's going to hurt because it's picking off his dragons one by one. And now they're going to go for the Lava Hound. And then that dragon's going to go down. And then the Monolith is not going to go down.
Loons. There we go.
He does. But the
could have done that earlier, though, right?
Getting stuck. Oh, no, Judo.
Yeah, I was saying how much I like this strategy, but... yeah... Not in this instance. I feel, again, just a few nerves though. You know, the reaction time there, he could have definitely sent those rocket balloons in to target the monolith. I'm pretty sure he could have done that well beforehand to protect some of those dragons. not saying it could have turned it to a 3-star, but I mean, you look at how much is left. There's not a huge amount left. If he was able to protect a couple of dragons, get through that multi and expo, could have been a different story.
Yeah, it's just the smallest thing. That's all it takes. It's a game of tiles, and you drop it one tile wrong, left or right, and the attack could be completely different. As again, another 2-star here. X team early bird of, unfortunately, they just can't pull a 3-star in. But if UG Esports gets another 2, then it will come down to the final attack for X team. If they were to triple, then they can win, and the pressure will be on. But UG Esports are going to have the percentage. It looks like right now. We'll have to take a look once the attack finalizes and the percentage locks up. But you know what?
Yeah,
all you got to do is be about one more. Yeah.
Yeah. One more. That's it. You always make it sound so easy.
One more.
I think it's going to be about 17%, maybe, total percentage that they'll be behind. So... yeah, it's going to be interesting moving into the last match, because that's not, you know, in the attacks we've seen, that's not out of the question either. If both teams get the defense, prevent the 3-stars, 17% is not too far that they can't do that. So it's definitely still going down to the wire, keeping us on our toes to find out who's moving forward to tomorrow and who is going home today.
Yeah, because if you lose this match, you're done. You're eliminated, and you won't be playing anymore. You win, you play tomorrow, and keep your hopes alive in the lower bracket, because that's where we're at. Because the next match after this is going to be another lower bracket match, which is going to be Chasmac Gaming EA versus Strut. So 2 very well-known teams that are both in the lower bracket, and if one of them wins, they will move on to the second round. Won't be facing one of these teams, as it would be from the upper bracket potentially. But here we go with a Blizzard LaLo. Drops that Hound at a little bit of an angle to try to test Forsaking Air Mines, as he wants to land Super Minions. No? Yes. Okay, I was going to say, because you can't land Super Wizards over a bomb tower. So Super Minions is the right call here.
Yeah, only one invisibility spell left after this, so you need to hope they get that storage down fast. But they do a lot of damage, the Super Minions. Just look at how quick the Town Hall went down. It always surprises me how it looks like you're going to run out, and then as soon as they do lock onto the Town Hall, it goes down in an instant. So I always feel the Super Minions are arguably a little bit more reliable than the Super Wizards. I don't know what your experience is, Carbon, but I feel like if people do struggle with the Blizzard, but they like that approach, maybe try swapping to the Super Minions, and sometimes it can be a little bit easier to not be baited.
Yeah, it definitely, if you go over bomb towers, you just have to be careful, is because if you find any traps with Super Minions, they tend to just like fall short real quick, right? And like Tornado Trap can be a big problem. Their first few shots are fantastic, but after that, they just feel like they lose their power as they move through. So you do have to be very careful with them. But you never know. Each one has their strengths and weaknesses for sure. But we're seeing now that King into the right side towards that scatter shot with the Royal Champion, the Headhunter to help assist. As look at this Queen. She's getting some fantastic value all the way through here past that Town Hall and grabbing a multi as well.
Yeah, those raged up multi-Inferno towers that we keep talking about. I'm sure he would have loved to have got the one on the left-hand side there as well. I'm pretty sure that was the intention. So a little bit unfortunate, because I really liked that Queen charge. And, you know, with the LaLo coming out of the Warden ability, he's got to be careful on that, because they're going to move around from that as well. I thought he might have tried to reinforce a couple of balloons towards that, but I guess just freezing it is going to be his approach.
Yeah, with that Eagle on the backside, it's always a huge issue, but he decides to freeze, taking out that Monolith real quick, freezes the Eagle yet again to protect the balloons. Is looking good as the RC ability goes through. The balloons coming through, and, you know, they've got the 1-star. They've got the percentage lead. It's a tied up match, which means that this right here is enough to clutch it up for UG Esports.
If you wanted a 3-star at any point in the match, this was the attack to do it, to put it out of reach. X Team Early Bird not able to catch up now. UG Esports can sit back, take a deep breath for this last match, and know that for the last attack, they're good. They are moving on to tomorrow. What a perfect moment to get the 3-star and a really nice attack. Would have been even more overwhelming had he have got that multi-inferno with the Queen charge as well.
Yeah, but the thing is, with this attack, it was just exactly like the Blizzard, but swapping out the super minis because he was landing over a bomb tower. But the thing is, he didn't take a clone. A lot of times what people do is they have the super minions and they use a clone spell, which is a lot of extra spells, right? But since he was able to grab the value, the bomb towers, the town hall, the inferno tower, without the need of the clone spell, and he used other spells for the rest of it, which is what made it work. So fantastic breakdown of the base, and just used what it was available to him, just landing on a bomb tower, super minions getting the value, and then lallowing around. So even though he lallowed towards the eagle towards the end, that's scary and risky, but he had some free spells for it. It was perfectly executed.
Exactly, and I like what you said as well. Good identification from him to recognize that there wasn't a lot of extra value around the town hall. Typically, we do see the monolith in that area, maybe some expos as well that you might be able to pick off. Perfect example in this base, actually. That's where you might be able to clone the super minions to grab all of that. If it's not needed, don't overcommit. Now look at this to finish us off, Carbon. The battle drill, the recall, Queen Charge Hog Riders. I mean, they might as well go out in style, right? Let's see what they've got for us.
Okay, there's a conspiracy going on about it's using hog riders. Okay, I was not informed of what's going on here. Why is there so many hog attacks? I'm not used to this. Like, this is just craziness. I'm used to so many LaLos and Electro Titans, and hogs have always been like, it's so rare, but they're coming in everywhere. Maybe they've been talking about something that we just haven't been paying attention to. But again, you're seeing bomb towers next to this town hall. Maybe that's the play of bringing in hogs when you could clear bomb towers, but he doesn't do it with his queen. He just pulls her back and leaves both the bomb towers up. Okay, never mind. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess interesting approach. We'll see where he decides to start with the hog riders. I would assume the right-hand side, but hey,
yeah,
I guess we will find out, because I definitely don't think he'd be diving into those bomb towers, right, like you said. But it is interesting, and one thing that I always find fascinating is how quick the teams pick up the different attack strategies. And what I mean is, if somebody starts using something and it's really successful, the other teams will be FCing that like crazy, and actually, I can use it for this and this. And it just gets them to think outside of the box to other strategies that they maybe weren't practicing. So that's where we can see a sharp shift in the meta. Hog Riders do dive into that area. Rage spells, Grand Warden ability, so much going on, but just trying to flush out all of those dangerous defenses. And then the Hog Riders would have done their job. But so far, haven't even got that Eagle Artillery or the multi. And the Queen,
Yeah, that queen goes down, unfortunately. Not able to get this. The hogs are pretty much gone. Did use that early warden ability to try to protect him, but unfortunate, not getting it there. So has a few hogs still trying to come through because they came out of the battle drill, but very nice try. But you talked about thinking outside the box, right? And I know for the creative mass series that I was put together, and seeing all the crazy attacks, it really got to thinking of like sending blimps in, recalling your troops after you use that blimp, or even one of the coolest ones I saw was from Badia using a bowler bounce to remove some insane value, taking out town halls, taking out eagles. So I'm waiting till we see that on the big stage of boulder bounces into town halls, into some scatter shots for fun. But I mean, it's hard to plan those because you don't have much time to plan, but I'm sure some teams are going to be hanging on to some pretty unique, maybe cool strategies coming down to the line in the future. But congratulations to UG Esports as they are victorious in this one. They win by a star. They win by some percentage as well, which means X Team Early Bird is the first team to be going home. They've had a fantastic run from the Swiss stage, from the lower bracket through there, but unfortunately their run has come to an end. And we will see UG Esports tomorrow to see if they want to get a little bit closer to that golden ticket.
Absolutely. A great performance and pulling through the 3 stars at the end there exactly when it was needed. Exciting to see if they can continue that tomorrow. And like you said, X Team Esports, they don't go away empty-handed. They do take home some prize money, $2,000 for getting to this playoff stage. And maybe we will see them in the future. This is only the 2nd golden ticket to be given out this weekend. Still more to be had as well. So maybe we'll see them qualifying. But there you can see UG Esports moving forward. Strut and Chasmac being the next matchup before we move up to the 2nd round of the upper bracket. Still 3 matches today, and if they're as close as the last one, then they're probably too hard to predict, Carbon.
Yeah, they're going to be really difficult to predict as well. So both these teams in the lower bracket, yeah, they had some things not go their way, but both these teams are definitely capable. The next matchup, Strut and Chasmac EA, both of them are capable of making a run through the lower bracket. So we'll have to see what they can do, but let's go ahead and welcome back Itsu here to the desk. Itsu, what did you think about that last run? And unfortunately, X Team Early Bird, unfortunately now goes down. Oh. I don't think we hear Itsu. Unless...
Yeah, I mean...
Hello, I hope you can hear me now.
Yeah, there we go.
I think overall, the craziest thing would be just like the storyline. So that was kind of sad that X Team has to go now, but just the storyline for them overall, like just hanging in, that would have been really, really cool. But overall, UG, really nice win overall, and that's in the end what matters, showing up in that specific moment, and that's what's all about.
Yeah, absolutely. That is what it's about. So we're going to be getting ready for the next match here. Judo, did you have any final insights before we're taking a look at Strut and Chasmac EA?
Yeah, I'm just going to be keeping an eye out for the Siege Machine counts in case you start to quiz me again, Carbon. But enjoy the commentary. You have fun, Carbon.
Awesome. Absolutely. But before we jump into the next match, let's go ahead and, of course, learn a little bit more about a team spotlight with Strut.
Welcome in, Rigo. You are only a few matches away from claiming that World Championship spot. What does this mean to you?
I can't describe the feeling. I really want to win, and I still enjoy it as much as the first time.
What are the challenges playing with teammates from another region?
The main thing is the time zone. I am 9-10 hours apart, but this is only a small sacrifice when you want to win. But really not all is bad. I am also practicing my English with my teammates.
With all the changes since the release of Town Hall 15, it has been quite a hard season. Yet I always see you with a smile on your face. How do you manage to stay positive with all of the craziness going on this season?
I really enjoy what I do. I think it's very important that everyone understands that there are good and bad days. You always have to look ahead and live in the moment.
Is there anything that you'd like to say to your supporters and your fans?
I will not get tired of saying it. Thanks for the unconditional support, and I assure you that we will do everything possible to win.
I'm sure that Riga Torres and Strut will be doing all they can in this next match because it is the elimination match to try to push through. So can't wait to see what they can do in this one against a team that is really strong. Chasmac EA here, Itsu.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, maybe you just have to tell something to Strut, which a lot of my friends are always telling to me because they want to help me. Just start earlier. That's how you prevent time fails. Strut so far with always the highest percentage, but not with those 3 stars. So yeah, let's hope that they're managing to somehow overcome their big nightmare of those 3 minutes.
Yeah, that's the big question. How are you going to prevent those time fails? Well, it's simple. Like you said, start earlier, right? Just so you don't run into the time fail issues here. But here we go in the lower bracket, an elimination match. You lose this, you are knocked out of the playoff stage. Well, we see Mario for Chasmac EA going in with a queen charge, a LaLo with some balloons, and that queen off to the far right.
Yeah, and just if you would tell someone, like, one of those two teams might be one of the first teams who dropping out of this of this golden ticket qualifier would be crazy. I mean, both of those teams are just so good at the game, but they have now to fight for their tournament life. The first Black Mine already hitting one of the healers, and charging a Monolith, you want to keep those healers alive if possible, Carbon.
Absolutely, especially you have to deal with the rocket loons that come out of the CC with an ice golem in the mix as well. But the Monolith is cleared, so that means the queen can continue to charge her way through and removing the expo, so the queen is completely safe as that ice golem is going to freeze her up.
Yeah, the ice golem is going to delay things quite a bit, but this mortar, that's the bigger threat to this flame flinger, losing a lot of hit points. And now we have the king working his way on the top side to take down, hopefully, that next scatter shot right there. A nice Hawk Rider to tank for the wall break to make sure this wall break is connecting. Ooh. But Carbon, take a look at that. This king is taking a lot of damage, and I'm not really confident that this king is going to get that scatter.
Yeah, that's an issue as the queen keeps pulling Seeking Air Mine after Seeking Air Mine. There's all the Seeking Air Mines over on this side of the base, which means there won't be as many over towards the Town Hall section as the LaLo is coming down. Hound's taking over the air defense, but he's pushing his way into the Town Hall, which has got not only a rage spell, but also an invisibility spell waiting for him.
Yeah, that invisibility spell. We have seen a lot of players struggling with that, so we have the vulnerability super early. Oh no, the invisibility spell is going off. No, the tornado trap. No, don't tell me we're starting with a one stone. No, there's the freeze, the Royal Champion. Come on, target that Town Hall. Royal Champion ability. And thank goodness that Town Hall is going down. Yes, still 40 seconds left. Is this still going to be possible?
7 balloons. Wait a second.
Yeah.
7 balloons. Hello. Drop it. Did you forget you had the balloons in a haste? Like, wait a second. Huh? The Diggy will stun it. And does this go from thinking a 1-star into a 3-star just like that? What?
That was a crazy turnaround. Using now the goblins to actually protect that queen because she lost her already.
Wait, one more ability. Oh, there it is. Okay.
And yeah, no time fell on this one. Great queen charge. I mean, it was looking a little bit rough in the middle part with the town hall and the invisibility tower, but thank goodness everything turned out to be great, and the first 3-star is on the board, and now it's up to Strut, and they really have to step it up. And I think earlier we already said, I think some of us mentioned it, that Musk is such an important member for Strut because he kind of represents in some way how the match for Strut is going. If he 3-stars, if he's like, for Strut everything is going their way, but sometimes he's really struggling. So let's hope that he can really step it up for this match to really make sure that Strut is staying in this tournament. But it's going to be a crazy setup. And a lot of pressure on him, I feel like, to deliver.
Yeah, a lot of pressure. It would be a very interesting stat to know, like, if Matt's 3-stars, how many matches have they won? If he doesn't 3-star, how many matches have they won as well or lost? Like,
yeah,
that's why he is a very important member, and his attack is something we all have to take a look at and focus on, as we're seeing now Asp with a double clone. Okay. And he wants to invest 2 clones, pops that one ability, freezes the sweeper so he can get that blimp all the way towards that monolith and try to secure that town hall.
Ooh, okay, there we go. He made it work. Wait, did he? He actually had only super archers in this one because he was so confident that there are no traps, because I think he deployed the clone right away. Or did I?
Yep.
Did I miss?
He did, yeah.
That is a lot of risk, especially because there might be giant bombs and stuff in that compartment right there. No test troops is really risky.
But it paid off. He got the value, right? That sometimes you have to take that risk And it paid off for Ash here as that king, queen are going to move their way through. And the question is, this is the lower bracket. Are you willing to be more risky in the lower bracket? I mean, it turns out, yes, you need to go all out. Pull it out the 3 stars to have their best chance at winning these matches down here. As that king's going to run down south, he could maybe sneak that RC to go for that multi where that king is passing him by. Remember, no LaLo. Okay, there is the RC, but no LaLo, no Warden for this Rocket Loon LaLo. It's not really a LaLo because there's no Hound, no Lava Hound.
Yeah, but that's always the troops which work the best then with those super minion blimps, because you want to use troops which are already strong on their own and do not need spell support, like Rocket Loons, like Super Barbarian, or like the regular LaLo as well, even though that is sometimes a bit tricky when you have to go through a Rage Up multi-throne tower. That can be really problematic. But right now, this looks amazing. I mean, he's keep adding those Rocket Loons. He has the Queen ability still left, and there is no base left at this point.
Yeah, and the RC even has her ability, which is going to skip through these final buildings, skip through, take that down, and Ash answers for Strut. And we've got ourselves a match here in the lower bracket. It's a 3 stars apiece. Well done to you, and this one's going to be getting interesting for sure. The pressure is mounting.
I actually want to check real quick what the hit rate of Ast is. Okay, because I feel like whenever we watch him, he's like performing. But so far, like without today, he's 6 out of 11 3-star wise. So he's really solid. I mean, solid is like a understatement. Really strong on Town Hall 15 with this hit rate. And today he's just keep delivering. He's trying to get Strut the most optimal start into those matches. And now it's up to his team to really make sure that his investment is paying off.
Yeah, and hey, it paid off. He got it done with the Super Dragons and in this first attack, and then he's getting done with the Raculans. So a lot of the super troops is what he is getting it done with. So well done to Ash, and that's what they need to get is the 3 stars. And hey, taking on a team like Chasmac EA is going to be very difficult. So coming in clutch for your team, especially to start off the match for at least the first attack for your team, is huge, right? If he were to fall short and get a 2-star, that mentality can affect the other players down the road. I know you played competitive. It's been a bit. It's been a little while. And you always love to attack around towards the end of the attacks. Did you notice if anyone in the beginning of your matches, if they failed, did that have a impact on the rest of your team? Or were you guys able to like kind of focus on the attacks and kind of like, I guess, kind of not worry about that?
I feel like you always need, like, it is optimal to not like get affected by that at all. But
yeah,
I, for example, sometimes get affected by that for sure. I mean, it's just like the other teams like keep 3-starring, you are keep fading with your team. And it's like getting frustrating. So you always need at least one of those positive like mindset players in your team, and that was like Maxi for us, who always was like super good and just keeping everyone on board and making sure everyone is concentrated. So it's really important to have players like that if you have someone to struggle as well, like mentally. But let's hope that those teams do not really need that and can stay focused overall. But we have another recall charge with those Electro Dragons, and those are always quite fun to watch.
Yeah, with that recall, pulls that queen back, uses the early bat spell to provide that distraction. E-drags down to move into the Monolith and then into this Town Hall as the queen is going to continue her walk towards that defensive world champion as the wall breaker opens up this walls, and the E-dragons need to get through the king and then that Town Hall.
Yeah, the tornado trap is keeping those E-dragons in place and rotate all of them towards the bottoms. Oh, never mind, they're just flying back up. And now there we have the chains getting into the base. There we go, chains, and Multi-Throne Tower is already taking a lot of damage. Another rage is coming in, but the Black Mines in this core is dealing they're dealing a ton of damage.
We did get the E-Dragon chain there, but it's going to go down, freezes up the Eagle and the Ground Expo to keep that queen alive as the wall break tries to come in. Goes to the Wizard Tower. He can try to wall break again to open up the multi as the... Oh, he finally is now using his Siege Machine. The Battle Drill is going to sneak in from the bottom side.
That is interesting. He's trying to add the Battle Drill with the Royal Champion so they can tank for each other. But the Royal Champion is a little bit early on the base. Wait a second. Can those healers actually carry this? Oh my goodness. There is not that much damage on the back end and the Battle Drillers keep going, Carbon. He still might be able to do this.
Wow, the Battle Drill is tanking, stun that cannon, taking it down. The Royal Champion is slowly getting healed back up.
What?
No way! And that Battle Drill can open up, and he's got it.
Oh,
what?
Wow. You can see the smile. Oh my, I mean, that was impressive. I mean, the Battle Drill on a backhand like this is really solid. And I mean, it is so much better than like the Siege Machine, which you can kind of compare to it, which is the Slammer. Like, Black Mines are affecting the Slammer way too much, while this Siege Machine, it works really well together with the Royal Champion. And a lot of time it feels like, wait, can my defenses shoot back? Like, they're getting stunned by Diggy, then they're getting stunned by the Battle Drill, then they're like, there's no chance for them to fight back. And this was a really nice showcase of that. Great plan, and another 3-star. I mean, we have seen Chasmac EA struggle so much versus Navi, but the Strut bases do not seem to be a problem for them.
Yeah, it's not a problem for them, but now is it going to be a problem for Strut to answer back? We saw Ash get it done for their team to start it off, so the pressure is now mounting on them. It's back-to-back triples for Chasmac. We got a 3-star from Strut as well, and they got to keep it going. We've had a couple other matches that were 10-10, lower scoring wars, but this one is starting to 3 stars after 3 stars. But here we go as Riga Torres is in with a Queen Charge LaLo as he drops a couple hogs to test for some Teslas. Then going to use that Flame Flinger to help clear this whole area before it's trying to eventually move in closer to that Air Expo, which it won't be able to survive much longer after that.
Okay. I mean, Queen Charges, if I remember the attack, which we have just seen from the Taurus in the match earlier, that was a really, really good Queen Charge, but just LaLo struggling a little bit. And with watching this attack, like the plan so far, it looks solid to Queen Charge this base. I mean, it's 4 Air Expos on this one. The only problem I kind of have is, Carbon, if you look on the top right side, the Eagle raged up, the 2 Air Expos raged up. This, okay, Sweeper raged up is not really a big deal, but the 2 multi-throwing towers raged up. LaLo is not going to be easy at all to get through this part of the base.
Yeah, that's going to be very difficult indeed, as the Queen's going to continue her charge. Will she go left to the Wizard Tower? Probably, right? The Wizard Tower? Yeah, okay, so he makes that stuff invisible to be sure to go to the Wizard Tower, as he sends a King as well to try to tank for that Air Expo as the Flame Flinger is about to enter the range. A perfectly timed King, so the Flame Flinger can keep going.
Flame Finger is just keep going. It's such a strong siege machine. It can just deal so much damage, and then you still always have this Clan Castle, which is then coming out, the Clan Castle troop. The Queen Charge so far looks good. He would try to wall break into that Monolith, which should be able, or like he should be able then to reach at least one, if not even both scatter shots. So let's see how that's going to turn out. But this LaLo, this is like the one big thing I'm really worried about. But the Clan Castle lure was amazing because this Monolith is out of range.
He's got 1 minute. He's got 1 minute for 60% of this base. Rigatores, what are you doing? You have no time. How? If this 3 stars, I'm gonna be completely shocked. There is no way. He just doesn't have the time. He thinks that he has like 6 minutes to attack. You only have 3.
Oh no, 40 seconds. The time is ticking. The Royal Champion, the LaLo, is in, but he is going against the Sweeper. And this Sweeper is trying his best to mess up the chance of Strut staying in this tournament. We have the Royal Champion keep going. It's 25 seconds. The LaLo's coming in from every different side. Can he somehow turn this around and make sure that this is 3 stars? He has the Royal Champion ability, Carbon.
What? Are you serious? Are you serious, Rigo? How is he doing this? He drops the balloons down to the bottom side. He's got 8 seconds. Come on. He's going to pop the RC ability.
What?
It skips through. What in the world?
What?
What? Rigators with a 60-second LaLo. He literally takes out 1% every second. There was 60 seconds left, and he had 60% to go, and this man's still 3 stars. How?
I just have to imagine like how the voice comms is looking like. Rigators, start your LaLo. Guys, I'm fine. Please start your LaLo. Time is ticking. Start it. I'm chill. We're all good. Please start. Just going back and forth. But yeah, that was crazy. Really, really cool attack. And I mean, strong Queen Charge LaLo attack. It's nowadays not as often anymore that you really get those crazy charges out there. But that attack was a beauty.
Yeah, insane stuff. Rigatores keeping the pressure on Chasmac EA. Well done to them. Man, what a match it is here in the lower bracket. It's an elimination match as well, so the pressure is mounting. You lose this, you are eliminated from the playoffs, and you're eliminated from the competition, essentially, all together. But here we go. We got early Warden ability blimp, protecting that blimp as it's going all the way across towards that town hall.
Ooh, all the way across, right next to the bomb tower. And what makes this even crazier to me is that I think both of those teams had 10-star performances in their upper bracket match. And now they're like both 2 out of 2. That's just crazy. It is crazy to me how those teams can just like flip things around and perform like that. And this Archer Blimp, I mean, the value looks crazy. If you can now take somehow those multi-inferno towers out of the base, the LaLo, there's nothing really left anymore. But those inferno towers, they have to be taken care of.
Yeah, they have to be taken care of. The defensive rage is there, and it's gonna be doing so much damage. Anything that makes an approach there, as that queen is gonna go to the right side, I think. Yeah. She's got to go to the right. Well, he does use a baby dragon to help grab that wizard tower and slowly make this queen there. Still waiting on this king. Well, a lot of value has been taken down. Oh, okay, there's the king, and then probably sneak the RC in with the king to jump over the walls. Okay, yep, that's what we're seeing.
Okay, yeah, the hero part looks, I mean, solid considering that the queen has went into the wrong direction. But if the Royal Champion can get this multi-inferno tower now with her ability, it should be alright, and I think she should get it. The queen now took down the right side, which isn't, I mean, that's totally fine. LaLo from the top side now, and take a look at that. He can target every single building with those LaLo, like with those loons, which is really, really good for him.
Yeah, with those balloons targeting that, the defensive RC needs to go down. He's only have one more headhunter. He needs to sneak it in somewhere where the defensive cannon locks on the wizard. Sends the headhunter in. Oh, look at that. The headhunter slowly taking down the RC, but no, the headhunter disappears. The lava pups are not able to take her down. And she keeps picking these troops off. He does have the king to come back alive with the phoenix, but the balloons are gonna go down, and Dark Star is looking to hold for our first defense of this match.
Yeah, that is the first defense indeed, and it looked so good. I mean, overall, the plan and everything looked so solid, but just, I think the traps and the tests and everything messing him up, and the Royal Champion obviously not getting taken care of was a big problem. And I don't know, maybe it would have been better to really make sure that he's starting the ladder from the opposite side, to make sure that the king and the Royal Champion are working towards each other and not like overlapping then each other. Maybe that could, but I mean, it's always easy, like it's always easy to say that after the attack when you have seen how everything has worked out. But overall, great attempt. The percentage is really, really high on this one, so it's not maybe the biggest deal.
Yeah, but it's the stars, right? That's where you're focused on. You're focused on getting those 3 stars. And yeah, I mean, there was that eagle, all that section that was up, well, not the eagle, but the defensive raid, right? If that is up, it is just so nasty. You have to really focus on taking that down. But Strut is now focused on getting a 3-star and keeping a 1-star advantage, keeping a 1-star lead here in the elimination match down in the lower brackets. And who do we think is going to be up next? We haven't seen Dark Stars. Maybe it's him? Dark Star or Mask? Oh no, Philip. Okay. Philip is here. He fell short in this previous attack in the last match, but he's looking to turn it around with a queen charge. Wait, what? Is this 7 invis? He's bringing 7 invisibilities here. Oh, it's a super archer.
Yeah, it's a super archer blimp. He wants to take down the damage, or like the beatings which could actually threaten his titans, because this is his follow-up, right? So Monolith, value-wise, is really important for him to take that out. Expos as well, everything which is dealing single target damage is really important for him to take down. But I feel like overall, I'm not sure if he was hoping for more value. Maybe, I mean, he got the Tesla farm, which is not bad, but the Inferno Tower is staying up, the defending king is staying up there. I mean, the Titan is even going there. The Lizard is not really sure where to go, but it's now following with the main group. And now, well, the one headhunter is really money to take down that defending king, hopefully, while the Titans are now pushing into the base with a nice jump.
Yeah, there's the jump to push him in towards that defensive rage, the multi over there. But yeah, that Air Expo and multi on the left side are staying up. The Electro Titan can help potentially try to take it down, as that Warden still has his ability, pops it now, protects a headhunter that runs all the way across the defensive queen. But the multi from the start has not gone down, and this is going to be a big problem as he tries to loop his way all the way back around.
Yeah, the king still working around, as you said, with the Titans in the core. I mean, are they even... There are no Titans left, right? It feels like if you do not have a rage for those healers, those Titans just disappear within seconds. If you cannot rage up the healers, because there is just too much damage in the base, and the Warden ability was not helping that much either. But at the same time, there is one Expo, one Scatter, which are big threats to those heroes. Otherwise, he looks fine, and he has still a freeze left.
He does still have a freeze, the queen ability, RC ability, and they are moving their way through. Going to take out the arch tower, then take out the cannon. There's the wizard to help some assistance, but 50 seconds left is looking pretty good here for Philip. That queen's ability is going to be clutch to this backside, and I think he's got it with that RC ability that will skip through, and there we go. They'll take a 1-star lead here in this match. Woo!
Nicely done. The next 3-star is in, and I just cannot get over it that we have just seen those two teams getting 10 stars in the other 2 matches, and now Strut is like, hold on, we got this 3-star, 3-star, this is just crazy. And I mean, if you would say like Chasmac is 2 out of 3 with like a 90+% 2-star, which is really good on Town Hall 15, but they're still behind, and this is the lower bracket match. This is crazy to me how high the level of those teams is.
Yeah, impressive stuff that we're seeing here. Strut coming in with 3 stars across the board, but Chasmac EA must now turn around. They're going to be down by the star, 9-8. So the pressure is now on them. Strut can sit back a little bit, but you know, they're not going to sit back. They're going to keep the pressure on. They're going to keep coming in with 3 stars. They're going to keep trying to bring in everything they've got to win this match, because they are with their backs against the wall. They can't lose now. If they do, they'll be gone, and they're trying to continue to push through the lower bracket. And if they make it to the grand finals, and if Navi makes it there, you know, you're good. But, I mean, Navi's in the upper brackets, but you got to focus on where your match is right now.
Yeah, that's right. Like, just concentrate on every single little step to get then, and then look at the bigger picture, kind of. But we're seeing another Queen Charge Electro Dragon attack with the recall spell. Such a popular strategy nowadays with those box spaces. But we see quite a few of those air expos in the course, so this could be problematic. We have now the Flinger working, we have the Queen working on the other side. She's going to get recalled at some point, and then going to get added to the other side. Oh, wait a second, did he just deploy 5 healers? Because he won't be able to recall out of that, which would be kind of like a wasted healer there. Or did he only have 4 in the army camps?
That's a good question. I did not catch the healers there. I think he had 5. Actually, no, I'm looking over. Yeah, I think he had 5. Actually, so 5 healers, which you're right. If he does recall that queen, he won't be able to pull all the healers unless what? His unicorn dies, right?
Yeah, if the unicorn dies, then it's fine. But it really depends. I mean, the
Oh,
yeah,
yep,
now the
nope.
one healer. That is unfortunate. I mean, especially if he wanted to invest the rage anyways. I feel like the healer is not really doing a big difference. So, yeah, I'm not really sure. But either way, now the Electro Dragons are getting into the town. I feel like this is the important thing. This is the important phase of the attack. Depending on how the traps are located now, like Tornado Trap and stuff like that, this is what makes or breaks this approach, this Electro Dragon strategy. So let's wait for the traps and see how they're going to impact the attack.
Yeah. Ooh, Warden, and ability. Oh, look at that. The ability goes off, and they're going to push their way past that tunnel poison, getting deeper rages into this core. Oh, the defensive rage off to the far right side goes off, but these E-Dragons need to clear this, and they, come on, no, they keep disappearing. You can just hear the E-Drag's death of just lightnings after lightnings after lightnings. Oh no, there's E-Dragons, but they did clear a bunch of the core, as now he sends the RC to the top multi to try to move around. And he's got king ability still,
yeah,
too.
I think it's not looking that bad. He has the king ability to handle the defending queen, which would be important. He needs to walk in, which, I mean, the king should walk back in now. He has the royal champion, so as soon as this defending queen is going down, this is what matters. If the queen is going down, the royal champ can clear out the rest of the base. But this queen is going to make or break this attack, and so far looks like the king is going to win.
Yep, he had the headhunter perfectly timed in there. RC ability will go off, take these buildings down. Defensive rage goes through, but there's the ability, skips through, helps damage, and we've got another 3-star for Chasmac EA. Brilliant job. So they're up by 2 stars, which means Strut, if they fail their next attack, they'll still be tied. But Chasmac could have the percentage lead, depends on what the next attack is for Strut.
Yeah, I mean, overall, looking good for Strut. You said it right, and it's now the next attack. And I mean, I know that Musk is such a good attacker, but he's still like the one attacker who is left for Strut, and he has struggled. Ratey said a little bit in those big moments. So let's hope that he can somehow push through this and get the 3-star for his team, and especially for himself and his confidence. I mean, we know that he's typically like mental wise, based on like tweets he's doing and stuff, a really positive person. So Andy is going to be the last attacker, so they're putting even more pressure on him. They are really confident in how Musk is going to attack and everything, which is showing a lot about this team, that they are trusting each other just so much, which I think is amazing.
Yep, as we're seeing Darkstar decide to bring in that Blizzard. He loves the Blizzard LaLo, as we've got the Super Wizards going to be coming out of here looking to grab the Town Hall, the Monolith. Looks like some Teslas have popped up in the core of this base, and then he could even turn around and go for the Ground Expo. And one more, no more Invis, and no, they don't get the Expo there.
Okay, the Expo is saying a lot, but it's a Ground Expo. Let's see how much impact that's going to have. Maybe for the Royal Champion, if she's going to get sent into the multi-front towers, that might be a thing. But let's see how that is going to work. Let's see how that's going to work. He's investing even a jump to get in between those multi-front towers. So yes, definitely that Ground Expo is going to be a difference, because those heroes are going to dive just straight in between those 2 rage towers, in between those 2 multi-front towers, and everything, or let's say a lot, is relying on this queen with her 1 healer charge.
1 healer charge. Let's go. Okay. As the king is going to run his way to the outside, that jump spell is going to help benefit this queen to grab the multis, and the multis are just out of range of the defensive range spells, that he's able to then pop the ability, take the eagle down, and he's going to try to go for the other multi. Look at that. So nice so far.
Yeah, really nicely done. But now the rage towers, they won't go down because of the defensive ground expo we were talking about earlier. This defensive expo could be a big difference maker because the rage towers are staying up and they are reloading. Now another freeze has been invested. Royal Champion has to work her way across. She's avoiding one of the ground expos for now and going for the other one. And Carbon, this is looking again like a beautiful attack.
Beautiful indeed. Gonna put another 3-star up for Strut, and the pressure is gonna be on Mask to keep that pace going. Wow, Strut, what a turnaround. Going from the upper bracket, getting pushed down to this lower bracket here on the brink of elimination, and they got 3-star after 3-star and 3 stars. They got 4 in a row, and can Mask close it out? Chasmac EA is going to look to put a 3-star to put even more pressure on Mask, because you hate to say it, Mask did get a 1-star in his last attack, so you know that can be a huge mind game going in now for this. His last attack is he will be the actual last attacker of this match, as Chasmac EA will have one more just before Mask goes in. So lots of pressure. You know his teammates are talking to him. They're all going to be helping him in terms of spotting, potential, the small details in the plan. So good luck, as it's going to come down to these final 2 attacks here.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. And I mean, Chasmac EA, if they get this 3-star, it's just going to be crazy how much pressure is on his shoulders on Mask. But first, let's wait for the attack for Chasmac EA to see what they're going to come up with. Because if it's a 2-star on the other side, we're like saying, if it's a 3-star, like a lot of, I mean, if it's a 2-star, it is kind of relaxed for Mask, or it should be. So that should be then no problem. So everything is relying on this next attack, or how much pressure there's going to be in the end for Mask, and how things are going to turn out then. But yeah, I can't wait to see what strategy they're going to use then with their last attack now.
Yeah, because if they 3-star, then they'll be put at a 98.4. That is such a high percentage. Absolutely insane. So we'll see, as Takana, he loves to play it risky. We've seen many of his attacks come down to the wire, as we're seeing him with that Queen the Warden Walk. Zap Electro Titans is the call. And where does he want to send these Electro Titans? Because it's all coming down to this. He's looking for that triple.
He is looking for that triple for sure. Flame Flinger going in from the top side. We have the archers as well working already. Time is always an issue, so bringing a couple of archers working on those outside buildings early on is a big deal. And he has 2 wall breaks and a jump spell. And a dream of getting those 3-stars. So let's see how good those Titans are going to make it through this core of the base.
It's all going to come down to that Warden ability. Needs to pop it at the perfect time. Luckily, the Warden's out of range of the defensive Warden. The Ice Golem's tanking. Queen is down, and here goes your Electro Titans. They are in. Queen's going to remove the Grand Warden. There's the wall break. He gets another one in to break. Yes, there it is, perfectly timed, so he can then go for the multi, and it's going around, opens the multi-target Inferno compartment so that he can jump his way towards this Town Hall.
Jump all the way. I mean, this jump is getting him all the way to the Town Hall, but there's one big problem for him, and that is the Rage Tower. Those Titans, they have to get through the Town of Poison just because of those walls surrounding the Town Hall, and there's going to be a Raged Up Town Hall, Raged Up Expos, Raged Up Multi-Inferno Tower. There's going to be just so much damage, and I'm not sure if those Titans can tank it all the way, but let's just see. Town Hall is going down, and Titans, they're just running straight into the Town Hall explosion, and they're taking just so much damage.
Yeah, they are taking a lot of damage indeed, but the Flame Flinger opened up with the Yeti, opened up with the Electro Titan, which they moved their way to take out the Scatter Shot. The Royal Champions making her way to from the right side, pops that King ability. Queen came back alive with the Phoenix, so she got a lot more value. The Royal Champion has ability. We've got a giant Wizard to try to help do a little bit more damage to the defensive King, as his King does not have the Poison Lizard anymore. RC's ability is going to clutch and get a lot of this value here. Pop the ability. There it is. Skips through. But the defensive King's going to be a problem.
Oh no, the freeze is here, but without having a headhunter, there's just not that much damage on that defending king, and this king is just so tanky. I mean, this king is not taking any damage, and the Royal Champion is just getting, oh no, taken care of, and now we have the Titan and Yeti. He's trying his best, but I'm not sure if the Titan is going to win that 1 versus 1. The aura is not going to be strong enough, and it's going to be a 2-star.
It is a 98% 2-star, which means that Mask, all he'll have to do is get a 50% 2-star, and they will be victorious at getting 14 stars. So 13 from Chasmac EA. So Mask, a lot less pressure is now on you, but you still have to get what's needed, the 2 stars, to advance.
Yeah, 2 stars have to be secured. That is the one big thing, right? But I don't think that he is going to struggle with that. He got this, and let's see how risky he's going to approach this. Hopefully he's not taking too many risks, or let's see if he's going to change maybe something in his plan which he originally had. But overall, I think 2 stars should be easy to handle for him, and this would mean that Strut is going to survive in this lower bracket match, which, I mean, 13 stars, 98% average destruction. I think this would have won pretty much every other upper bracket match.
Yep.
But this lower bracket match for Strut, it's most likely to lose that match for them, which is just beyond crazy. And we have now a super archer blimp. Don't tell me he's going to do a one blimp from the opposite side. Don't do it.
He might. What if he does? Uh-oh.
No,
there's
the
some
sweeper.
Lightning. He takes the sweeper out. Here we go. Okay, Mask. You know you 1-star, and you're in a lot of trouble. You're in a lot of trouble.
Why do you do this?
He wants to keep us on the edge of our seats here. This is why.
Are you?
Oh boy.
No. Okay. Everything relies on this blimp. The blimp is flying. There was a sweeper, so it's unlikely.
Oh, there's a tornado.
No way.
Uh-oh. And a sinking air mine. Oh, no. Oh, it doesn't even get close. No. He doesn't even clone him up. Wait, what? Oh, no, he cloned a few, but what's happening?
No, Mosh, you can't. Why? You could just blimp the town hall and... Oh, no. I mean, he got a lot of value. But he has now the king and queen, and he somehow needs to still get the town hall. He might invest the Royal Champion from, like, the back or something, but... I mean, he has 2 spells left to support those heroes, but come on, Mas, you can't do this to us.
If there is Skellies next to this town hall, it's not going down. You know that. Those Skellies will be way too much, as he's gonna send the RC from the far right side into the builder hut, and this is all coming down to this. Mask, you need to get this town hall to win. If you don't, you're going to potentially lose if you don't get enough percentage, as he sends a headhunter in across in front of that RC. Queen's ability goes off, takes out the builder hut, double giant bombs, small bombs, a lot of damage, makes the RC invisible. Oh no, the Diggy died. Wait, what? Oh no, it's a defensive rage.
No way.
Oh no. No. What? There's no way. Oh
what?
My. Wow.
But why?
79%.
Why would you do such a risky plan?
Unfortunate. And the town hall does not go down, which means that Chasmac EA will have the advantage on percentage, and they will advance in the match. This was the elimination match. Congratulations to Chasmac EA. They are victorious, but what a mind-blowing final attack to come in, and Chasmac EA probably does not believe what just happened.
I mean, I just can't believe what just happened. I mean, I'm just confused because you could just blimp the town hall, like do one of those sneaky goblin blimps with a warden ability, and it would have been enough. I mean, I don't know, but well, Chasmac EA getting to the next round, surviving the lower bracket, and for Strut, they are not going to make it with 4 3-stars back to back to back to back, and Musk unfortunately getting another 1-star.
Yep. And we talked about it. It comes down to Mask in this match, and what he does can dictate what happens. And everyone else 3 stars. Unfortunately, it was the one attack in the final closing minutes that determined this one. But there it is, Blizzard LaLo coming in from Navi, and hats off to Chasmac EA. You have to give it to them. They did not quit. They kept fighting, and they are now moving on in the Rush of Clans Golden Ticket Qualifier, and Strut will be going home. They are unfortunately eliminated. To think that you get 4 triples in a match, and you still don't make it, unfortunately. The 1-star is the killer, but that's why the safe 2-star plans can come in to try to save the day, but unfortunately the risky plan with the Super Archer blimp, Sitsu.
Yeah, that's always the problem with those Super Archer blimps. Like, if the blimp works, this strategy looks like the most broken thing in the entire game. But then again, you have attacks like this where the blimp is catching the tornado trap, not making it where it's supposed to go, and things can go downhill really quick with this blimp. And unfortunately, that was exactly the case with the attack of Mask, and this means Chasmac EA is going to stay in this lower bracket and can continue their run and have maybe the chance of making it all the way. Because take a look at that, we have now Chasmac EA waiting for their next opponent. And it's not going to get any easier than that, because take a look at the upper matches. Tribe Gaming versus Clash Champs, 13 versus 15 stars in the first round. Then we have 12 versus 13 stars in the other match, ET Esports versus Navi. Both of those matches we're going to see a broadcast today. And I mean, those are some incredible matches.
Yeah, incredible matches to come. But you know what's incredible? We're going to be welcoming back Judo back to the desk here. Judo, what a crazy finish. What's your take on what just happened?
You probably think I'm muted because I don't know what to say. I really don't.
Yeah.
I mean, I do feel for Mask, but on the same token, like Itsu said, it was just so risky that it wasn't necessary. And you've got to know when to not take those risks. You know, I think you mentioned in one of the opening attacks, Carbon, how, you can be a bit risky in the lower bracket. You do need to take those risks. I think it was with Ask's attack, but only when it is needed. You know, it was just a little bit too much of a risk there for sure. So that's my thoughts on it anyway, Carbon.
Yeah, it's the risk. Unfortunately, it did not pay off, which cost them. Like, you would think, okay, it cost them. They go to a lower... No, this was the lower bracket. So now you were eliminated, and you just got to feel for Mask, right? The rest of his teammates he's got to feel gutted, right? Is like, you can't harp on him too much, right? It's just, it is what it is. He went with an attack that he thought, you know what? Yeah, it might be a little risky, but I think this is the best approach to take this base down. And like, yeah, you don't need a 3-star at that point, but it's always about looking back on the attack. And unfortunately, it didn't go their way. But we do have to congratulate Chasmac EA. Deserved the victory. They put on a performance. 13 stars and 98%. Like Itsu said before, that can really defeat any of the teams that were playing early, other than Clash Champs, who got that perfect war. But man, incredible stuff. So we're going to be, you guys are going to be taking off into the next match, which is going to be Tribe Gaming taking on Clash Champs. So I'll give it off to you, Itsu, and Judo. Take it away. And man, this is going to be an amazing match. Can't wait.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be
definitely
incredible. Tribe Gaming with really high scores throughout the tournament so far, and Clash Champs just got those 15 stars in their first match here. So I think this is going to be a crazy face-off between some incredible teams. And as Carbon said, this should be a really good match.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure we are guaranteed to be an epic matchup. Looking at the stats there, you can see how impressive Tribe Gaming's stats were, but I don't think this takes into consideration the previous matches. So we can add one extra triple for every single one of these Clash Champ team members, because they did get the perfect war in that opening matchup, which, I mean, is super impressive. Perfect wars, they're certainly not easy in today's meta. So this one is going to be, I feel, the most exciting match of today. I know we have, obviously, another exciting match coming up, but this one, we kind of have the team that Tribe had the best stats from last weekend, if I'm not mistaken, and obviously Chasmac with the perfect. It really is it's an interesting one. I think it's hard to predict. I don't know if you have any thoughts on predictions, Itsu, or whether you don't even want to go there.
I mean, for me, like, those two teams are incredibly hard to predict because they have incredible highs, but really deep lows as well, with like sometimes getting those 10 stars as well on their own, but sometimes just getting 15 stars. So let's see how they're going to get into this match, if they can start things off similar to what we just had with Strut and Chasmac EA, both starting really strong. Dash Jam starting this match off with an Inferno Dragon attack, and is it going to be as well a far side blimp all the way across? It does not seem like that just for now, because that blimp has not been used just yet. So maybe he's going to use that with the heroes in a later stage of this tournament.
Yeah, just wait until the Inferno Dragons have popped that tornado, so he knows the blimp's getting all of the way across, right? But this is definitely something we haven't really seen a lot of recently. Obviously, it was massive in past times, the Inferno Dragon and Skellies. Does actually get the blimp all of the way through to the Town Hall. And interestingly enough, he's still got a couple of Dragon Riders hammering down onto that Monolith. Can he get it? He does. Town Hall goes down. And now with the heroes, he's got a much better shot with that Monolith gone.
Yeah, and especially all of those expos are in range for his queen. But he has started the king early, which means the queen is going to be stuck for quite some time on this hound, while the phoenix is on the king. So even if the king is going down, he might be able to tank a little bit longer. But with the queen being stuck for so long on that king, she is not able to dish out the damage which she would like to do.
Yeah, interesting approach here, but it always amazes me how much value they can get with the heroes on the back end of the base. One grounded expo does fall, but he does have another one sitting at the back there. RC ability will probably go off soon. Not a lot of other support for the Archer Queen other than the spells, so I honestly think this is going to be very tough moving to the back end. Just about gets that expo to protect the Royal Champion. Hopefully get that spell tower down before it reactivates, but the Archer Queen ability's already gone off. Not going to be able to pull through to the back end 3-star here.
Yeah, the back end is just a little bit too strong on this one. And this means already that the Tribe is starting things off with a solid defense, because this attack as well is not going to crush this 83% mark. We were talking about this earlier in the broadcast already with 2 stars. You typically try to reach this 90% threshold. This is like the percentage mark where we would say, okay, we did not get the 3-star. That's always the goal in most of those attacks. But 90% 2-star, that is like, we're fine with that, okay? It's not like that it's putting us at a too big disadvantage because of the percentage. It's solid overall. It's still putting up pressure to the other team. So he's not getting that far. And now it's back to Tribe. And as always, defense is nice, but you need to turn this into a great offense now. Otherwise, this was not worth anything.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Clash Champs will have probably been looking at the opening matches and suspecting that they were potentially going up against Tribe. So obviously building their bases specifically for that. So it'll be interesting to see what types of bases they run, whether they do kind of mix things up. I think that was an interesting dynamic you mentioned earlier, actually, on how having one type of base might actually be a good call to not allow your teammates to be able to pick and choose. Because if you run different types, and you have specialists within the team, you're allowing them to say, I'll take this base, I'll take, and it's a bit more obvious as to who picks what. So it'll be an interesting dynamic as to what they run here, knowing that they could have had a good guess they'd be going against Tribe, shall I say.
Yeah, but the first impression so far about both teams seems like box bases are just the way to go. And this one is going to be a Warden Blimp. It's going to be a Blizzard, it seems, because we do not see the clone spell, which we typically see with like a super archer blimp. There is a lot of black mines, and it seems like that they did not think of that someone would be crazy enough to use the warden right here, because a regular blimp would have not gotten there, but this warden super wizard blimp is actually getting there. And Carbon, take a look at that value. Multi-Inferno Tower, Expo, Eagle, 2 scatter shots. What's that value?
Yeah, that was super impressive. I'll be honest, I thought he was going to try and land on the clan castle, but definitely the right call to land just that little bit earlier, because everything's so dense in the middle of the base. The Blizzard was able to just chain and get all of that down. So very impressive. And I really like just that one bowler to bounce and get the funnel, just starting things off. Like you said, just trying to reverse engineer what they've built and what they wouldn't expect. Definitely paid off in this one, but he's got a long ways to go to get down to that town hall, that's for sure. Maybe just hoping his LaLo will be able to power through it.
Yeah, I'm still like trying to like look at the bottom side and everything, because I mean the warden ability is such a big investment, and yes, he got a lot of like value out of the base, but still it is always risky to some degree that you have to go through a defending queen, defending multi-inferno tower, and you cannot invest the warden ability to protect, for example, the headhunters. Those small things can really be a big difference maker on this one. And the wall break, by the way, as well, did not work. So he has to do the LaLo now into the town hall, which does not seem as easy, considering that, well, the town hall needs to be activated first.
Yeah, and he's only got a small group of balloons. Arguably, he's got 10 left in the pocket as well, but he's obviously hoping to get that down so he can use his other balloons to reinforce. Down it goes, and he doesn't have to worry about hasting them out. There was literally 3 balloons over the top of that town hall, so just allows those to go down. Can he get in towards that monolith enough with these balloons, though? That's the question, and I'm not too sure. It doesn't look like it because they are very low in health. So just not able to get that down. It's going to be super close here, Itsu, but it's not quite going to be enough.
Yeah, and he has some more percentage, or some more seconds to pick up more percentages. He can't really invest the archer, which is, I think he did it now, to lure those troops away from his minions, but he can't really use it. Otherwise, those skeletons just like walk into the different side. But yeah. Nibrax is actually getting towards this 90% mark, which we were mentioning earlier, so it's going to be a 7% lead, which, I mean, considering that it's only one attack in on both sides, is not the biggest difference maker, but I don't know, maybe it's going to affect the two teams somehow. We don't know how they react to those little things mentally, but for now, for us, from our side, it's pretty much even.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm sure that they'll take it, right? Like the percentage lead, they will certainly take that over being behind. But like you said, I think they'll just focus on each individual attack, not really get too caught up on how things go. Obviously, you have a bit of an awareness, but I'm sure the second player is already kind of prepping on the voice chat, ready to go for that second attack and just getting the final touches on the base. But here we go with a Skelly Donut. We're seeing these quite a lot, actually, with the Monolith and the Clan Castle either side of the wall next to each other. That seems to be a primary target we have seen today. So far, so good in terms of knocking those both down. And there they go, Itsu. Nice start to this attack.
Yeah, really good start. And those are typically the attacks where those teams are just so good at. And this base freaks me out because it is a box base, or like it's the setup of a box base, but it's not symmetrical, which this should not be the case. It just looks wrong. I don't know if I'm the only person who's thinking like that, but it just feels so strange with the base not being symmetrical. But hey, it is what it is. I cannot change it. So let's see if he's going to get affected by that. But King is funneling the left side. Queen is getting pushed towards the town hall compartment to take down the town hall, and this looks so far really good for him.
Yeah, I guess even just considering it to the new builder base with the bases you were talking about, how it definitely does bring a certain factor if you can bring something that's unique and looks different and just confuse people. So you know, maybe that's the angle they're going with here as well. Just a little bit of confusion for the attacker. But so far, I'd say it's not looking too bad here with the Archer Queen getting the value down the bottom. She's just about to sneak that Expo. LaLo really doing a good job up top. But now he's got that raged up multi again. So devastating for the balloons. And down they go one at a time. There's just no getting through it.
Yeah, and the Warden can't really find a big group to follow, so he's just like staying behind. Those two loons are not enough to make him follow, and it feels like that those troops are just getting picked off from those defenses. The Bitter Hearts trying their best, but it's just too much base left for the Royal Champion. But maybe, just maybe, the Warden and the Owl can take down the remaining defenses. Wait a second.
Archer Towers rip. It's down. There we go. Now the Warden can clean up. Oh my word. That was fantastic. And I think a big thing that went in his favor there was the balloons that crossed over the top of the Expo and just took it down. Although the RC ended up going down, it was pivotal in taking down a couple of those defenses towards the end and that of the Builder Huts. So a great job to get the 3 stars there. Whilst Tribe were in the lead of percentage, like we were saying, it really doesn't matter at all when the 3 stars is the goal. So now the ball is in Tribe Gaming's court and they have to respond.
Yeah, and it's always so cool just to like watch the players celebrate, because it's just such a relief to get those 3 stars in. And I mean, it's completely different to what we had on Town Hall 14, where a lot of top players, a lot of pro players were kind of describing the feeling as, if you 3-star, that was kind of the expected outcome. If you don't 3-star, this is where you failed. It was not really a success feeling anymore. But on Town Hall 15, this has changed for a lot of those players, where they're saying a 3-star is now special. Even for those players, it is now something to really celebrate. And you can really see that in the expressions of those players, really getting excited for those 3 stars, especially in those clutch moments. And getting the first 3 stars of a match is always really exciting and always really important, because it puts up a lot of pressure on the other team.
Absolutely, and I think it's just, you know, such a relief for them as well when that finally comes through. One thing that I actually really enjoy is how we are slightly behind in the replay, and we can see them celebrate. We're like, there's no way he got that right, and then they're just celebrating. You see it come through. I always think that's so cool that we get to see their reaction a couple of seconds before what we're actually watching. However, Rakirez, the pressure is on. As you said, he's got a lot of experience, and actually going in for one of the, well, Skelly Bat Donut attacks. Gets the multi with the bats. And he holds the nerve. Yep. Good placement on that invis to get the Clan Castle as well.
Did he? No, he did not deploy any bats for the core multi-inferno, right? Which surprises me, to be honest. I would have expected that he would deploy bats there as well. Like, sometimes I would love to just ask the pro right away after they attacked why they did certain things, because right now, I mean, for me, it just looked like the first couple of invisibility spells that, why don't you just take one more spell to take down the core multi-inferno tower? It looked perfect from the ranges to me, but then again, there are like those small things, those little details, which could make such a big difference and sometimes completely deny a certain way of attacking. So that would be for sure something I would like to ask him. Why not take down another multi-inferno tower? But maybe I'm just too greedy.
Well, maybe just tag him on Twitter afterwards. A lot of the pro players obviously have Twitter, share bases, share tactics, videos. So I definitely recommend checking out a lot of the, you know, the players on Twitter. But we were having the conversation with Carbon about Siege Machine usage, and he's using the Battle Drill here as well. So he's got Diggy and the Battle Drill going into stun defenses. Rage Tower goes off. The multi-infernos are there. And I wonder what he's got inside that Battle Drill for those multi-infernos, because the LaLo, he's just trying to circle around it.
Yeah, the Royal Champion losing her ability early on. Now it's all about the core. He's trying to get those out. There is a Dragon Rider in there, which are not as affected by the multi-inferno towers. But I'm not sure. There's the Wizard Tower, there's the Monolith on the back end. It just feels like there's damage missing on the back end. And I can see him shaking his head. And he already knows that a 3-star here is going to be really impossible at this point to pull off, because there was too much on the back end. Great Tessa farm on the back end. And, well, the core was just too stacked, too much damage for the Royal Champ to take down any of those buildings.
Yeah, it seemed like as soon as that Rage Tower popped, his Queen was still alive up until that point. His Queen and RC just ended up taking so much damage, maybe just a little bit more than he was expecting. But sometimes when you don't always know, like we were just saying at the start, what the pro is looking to do, it can be hard to then identify what exactly went wrong. So it'd always be good to get that perspective on things as well. Like, what do you think you could have changed in this attack? Because only he knows the plan exactly on what he was aiming for. It looked to me like it was going pretty good until that Rage Tower popped and everything, you know, like you said, just took immense damage in the middle.
Yeah, I feel like there were some traps, and those Rage Towers, if there's two multi-inferno towers, you might think, well, those are just multi-inferno towers. But if the Rage Tower is there and those multi-inferno towers are getting covered, even dragons, even the Royal Champion, anything is just going to melt in that damage. And yeah, overall there was just too much damage in the core. This felt like overall being the problem. So really unfortunate, but this means Clash Champs now, after 2 attacks each on both sides, have the advantage. And remember, both of those teams have still a second tournament live, if you want to call it like that, because we are in the upper bracket, so they still have one lose open to still be in the tournament. But Clash Champs, they're up next, and they could really generate a huge lead with getting another 3-star.
Yeah, absolutely. And a great point as well, because we will be seeing both of these teams tomorrow, irrespective of the outcome of this. But, you know, clearly running through to the final on the top bracket is what the guys are aiming to do. Leo with the Lava Loon, he has 3 skeleton spells here, so maybe he's, you know, looking for the donut here as well with the monolith, and the clan castle. That is exactly what he's going for. I think I'm going to be after looking at bases for that as well. Maybe start practicing the Skelly donut, because it's something that they are using a lot. And the bases... Oh, just about gets it. Wow. What I was going to say is the bases do trickle down over time to, like, regular wars, right? So when you see stuff like this, typically you will then see these bases in regular wars as the links get shared and things as well. So a good way that if you're watching the esports, you can hopefully, you know, mimic a lot of the attacks to take down the bases.
Yeah, but then, like, when you try to mimic some of those attacks, it's like, wait a second. This looked so easy when this guy did this on stream, and I'm like, not even getting the first step right. It's pretty crazy. I mean, you see the same thing as well with some of the challenges then getting sometimes really tricky if some people trying to follow the instructions and things. So it always looks easy. Most of the time it's not really, but on this attack, something which is not looking as easy is that Inferno Tower might survive. And wait a second, that Queen is going completely different direction than she was supposed to go.
Yeah, decided to step in after it. Even after the Phoenix got the multi-inferno down, Queen ability will be popped, and hopefully she can step in towards the Eagle, but I think the invis will wear off and she will not get that. There's a lot of damage on the Royal Champion here, so I don't think the RC is going to get close to that either. Maybe he can send in a couple of loons or something out of the way of the multi, but it's a bit hard to say right now. Or maybe the Phoenix can just get it.
Ooh, the Phoenix keep going. Wait a second, the Poison Tower is reloading. Phoenix got it. Okay, but a couple of Eagle shots actually were coming out, and all of those loons just disappeared. But wait a second, he has a Hound and 15 more loons to go. The problem though is this ward now needs to follow, and there's a raged up multi-inferno tower around the town hall where the rage is slowly running out.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be trying to mimic this attack. Let's put it that way. Like, phases of Lava Loon, but somehow he's slowly getting through the base here. Surely he doesn't have enough to get... Oh, the Dragon Rider nearly got that multi, but the Warden gets it! Can he get through to that scatter shot? The Expos are on ground, so if he gets the scatter shot, he's really only got 2 Builder Huts to worry about. Its time is probably going to be his biggest factor, but the way he's being able to take down as many defenses of this is just amazing to me, too, because I thought this was a done deal a minute ago.
Yeah, it's like always so crazy. The small things like delaying his loons, the rage of the multi-inferno tower around the town hall section is running out, so he's delaying things a little bit, and all of those small little pieces moving together, and then the LaLo deployment pushing this attack that far even after the queen going to the wrong direction and things like that, which is super impressive, really strong. But that's again like one of the main skill sets those pros have. Like, most people can execute a plan if it's going to plan. I mean, if you have an idea, that's what you want to do, and everything is working as intended, that's where Clash of Clans then looks easy and sometimes feels easy. But as soon as things are going wrong, and then how you react in those split seconds and trying to adapt on the fly, like this is where really true skill is showcased. And this was really nicely done here with saving the attack on a really high percentage after something crucial going wrong in the beginning. And Judo, this feels like the match of Skelly Donut. Maybe you should really dig into this, because those pros are going crazy with this.
Yeah, and it seems like they are going for virtually the same thing every time. Monolith and Clan Castle either side of each other. Down they go. I always like the Skelly Donut because it always feels like by taking out the middle of the base, not only are you taking out those two buildings, you're also helping to make the pathing once you get into the base just so much easier to predict, because you now have a dead space in the middle of the base. So he can almost, trying to think of an analogy, like pieces of pie, I guess, just cut apart the base in different areas, and he can predict his troops so much easier with the hero dive. So let's see exactly what he's going to do here. Looks like the Barbarian King is all he's deploying for the Town Hall. I'm not sure if he's going to get that, but maybe he will. What do you think?
I feel like with the freeze and everything, he should be fine. The queen is about to get the multi-inferno tower. He's trying to delay the king ability, so the poison effect is running off, and he's going to get that town off for sure. And now the LaLo is already starting, and again, we see a LaLo with that battle drill with the Royal Team together, because they're just tanking for each other. They just keep stunning those defense. Take a look at that. The Wizard Tower stunned. Now we have the Scatter stunned. Diggy is going to stun the Scatter as well in a second. Those defenses get no chances of fighting back, and this is where this combination is really interesting, and we see it getting used more and more often. He still has the Warden ability to use for the core, but so far he's holding it back.
Yeah, and I think you can definitely underestimate the power of the battle drill if you are able to protect it and get it into those areas that you want, because the stun can be so helpful. Dragon Riders and Loons coming out. Now, a couple of red air bombs do get rid of the Loon, but the Dragon Rider, it can just pop off that Expo. Hopefully he can get through the multi-inferno. He's really only got the air defense to worry about at the back end of the base, because the Royal Champion should be able to finish the rest off.
Yeah, I feel like we're still like figuring out, okay, is this looking good? Is this looking bad? While he's already celebrating, as you talked earlier, like he's already like pumping his fists and everything. Really good attack, and Yo-Yo is back in business after not getting, or kind of after destroying his own perfect hit rate in the first match. He is back in this one, and this was such a crucial, because take a look at the stars and at the percentage. Those two teams are now within range of two buildings. It's 0.4%, which is equal to 2 buildings in game, and that's how much lead Clash Champ has right now, which is not that much.
Yeah, next to nothing. I don't think they are. I mean, like I said earlier, they'll take it, but I don't think they are utilizing that as a method to, you know, guarantee the victory. However, what it does mean is if they triple out, it doesn't matter what happens on defense. The war is in their control, but when it's such a slim margin, and when you do have Tribe Gaming keep throwing back the 3 stars, it definitely continues to mount up in terms of the pressure of continuing to perform, particularly in this meta, like you were saying, where the 3-star is not what is expected. So it'll be interesting to see which team is able to continue on here, or whether they both can, because they're both capable of it. And we kind of seen that in the last war as well, despite it being the lower bracket, how they just kept bouncing 3-stars back and forth. Kind of did feel like the Town Hall 14 days. But it's exciting to see either way when the teams do have the attacks come through exactly as they planned.
Yeah, and oh no. Again, one of those not symmetrical bases. I was like looking at the Town Hall side, I was like, yeah, this looks kind of symmetrical. And then in the core, like, wait a second, where's the expo below that eagle when it's like, Stefan the base builder, like, this guy is really messing up my brain here with those setups. But okay, we have another base where it's not symmetrical, which makes sense. I mean, let's get that out of the way first. It is good to have those non-symmetrical bases because this is normally giving someone, okay, this side looks better or it looks worse, or should I go for that? So it's easier to bait certain entries, and I think this is exactly what you're looking for as a base builder. Wait a second, did he just... Is that right on the bomb tower? This might be not... I mean, super archers can survive a bomb tower, so maybe it's not as problematic.
Yeah, he obviously, as we mentioned earlier, had those test troops to move forward and just guarantee before he used the clone spell that he was going to get that. And like you said, once the super archers have got their value, it doesn't matter how much hit points they have. If they're inside that invisibility spell, they're good. So they can survive a bomb tower. It's just whether there's other traps around it and you haven't tested sufficiently. That's when you're really playing the risk. But I would say pretty good value there. Unfortunate that the battle builders are pretty much repairing every building he got extra damage onto. But still, I would say that's all he was expecting, really. Or what do you think?
I think just based on where he landed with his Super Archer Blimp and based on how the Super Archers work, if I land there, I would expect my Super Archers to get, for example, the Monolith, just based on how he landed. Like, if they shoot the Eagle, they will get the Monolith as well, right? I would expect them to get that Scatter and Ground Expo, for example, with how it's structured. So I think overall value-wise, I would say it's a bit underwhelming, but let's see. I mean, Super Archer Blimps, it's all about the follow-up as well with the heroes, I feel like, which so far looks really, really good from him.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of rocket balloons to really just get in and snipe the scatter shot, but then he's got a lot of balloons. However, the Tesla that have just popped in front of the scatter shot means that's going to be very hard to target onto, and likewise at the top where the multi-target Inferno is, he's really going to have a tough time getting to that location as well. So this is going to be really tricky without spells.
Yeah, and especially I feel like the Golem was completely wasted, unfortunately. I mean, he had a full HP Golem to tank for his Queen, but the Queen died before the Golem even took any damage whatsoever. So yeah, I think overall the value from the Super Archer Blimp was not great. He expected way more from that, just based on how the angling works and everything with those Super Archers, and you can really see that. And this is like always the problem with those Super Archer Blimps. I know that everyone is always saying like, oh, Super Archer Blimps, they're just so broken. I mean, I can understand why people think that, because if you watch YouTube videos and other things, you will mainly see the successful attacks, right? You will see where the Super Archer Blimp takes down half of the base with, yes, it works sometimes, but then again, you have attacks like this where even the Blimp is not getting baited, but still, you're not getting the value you're looking for, and then the Super Archer Blimp is looking like, not the greatest, okay? Let's put it that way.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm not afraid to say that I stopped using the Super Archer Blimp because I had too many 1-stars, so I have not done that strategy in a long time. It's just so risky of where you land. But like you said, if you can pull it off, you can make it look incredibly overpowering. But that's just, you know, it's kind of that risk versus reward nature, which is kind of cool. And that's why we don't always see it here in the pro scene, because exactly what just happened. So, whilst Clash Champs were in the lead via that fraction of percentage, obviously Tribe Gaming can flip that now if they 3-star in this attack with Super Archers in themselves. And this is always an interesting one that I see, where you have that Super Archer smash attack, mixing in a couple of Titans for this as well.
Yeah, and to me it's always it's always hard to keep those Super Archers alive, I feel like, because somehow you want to have those healers staying on the Titans to like make sure they're not like getting taken care of right away, but then again you need them on the Super Archers because of all of the splash, right? Like you go into multi-inferno towers, you have scatter shots on the flanks of the attack, so it's really tricky always to keep those troops alive. And let's see how good Kronos can do that, because this is to me always the make or break point for this type of strategy. And he overall has 2 jump spells, jumping in early on, trying to approach those scatters and the multi-inferno tower one by one, and that's why he's sending in, or like placing the jump spell a little bit offset than just straight up in the middle.
Yeah, I'm almost wondering if he has like a headhunter in that flame flinger to go alongside the... Oh, he sends in a headhunter alongside it. That would have been interesting because it was clear it was going to be popped by the Archer Queen. So the Yeti and the Titan will get through that. But as you mentioned, this is the problem with the Super Archers. A couple of them are so far behind that... Yeah, they do now manage to pull into the middle of the base, but sometimes they can just get stuck. And if they don't move into the center, it could be extremely difficult to turn things around. Town Hall does go down, though, and it's not looking too bad towards the back end of the base now.
Yeah, and I feel like it wasn't a bad thing for him that the Super Archers stayed behind in the first place, because this means that, well, they did not go down right away. They were staying alive for quite some time, and now they can try to take over, deal damage non-stop over those walls, because they're complete crazy range. And now it's all about the back end. This defending king can make or break it. And wait, why is it? There's half the base left. Chrono, stop celebrating. It's too early. How, I mean, okay, by now I could see it as well that it's going to be a 3-star. But to me, those celebrations are always way too early.
I can't stop laughing at it. It's just, honestly, it just brings a smile to my face to see the pure joy that they have in getting the 3-star. What an incredible attack that was. Seemed very under control from start to finish, despite getting towards the back end of the wall and knowing what this can mean. Yes, they wouldn't be out of the tournament. We are in the upper bracket, as you were saying, but it just gets them one step further. And I feel it gives them the opportunity to reset, because this is the last time these teams will play today. Then we move on to tomorrow. I feel like they can just reset and move into tomorrow's matches fresh. But yeah, it's better to have Kronos on the screen than us. Especially
like, to me, it's always... I always wonder, like, depending on where you live, like, what are the neighbors thinking? Like, if, I mean, for us, it's already weird. Like, our neighbors are like, what is he talking? Like, who's he talking to? But, like, for them, like, screaming around everything, it has to be super funny. But either way, celebration, that's always, like, the energy those players can bring is always amazes me. So it's really, really nice to see that those teams and those players just feel super excited about those 3 stars. And after just having, I think, like a 2 building lead, Tribe has now flipped it around for now. And with the last attack in 4 class champs, they have a 1-star lead and a couple of percentage points, which means Picastro really needs a 3-star. And oh no, it's all about this blip again. Can they make it work, or is it going to be baited?
Well, he is getting pushed back from the sweeper, but hopefully he can get just that little bit further. Oh my goodness. I think he wanted to be a touch further forward than that, right? Like, he definitely didn't want that to happen. So, yikes. Let's find out what he can do here. I think the 3-star is going to be extremely difficult. But I guess he's just got to put the highest percentage up he can.
I mean, at this point, I'm not sure if anyone... Okay, I should not say that, but maybe anyone except Stars could somehow save this. But he got no value with this blimp. He invested the Warden. He invested the spells. And I think at this point would be already impressive to me if he gets the 2-star. I mean, this does not look good for him. He has a couple of spells left, which he really needs to invest in. Take a look at that. The Queen's ability is already gone. And I have no clue how he's going to save even the 2nd-star.
Yeah, well, let's just see what he can do. I guess he can, because percentage is going to be a big thing, right? I guess he needs the king to tank. Oh, the king's going up towards the mortar. He needs the king to tank and the RC to get in towards the town hall. But I'm still surprised that he used the freeze and didn't, I guess, think that the sweeper was going to push him back as much. The golem is tanking nothing. I thought he might have tried to reinforce with the RC whilst the golem was tanking the Tesla. But yeah, I guess I'm just even more confused now as to how he's going to do this.
I mean, at this point, it's all about just getting even 1-star, and this is like why it's, I don't know, sometimes it confuses me when players are calling the Super Archer Blimp OP, because, I mean, I would love to see the hit rate of the Super Archer Blimp today, and I think even on the Pro, we had Musk getting a 1-star with it. This is probably going to be a 1-star, even like, I don't know, like, he's not going to, like, is he going to, he can turn the Expo and the, yeah, he can turn those invisible, but I feel like this is, maybe it can surprise me. Let's see. I never want to, like, put this out of the window too early. Maybe. Would be genius, like, based on the,
Oh my
no.
god!
It was close. It was
That's
a really
super
good
close.
attempt, but you can see, like, the Super Archer Blimps are generating the most 1-star out of any strategy, and I just don't see how people think that it's OP. I mean, it's so easily baited. It is, I don't understand it personally. It is a strong strategy, don't get me wrong, but it is overall just so risky, and I feel like just with this attack, Tri pretty much won this attack, except there's a disconnect or something happening, which we obviously don't hope, but I feel like at this point, it is, yeah, just a couple of percentages, even a 0-star would give them the win.
Yeah, I'm just even thinking back to the, you know, that entry. I don't know whether it was an oversight, because it was clearly a gap in between the clan castle and the sweeper on the right, and it seemed like he was trying to freeze both air sweepers when there was obviously just that one tile extra. It seemed like he hadn't really taken that into consideration. I don't know if it was just an oversight, but from there, clearly the blimp just had so far to travel. And it's always that thing, like, I wonder if, whilst the golem was tanking, if he'd have sent in the RC, like, could he have got to the point of rescuing that town hall? We'll never know unless, I don't know, Supercell set up a challenge of rescue the 2-star on this attack. That could actually be a pretty cool challenge, right? But
That would be really fun,
anyway, let's dive into this last attack and see if Excosist, well, should hopefully be able to secure the win here for Tribe, sending the battle blade.
No.
Oh no, Itsu.
I mean, he plays his queen, he plays the blimp, so maybe he can get across the percentage point which he needs. But it seems like he's keep attacking, at least with the face cam.
It looks like that. Yeah. I was gonna say, like, I know
So,
we were talking about me jinxing earlier, but wow, it's you had a anyway. We know that's not the case, so clearly I'm just joking with you. But anyway, we have the Hog Riders again, which have surprised me. I know Carbon was saying he was surprised how often we were seeing this. But the Archer Queen aiming to just walk down towards that town hall, try and get rid of as much of that area as possible for the Hog Riders to dive across the other side of the base where we have that Eagle Artillery and Rage Tower.
yeah, I mean, the funnel so far, it looks decent, okay, but he did not get that multi-inferno tower, what he was looking for. He did not get the defending queen, which as well would have been a nice bonus, but as long as he gets the tunnel with the queen shard, that would be the first star, which is already giving them the win. But I mean, as we all know, those pro players would like to obviously go for more than just the 2-star, but take a look at those giant bombs. I mean, there is a reason why Clash Champs is one of the most well-known base building teams out there, and it just shows with great trap coverage.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he used a 3-finger deployment with the Hog Riders. They hit a giant bomb, and the scatter shot just wiped out 1/3 of the Hog Riders down the bottom there. So it really just shows how devastating it can be. And it shows why an early Warden ability is often used with the Hog Riders as well, because they are so vulnerable if you take a big hit like that. But it doesn't really matter. Excosist secures the 2-star, does what he needed to do in order to get them the victory. And, well, I was going to say sometimes the 2-star is, you know, all you need to do, but I feel that's, you know, given what we seen last war, he's done what he needed to do. It doesn't matter what happened with his troops. Excosist getting the 2-stars, celebrating because of that, because they're moving on to tomorrow's matches in the upper bracket still.
And I feel like as well that is a certain thing in your team as well. I mean, that if you know you just have a 2-star to win, you have to just, okay, if I destroy my 3-star rate, because I mean, obviously all of those pros are looking like at hit rate lists and everything.
Yeah.
And I mean, Chase the Ace is doing an incredible job of like providing 3-star rates, and there's other great tools to actually track the hit rates of pro players. where then you're kind of like, okay, I want to be at the top, I want to get a great hit rate, and I want to really make sure that my hit rate is as good looking as possible, because at some point, I mean, that's as well like advertising them as a player, them as a brand. So just saying, okay guys, it is fine, I have this Queen Charge Outrider plan. I don't know if that can 3-star, but it is a super safe Queen Charge into the Town Hall plan, which is just giving us the needed 2-star to win. It's just a respect as well then to the team, which I think is a really important thing overall, with just securing sometimes the 2nd star and kind of messing up your own hit rate maybe.
Yeah, I totally agree, because you can see it was the the lowest attack of the war in terms of the 2 stars there, but that's all he needed, right? So I think there is a lot of respect there, and a lot of just swallowing your pride to do what is needed to get the victory, because at the end of the day, if you win, you win. That's what the teams are after. We see the MVP of Kronos with that Titan Super Archer attack. It certainly was a devastating attack as well. If you guys missed it, you will want to have a little bit of a look back at that. But we still have one war left today. We will be seeing both Tribe Gaming and Clash Champs tomorrow as we take a look at the bracket. Tribe Gaming moving on to the semi-finals, if you will, and Clash Champs moving down to play against Chasmac EA tomorrow.
Yeah, and I mean, just the possibility of having the Ream. I mean, overall, whoever's going to win this next match, because by now we have in the upper bracket 3 teams left, which in the last year World Championship, they finished 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Those are the top 3 teams from Town of 14, and they are again in the upper bracket of the Town of 15, 2nd golden ticket qualifier, like the bracket. And I mean, it's just showing they are just so good, so consistent, and I cannot wait to see whoever is going to win this next match, ET Esports or Navi. Is going to be an incredible match then tomorrow versus Tribe Gaming. And I mean, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be completely crazy, Judo.
It certainly is, and I think one thing that is interesting is if XT Esports win this next matchup, then the person moving through, if they were to face Navi, if Navi got a run back in the lower bracket, they'd have got their golden ticket already, knowing they got to the final. So that's always an interesting take. But as you can see, we brought back Carbon. I'm sure you had a couple of moments watching that war as well. Just so many ups and downs. We've seen that throughout the different matches today. But just very briefly, what was your thoughts on it?
It's just another roller coaster. The Super Archer blimps, like you mentioned it, Sue. It's just crazy. These pro players, they can get some crazy value, but then that's when the 1-stars are coming in, when the Super Archers just die. And yeah, you hate to see that happen, but it's just a risky plan. And unfortunately, back-to-back matches where that Super Archer blimp has gotten 1-stars in 2 different teams. So you hate to see it there, Judo.
Yeah, it is what it is, though, right? Like, I mean, you can build the basis for it, and if you take that risk, you've got to appreciate that there's a certain percentage of opportunity that it's not going to work out for you. So it is always that thing of managing that side of things. But Itsu, any closing words before you leave us for this last war?
I feel like overall that the teams as well have to adapt, have adapted. So I feel like that you cannot only say like, oh my goodness, why are they all using the Super Archer blimp? Just a few weeks ago, I feel like that most people have not trapped any blimps. But then like Navi started with those Zap LaLo attacks where you blimp the town always like with sneaky goblins. And now people just try to do the same blimps or similar blimps with Super Archers. So if you bait those, you can actually defend 2 different really common strategies. So why should you use your Titan Trap somewhere different? So I feel like this is why in the last couple of weeks we have seen more and more failed Super Archer blimps at 1-stars, because base builders have seen, wait a second, that is a super easy way on how to defend in a pro match, and having a 1-star, even like a low percent 2-star, can flip the match from the entire, can flip it entirely and already decide the outcome. So I feel like it's as well the meta and base builders, they're smart. There's a reason why they're building bases.
Yeah, for sure. I always enjoy the insights from that side of things as well. But thank you for the support on that one, Itsu. We will dive into the next match momentarily. And for this one, Carbon, we obviously have Navi in it, and we can see the teams, which we will flash up the stats of ET Exports first. Sorry, this is an interesting matchup, especially because of, you know, going up against Tribe next, and Navi already having that golden ticket. So what are your thoughts on the match?
Yeah. Well, it's going to be the question of Hog Riders. That is what ET Exports has been bringing in the past match. So are they going to be bringing it again? Tryhard was successful, but the other attacks were not as much. And of course, the golden ticket team, Navi, who have a different feeling than the rest of them. They don't have as much pressure on them. They're going for that prize pool. If you win first place in this, which is going to be tomorrow, you take home $18,000. Absolutely insane. Gaku did go 10 for 10 in the rush, but he did not. He's no longer perfect, right? So no one's perfect anymore. But they don't care about if they're perfect or not. They care about winning. They care about trying to get golden tickets. Navi's already got theirs. They're going to try to knock some teams out, and, you know, they play a role in that. But I believe we're getting ready for the very first attack, and it is Gaku going in with the Queen Charge Recall Super Dragons.
Well, here we go. Let's see if he can bounce back to the 3-star success rate. And I don't know about you, Carbon, but whenever I see the recall spell, it always just perks my interest on the attack, because it just brings a different dynamic of, oh, where are they going to redeploy to? Sometimes they go to the opposite side of the base. Sometimes they just, you know, shift their pathing very slightly so they can take out the compartment next to where they were setting up the funnel initially. Let's see what he's got in store here. Looks like he's charging to the enemy queen first. Take her down in towards the scatter maybe before recalling.
Yeah, if he can grab the scatter, that means then he can flip the plan and send the queen for the other scatter, as both sweepers are pointing away from this town hall. So once the scatter goes down, let's go and recall this queen, because there's probably also traps here that you don't want to pull with your healers. Come on. Yes, there we go. Pulling that queen back. Let's send her to the complete opposite side and just repeat the same thing and go for the other scatter.
Yeah, and an interesting thing I noticed there is he actually just let the queen take a huge amount of damage, because he knew when he was going to deploy her on the opposite side, she'd have a period of time where she could recover her health thanks to the healers. So just allowing her to take that damage on the opposite side was a really wise move. And you see a couple of test balloons before those super dragons. They will easily be able to get through this town hall. And he's still got 3 rage spells for them moving into the middle of the base. And like you said, he doesn't have to worry about those air sweepers.
Ooh, but he did have to burn that queen ability. That's the problem. Hopefully the queen does not go into the defending clan castle and pull probably the lava hound that is waiting there, as there is that tornado trap behind the town hall getting spun up. But this queen, okay, she does come back around. She needs to go to the scatter shot. And look, he's still waiting to deploy the king and RC right now.
The fact that he still has the king, it's just so unusual to see the king held this far in the attack. Still has the skeleton spell in order to distract as well, presumably over by the monolith location. And interestingly, he did take a poison spell just in case of that CC. Archer Queen safe on the right, holding on to the... no, Royal Champion's in now, sorry. But, I mean, this looks good to just pinch in from either side of the base. Skeleton spell to distract the monolith. I think time might be the bigger issue.
Yeah, time's the biggest question, but he does have a skeleton spell, which is used in front of that monolith to help tank. But all these barbarians going to move in. No more splash other than the wizard tower, but the queen's going to come from the bottom side. That RC ability is going to be huge. That poison is used to help clear some of these ground skeletons that pop up. But it's looking good here for Gaku as long as the RC ability skips through the king, queen. And he's got it right with 7 seconds, just a few buildings left. And it is a 3-star for Gaku and Navi to kick this one off.
You couldn't have expected him to have back-to-back non-3 stars, right? It's Gaku, come on.
Yeah.
It amazes me, though, how they're able to just get the time down so that it goes right to the wire. You know, you might as well use the 3 minutes if you can. So that is something that has impressed me today. I know we've seen some time fails, but like Rigatore's attack, for example, really to the wire on time.
Yeah.
It's super impressive how they're able to manage that. and not panic and think, right, I need to start deploying stuff now. You know, just having that deep understanding of how long things take, because that's a skill in itself, not just how to take down the base, just the timing and how long it's going to take your queen to charge through an area. That's something that really comes with just repetition. But here we go, Colin. The Hog Riders. Synthé it is to show us, you know, not just 20 Hog Riders. Let's go into the 30s.
What? Just like, okay. I mean, it's just crazy. The amount of hogs here we've seen is so difficult to use, but he's using it, you know? And he wants to take these bases down. He thinks it's definitely the plan for it. So let's hope to see as these defenses and buildings go down. Yes, down goes the Monolith, down goes the defensive clan castle as the Flame Flinger is going to come towards the right side. Queen is down, King is down, and both Expos onto his Golem and Headhunter to take out the defensive King. At least he doesn't have to worry about a clan castle now.
Yeah, that's definitely helpful, diving the heroes in, because that's something that, obviously, when you're doing a hero dive, can be massively detrimental. And I love the use of that Golem as well. It's tanked for so long with the Expos, and it's actually going to move across and help with the Archer Queen as well. A bit of dual purpose, which I'm not sure if he was expecting or not. King just about to secure that Town Hall. Hopefully we'll get that down and move across to the Expo, because if not, the Flame Flinger might start taking a bit of damage from it if it gets a little bit too close.
Yeah, it's about to get in range of that mortar, and it's not finally locks onto the Flame Flinger. As that King came back alive, the Ground Expo will turn around and goes to open up the Flame Flinger. So the Queen's ability goes off, as he wants that Queen to continue to make her way to the scatter, but she's not doing it, as the Hogs are now all down from the top side.
Yeah, and oh my god, how does that Queen stay alive? I thought he wasn't going to get the scatter, but he is. And, wow. Wow, that is massive for these Hog Riders, as he just obliterates the top area of the base. They move so fast under that Rage Spell with the Warden ability. Where did those defenses go? How did they go down so quick? What is Synthé doing with these Hog Riders?
The Phoenix pulled that poison spell, so it's not hitting his hogs. That Raw Champion is running to the bottom. He's got a freeze. He's popping the ability, skips across to the scatter. He's running through there, and it's looking good for Synthé with the, 35 hogs? Oh my, and he gets it done. Synthé, pull out your hammer that you got, the hog hammer, as it is a 3-star. Well done.
Synthé, the Hog Rider Specialist. It doesn't matter the Town Hall, it doesn't matter the meta, it doesn't matter the base. No. He will get it done. And I was mentioning this earlier, but I just love the fact that we are seeing certain players develop their own style and their own meta. You know, nobody else in the pro scene we would see attempting that attack than Synthé. No. It's just, it's so good to see him be able to pull it off time and time again. It's not like he's done it once or twice. It's pretty much every attack at this stage.
Yeah, it's like, how do you build to defend that? You know, you build to defend against the main armies, you build to defend against certain opponents, but even as like a pro player, like Synthé just does hog attacks at a different layer or level, I should say. It's hard to just try to replicate an attack he would do on a base, you know? So it's just at just face value really hard to try to defend against a hog attack that Synthé could come up with. It's just insane what he does, just very unique, and he shows the strength of the hogs. It is very, don't get us wrong, it is very difficult to get it done with Town Hall 15 with the Hog Riders, but he could do it, and he gets that first 3-star for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And on top of that, even if you do build a base to try and outsmart him, how do you then test the base appropriately? Like, you have to be on that level to be able to test the base. So it's just such a cool dynamic to see. But what that does mean is the 3-star we've seen by Gaku is cancelled out by Synthe's Hog Riders. Equal level pegging after one attack. We've got stars with the Blizzard LaLo. 6 free spells. See what he is doing for an entry.
He's got an equal amount of balloons to Synthé's hogs, 35 to 35 here. So Stars is like, you know what, you go on the ground, I'll bring the air game. As he lands probably super minions in here because he's landing right over a bond tower. Indeed, it is super minions, no clone. We've seen Super Minis very strong. Okay, whew, they lock onto the Town Hall. That's always the scariest bit. If they don't lock onto the Town Hall right away, then you are at risk of not getting the Town Hall down.
Yeah, and I just think one thing to point out as well, in case, you know, people do want to try this strategy, is maybe just rewind back, double tap, and just see where he placed the invisibilities, turning the Clan Castle and the multi-invisible first, so that the Town Hall was the target for the super minions, and then just moving the deployment of the invisibility across a bit, so they could then fire at the Clan Castle and multi. So always just rotating the invisibility a little bit around where your troops are, to try and force them onto specific buildings. Very nicely done there. And he can just let his queen walk along this side, comfortable that he is assured which direction she's going in.
Yeah, she's going up to the king, so you're gonna have to use either your king, ice golem. Indeed, he uses both. But look at the bottom side. The eagle artillery is down there, plus the sweeper is pointing that direction. You have to be very careful on your approach because you have no warden and no warden ability to protect, but you do have 6 freezes, so he could be freezing for days as he's gonna continue this queen to charge her way up and around, and there's the royal champion to move in with that king.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't use a headhunter for the defending king. I thought it would have just been just out of range of the multi-inferno, but maybe just wanting to maximize them, I guess, for the RC and then cleanup, because we've seen what Stars can do with his attacks. We do see that raged up multi-target inferno trying to freeze it and get the balloons onto it. Queen quickly locking to that area. He wants that down ASAP before the freeze wears off, and he does get it. Can he swarm the monolith as he freezes that alongside the expo? Still has the queen ability, still has the RC ability. He's closing in. It's looking good for Stars, Carbon.
The fact that he still has his queen alive is mind-blowing. How does Stars do this? It's just crazy, and his hound is still not popped, and just a crushing attack, and he answers for Navi. It's gonna be going back and forth up in this upper bracket match. Oh my, brilliant hit here for Stars, and there's another 3-star for Navi and ET Exports. What are you gonna do to answer?
Yeah, we expected nothing less, and I'm glad I get a little, you know, in on the action this time, because I feel like you and Itsu had the Strut and Chasmac war where exactly the same was happening off the start. It's so fun to have them just bouncing the 3-stars back and forth. So let's find out what happens in this next one. But I feel, I mean, I don't know. There's still a lot of prize money on the line for Navi, but certainly you'd have to say there's more pressure, you know, on the other teams that don't have the golden ticket, obviously.
Absolutely. The other teams, they're like, okay, if we don't get it now, then we have to put all that work again into qualifiers to get to another Swiss stage or the playoffs or this, you know, all the way through. There's so much work that goes into it, and it's devastating if you fall just a bit short. But here we go. Okay, guys, it's the Super Archer Blimp. Can Arium do it? The blimp's going all the way across, and we've seen many times this has resulted in 1-stars. What happens here?
So far, so good. Waiting on those test troops. Opening up the wall as well is helpful for his super archers. He's still got another invisibility after this, trying to assure that those clan castle troops remain invisible. But I don't know if they're turned into the town hall here, Carbon. He's took out pretty much everything but...
yeah, he took out everything but the town hall. What do you do now? Arium? You can drop an Electro Titan for the Hound.
Yeah, I mean... Does he just send his heroes in from the top side to try and get the town hall? Or I guess from the bottom side and then LaLo the town hall? He's still got really good value, right? And he's still got clear pathing of the base here that, you know... Arium can fix this. He's not really... It's not like he's, you know, sat up, put his legs down, and really sat up ready for this. He's still usual, chilled out position. This isn't phasing him. It doesn't appear to be.
He can easily get his heroes towards this town hall as that king's helping funnel. The Electro Titan's in front of this queen here. We do have that poison and the defensive king, which is going to be quite annoying. the Royal Champion, but he has to go all out and making sure that he saves at least the 2 stars. The King's ability goes off. Gonna run into the cannon, the Archer Tower, then the defensive King. There's a Headhunter. Poison gets launched, but remember, guys, keep your eyes on that Town Hall. It must go down.
He's got the Queen ability. As she steps in, he will just pop that ability, get the Town Hall. And I like the use of the Ice Hounds here. I wonder if he's... Oh, just uses 1 balloon, actually, to pop the Rage Tower over at that 4 o'clock location. So really nice job. I was wondering whether that's why he had the Ice Hounds, to try and pop that area as the raged up defenses were there, but decides to just outsmart it anyway. Ice Hound over the top of the scatter shot, gets really nice value. What's going to happen at the back end of the base here? Is he going to have enough to get through the Wizard Tower and multi? Certainly got enough balloons to do so, Carbon, with the baby dragon. Come on!
Oh, baby dragon! I've been playing so much builder base that I'm expecting the baby dragon to do a fire burst and for the building to go down so quick, you know? Oh my! But there we go. Arium takes it down for the 3-star, and wow, he doesn't grab the Town Hall with that Super Archer blimp and was able to get his heroes to grab it and then LaLo through. Brilliant job from Arium and keeping pace. What a match! 3 stars after 3 stars from both sides. Oh, what a match we have in the upper bracket. The winner of this one goes to the upper bracket semifinals, 1 away from the grand finals. Remember, you just need to win 4 in the upper bracket and you get the golden ticket. The pressure is on.
ET Sport, they are, you know, putting up the fight, doing what they need to do, because if they can get through this match, we go to the celebration. Oh, we did actually get a celebration. I missed it. I thought Arium was just stone dialed in, you know, not moving from that position. But what I was going to say is, should they win this matchup and move into that match with Tribe in the upper bracket, it does mean one of those teams moving into the final, should they face Navi, as I mentioned earlier, are guaranteed that golden ticket. And clearly, it doesn't matter even if they face Navi or not. You want to get to the final via the upper bracket, not necessarily the lower bracket, because then you have that extra lifeline, if you will.
100%. Absolutely. As we're seeing now, Como coming in. He did come in with a 3-star earlier, and we're seeing another blimp to start it off. World Champion jumps the wall, rages down, and the Yetis should be able to go straight for the RC, hopefully take her down, grab the scatter shot, and help set this funnel for this Queen. And another Queen charge hogs.
Well. They got the scatter shot, the RC, the bomb tower, the wizard tower. I mean, straight away for Hog Riders, that is a lot of major defenses out of the way. Pulls the clan castle for the Archer Queen to easily take down as well. My only wish is that this was against Synthe's base. That would have been even better. But let's see if he can get it done. More Hog Riders with 30, because a lot of the Hog Rider attacks we've seen today have been around about 20 Hog Riders, just for a specific portion of the base. Whereas this is, you know, the bulk of the army being Hog Riders. So he's expecting a lot more from them as well. So it'll be interesting to see whether he is able to push through this thick area of defenses, because we still have 2 Rage Spell Towers on this base.
Yeah, 2 Rage Spell Towers and just the guts to use Hog Riders against ET Esports, the one team that can definitely build to stop them, you know? It's just, wow. Let's see if he's able to get it done as this Queen is continuing her charge into the Town Hall. And remember, no Siege Machine after you use that blimp early for that funnel for the Queen. As the Queen is securing the Town Hall, King is down, but he goes straight into a test farm. Here comes the Hog Riders.
All of them in from the bottom side. The King finding the giant bomb on the outside. That is a good thing for the Hog Riders, obviously, because we've seen how devastating that can be. Rages up the Hogs. There's the Warden ability to try and quickly push through this area. Everything's dodging the Monolith at this point, to be honest, though. That's not going to be helpful, but down it goes super quick. It's amazing how quick the Hog Riders can take down the defenses, because just as they came out of the Warden ability, they had ripped through everything. Scattershot does take them down, but it could be enough, Carbon.
Well, we got 43 seconds left. That Queen and her ability can clutch the single target Inferno. The Royal Champion needs to stay alive, can burn her ability. Balloon under the Arch Tower. He's moving his way through. It's looking good. He's got a smile on his face. We got Sneaky Goblins for cleanups. Uses them with a minion. And look at that. The ability goes off. Archer Tower. Abilities go down. Queen, why are you going for a wall? The archers walk. Oh my. There's an archer that literally shows you the way, Queen. Just follow your archers. There you go. As we've got an answer. 3 stars, and 3 stars, and 3 stars. What is happening? Oh my, what a conclusion to the day, as tomorrow is going to be so much hype as well, but the pressure is on. Now ET Esports just keeps going back and forth.
It certainly does, and this is why Navi are just so dominating at the top of the game, because even after those 3 stars are just bouncing in at them, they're continuing to do the same. And it's really whether ET Export can continue to do exactly the same. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Let's just see. Let's just see what they've got. They put on a great war in the first matchup. But yeah, I think there's just so much more pressure on them than there is Navi.
Yeah, hang on, because we're in for a wild finish. Remember, you lose this match, you're not out of it. You get pushed to the lower bracket, so you still have another chance. It is a double elimination playoff here in the Rush of Clans, the Golden Edition. But here we go. Next attack is in, and it is Kingsman. Kingsman with his classic. He loves this attack, the Zap Electro Titans. He does this, I think he pushes with this attack. I don't know if he pushes, but I remember I see his streams and he's always doing this attack strategy. So this is probably his most comfortable attack, especially when something goes wrong. That's the thing. That's what makes these pro players so good, is when something goes wrong. Never, when you plan an attack, never does it go exactly correct. Some small thing goes wrong, and you always have to be able to adjust. And Kingsman is definitely able to adjust for this attack for sure, because he's been practicing this for so long. And let's see, as this Warden is down, the question is, can this Flame Flinger make its way to that Town Hall? As that's at least the plan for this type of attack.
Yeah, I really like the rotation of the lightning spells around the expo there, and I'm just interested to see what happens at the bottom here. I'm guessing perhaps that's why he has so many balloons, just to try and quickly get those defenses down, because, you know, the Flame Flinger does have a lot of time, but you do have to assure it can get through the Town Hall. Now, fortunately, there's no Builder Huts covering the Town Hall, which is an advantage, so we'll just have to try and keep our eyes a little bit on that, as the Electro Titan push is obviously already moving into the top area, and actually uses all of the balloons, or pretty much all of them, to move into the multi and try and quickly flush out a couple of the defenses in this area that the Electro Titans wouldn't get access to.
And he has a lot of balloons going in to try to help move into the core, as the King is going to that multi. Electro Titan's taking the jump, but the Queen staying far back, pulling the healers back. They are not transferring off to Electro Titans, because remember, we've heard from Itsu saying Electro Titans attack disappear when the healers do not transfer to the Electro Titans. And look, the healers are on the Queen. She has bailed from taking that jump spell, and this is not good. This Queen is walking around, and she's not only going to walk around, but she's also going to eventually walk in that Town Hall poison, and the Queen will have to then deal with the Monolith.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame she couldn't have dealt with the King like a little bit later and actually held her outside of that poison, because she's not going to be able to get to the Monolith. The RC does have the ability, but there's just so many buildings to get through before they get towards that. Now, what is inside that Flame Flinger? Does he have enough to be able to, like, if he has rocket loons and a dragon, oh, there's an air defense on the bottom. Oh gosh, they're not going to go in towards that Monolith.
It's a dragon, it's a super dragon, and that rock Luna, and it's going to get picked off here, trying to get every single building, which will matter. But this is going to be the first fail in this match here, where Navi will have the 1-star advantage. And Kingsman is obviously not happy about that, with the other 2 attacks for them that did get those triples. But it's going to be a 90? No. okay, yes, 91 because he has about 8 seconds left to get a few more buildings. But unfortunately for Kingsman, the captain, unfortunately, not able to get the triple. 92% 2-star right there. It's a good percentage, but it's not the star count that you want. Very nice attempt, which means that now Navi has less pressure on them, but they're still looking to get the final 3 stars as we have 2 more from each side to come in.
Yeah, still anything can happen at this stage, and it's such a shame because you always see moments in the attack, like what you were mentioning with the healers on the Queen. If those healers were up there on the Titans, what would have happened? It would have. It always just brings that curiosity. Like, would it have actually gone through? So, either way, it didn't. So we are where we are. ET Esports now have to bring a star back. But like you said, 2 attacks left. There's still more than enough room for the defense. Because, yeah, I mean, plenty of teams have shown that Navi are not unbeatable, right? We saw last week Tribe taking down Navi. They're able to be beaten. ET Exports just have to keep their heads up high and hope for a defense here.
Yeah, this Queen is making her way to the right towards this multi-target for the Tesla farm. Popping up, which is very nice. Being able to clear Tesla farm right off the bat. Don't have to worry about it later in the raid. Uses the invis to try to get the Queen to go left, kid. Kazuma, keep the Queen going that way. Oh, no. So the Queen is going to go right. That Flame Flinger is getting hit. So he's going to have to freeze that multi-mortar. Drops an archer or two to try to keep that from hitting the Flame Flinger now. And oh, no. And the scatter shot, it hits the wizard and archer, which then skips and splash damage hits it. Uh-oh, this is not going exactly to plan.
Not going to plan, but I could still see how he'd be able to fix this. And we did see earlier on walking the Archer Queen up around the town hall and then back down. Look at that Coco Loon just getting the Seeking Air Mine to protect the healers there. And the Air Sweeper actually doing him a favor here, pushing the healers away and to the, a different angle whereby, yeah, there you go. The Town Hall then isn't on the healers, but now causing a bit of trouble. So Town Hall goes down. He did get the scatter shot with the Flame Flinger, but now he's got a lot of damage to deal with for that Queen.
Yeah, dealing through these Inferno Towers, trying to keep this Queen alive. We have that defensive rage that went off, but it's slowly wearing off as the freeze goes off with the World Champion down to the left side. Queen's trying to continue her way through. Does have her ability. Found the Tornado Trap, which is useful, so it won't be spitting the balloons, as he could pop a Warden ability, a Headhunter. No Headhunter. So he really just wants to protect this Lava Hound as it flies across the top side of his base.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty good move, and he was able to keep the Queen alive. I think he might have wanted the Archer Queen to get the enemy Queen, but with 3 Headhunters, if he can time those correctly, I think he should be okay, though. There's 3 Headhunters coming in now. Round Expo on them, but they're on the Queen. Oh, she went down in a flash, Carbon.
With that Queen going to the right side, he used the invis, meaning he wanted the Queen not to go that way, and he still brings it through. Kazuma with the pressure on, now going 4 for 4 for Navi. And you know who their final attacker is gonna be? Klaus. Of all, looking to close it out. He fell short in their first match, so he's going to definitely want his revenge to get another 3-star, to at least get his 3-star here in the playoffs, right? But we're going to have to see ET Exports. Now they're going to have to come in back-to-back triples to have any chance because of their one fail that they've had.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they have to get this one to keep it alive, right? And then, like you said, they're going to need the next one as well, really, since they're already behind. But it's always impressive when you do see the teams that are really at the top. These are, the team that came first and third last year. So they are battling, Navi, that is battling one of the top teams in the world and still putting up 3 stars after 3 stars after 3 stars. Yeah. It's just whether ET Exports can continue that in this one. And hey, it's not all is lost yet. We've got Tryhard, who had a very impressive attack earlier on today. So let's see what he's got for us here. Starting out with the Lightning Spell. And then following up with the Yeti to tank and the Flame Flinger to hopefully dive in and get that multi.
Yeah, that Flame Flinger can grab the multi, the scatter, stay out of range of the multi-mortars. The Queen's going to make her approach near it. Baby Dragon helping to clear some of these buildings for potentially the Queen funnel as she's going for this Grown Expo, but it is now the LaLo. The last attack from Tryhard was the Queen Charge Hog Riders, but now he's turning it to the air game as he takes out this Archer Tower, continues this push in. That Flame Flinger is looking fine as it will continue to move its way for that scatter shot.
Yeah, so precise at the moment, isn't he? With the different, you know, test troops, things like that. Look at the Flame Flinger, just perfectly out of range there to pick off that scatter shot. So you don't have to worry about that full focus on the Archer Queen, but not a lot of damage around the Town Hall here, raging up so that after the Town Hall goes down, she is full HP to deal with the Monolith, the Expo, and obviously getting close to that poison as well. So sometimes that's something you have to consider, is making sure that even if the Queen isn't under heavy fire at the moment, she's at full HP and ready for when she is.
Yeah, she should come back around toward... Well, where should she go? The Wizard Tower to the top? Or yeah, okay, so she does go to the Wizard Tower. Should come back around towards the core. The King's going to move his way into the Scatter Shot, which he wall broke open, which is brilliant. There's an Invis on the Queen. Rocky Loon's Lava Hound comes out. Super Dragon out of that Flame Flinger as he now starts that LaLo to the top side, and he's got the Warden to join in. Not yet. Okay, finally. There we go. Warden, Ruchamp, and Headhunters.
Wow, the Archer Queen got stuck on the balloons and then was distracted by the Lava Hound as well, but thankfully she did manage to get the Monolith down, which is huge, to then try and help keep her alive towards the enemy Queen, because the LaLo then just has to deal with this top path. Got a lot of them clumping around the multi-target Inferno. The Battle Builder trying to do what it can on defense, but Tryhard is going to be able to push through that location.
Wow.
And with the Super Dragon on the back end, it is all but confirmed. 3 stars it is. That's what they needed. And now it comes down to the final attack from Navi to decide this war. A beautiful job with the pressure on top of him there. Fantastic 3-star for Tryhard.
Yes, indeed. I think all that Klaus will need to get is about like a 93% or something close to that, because I think Kingsman might have gotten a 92. But yeah, all he needs is a 2-star, but it's still high enough percentage where something goes wrong, then the attack can open up to allow a comeback for ET Esports. All it takes, you hate to be that one player and the one attack that could cost it, but these teams are so good that any small mistake that you have in your attack, the other team will capitalize on it. And it's time now for Klaus of Navi to come in with a final attack. I don't want to say it, but they are currently 4 for 4. If they get another 3-star, then they get something, right? I'm sure everyone watching at home knows exactly what it is, and if you say it in chat, then all of you are jinxing it, okay? Not us. We don't take the blame for no jinx.
Yeah, yeah. Let's just. Yeah. I'll not take the blame for any of that. I'm not going to say the word, but what I will say is it'll be interesting to see. I often find the creativeness of Klaus is obviously next level, but sometimes he does go with more solid in the meta strategies, and other times we see 10 lightning spells. So how much was he going to push the barriers here is what I was going to say. Okay, let's see what he's got. Well, is he? I mean, what do you think he's taking out here? That's 1 earthquake and 5 lightning each.
Here we go. He just needs that 93% too. Taking out the multi. Taking out. Yes, the defensive rage. Very nice. Oh, we got to. Oh, wait. What? Huh? Oh, he's going to go. Oh, I see. Okay, the sneaky goblins. Not super archer blimps, but sneaky goblins going to look to come out of this blimp to help secure the town hall. It makes it. And should be able to secure this town hall here.
Well, I'm already amazed at the value he's got on that side of the base. What? He took down the sweeper alongside the multi-inferno and the rage, which allowed all of those balloons to just wipe out the expos and the scatter. Blimp gets the town hall, and he can still do the same on the other side for the multi and the rage tower as well. Wow, that was one way to take down half of the base.
A lot of value indeed as that tunnel. Oh, there's the rest of the lightning on the other multi of the defensive rage. Okay. Now he's got no more spells left, and he's lallowing, and he's going to be lallowing through that multi-target Inferno, goes down to his king, and maybe he's lallowing upside down there. I mean, some impressive... Oh, he's back. He's going through. Here we go.
Dancing on the ceiling there, Carbon. He is getting ready to celebrate. 1 minute 30. We're halfway through the attack just as he clips that 50%. So in terms of timing, all is looking good here. Balloons. Oh, I mean, he's got the scatter shot tanked from the heroes that the balloons can literally just sneak in there, take that down. He doesn't have any spells to support this LaLo. He's got so many balloons that he's just going to try and swarm the defenses and pinch in towards the Monolith.
Yeah, just pushing these balloons
Does he
slowly
need
towards
ability?
this Monolith. He's got RC ability still in the bag. Look at this. Moving
And the
through,
Queen
and it's
ability.
looking good. Yeah, he's got it. RC ability goes off. Monolith goes down. What an attack here from Klaus. And it is a 3-star. We can say it. It is a perfect war. 15 stars for Navi, getting it done against ET Exports. What a war for them. We still have one more attack from ET Exports, but wow, all it takes is one small attack from Kingsman. Fell short in his, but you know, that means we're going to get a rematch of last year's World Championship Grand Finals between Tribe Gaming and Navi in the upper bracket semis to go, and the winner goes to the Grand Finals. Wow.
Indeed. That was the thumbnail attack right there from Klaus to close us out.
All right.
Fantastic stuff. But like you said, we still have that other attack to come in, and this could be pretty big in terms of moving down into the lower bracket, because we will still get to see ET Exports tomorrow, and they do want to move down with a bit more confidence, with their head held high. And I mean, come on, they were just putting up the 3 stars non-stop against Navi. They should be moving down to that lower bracket full of confidence, really. And, you know, they are one of the best teams in the world. They know that. So it's really just, like you said, moving to tomorrow's matches, Tribe Gaming and Navi. If Tribe get that victory, they're within touching distance of the golden ticket at that point.
That close. And that's the thing, is since Navi's in the upper bracket semis, if Navi loses and then makes it back, then Tribe would be getting the golden ticket. But if Navi makes it to the golden ticket, then the golden ticket match is pretty much whoever makes it to the grand finals at the end of the day, right? And so, it's going to be, who knows what's going to happen, but Almualin closing it out with his E-Dragons. 7 E-Dragons in this attack here, with that queen off to the far right side to help grab an air defense, blimping straight into the town hall, and then probably sending those E-Dragons towards about between 3 and 6 straight into the middle of this base.
Oh, it's giving me flashbacks of 2019. I'm pretty sure it was Almualin of Team Queso that had that E-Dragon attack on stage, and everyone just went wild. Just so good to you know, remember those moments in the esports scene anyway. But Town Hall does go down, as you mentioned, and the E-Drags had a pretty easy ride from the start here. Doesn't have to use an early warden ability as we typically see due to the grounded expos, but then we see it a little bit deeper into the base with that Rage Tower. And so far, I don't think he's lost a single E-Dragon. They are getting brilliant value with all these high HP buildings in the middle.
Yeah, look at these E-Dragons go, using the Skeleton Spell on the outside. Defensive Rage goes off on the top. We have the Queen continuing to push towards this single target Inferno. He makes the E-Dragons invisible so that they can try to get some more chain value, and he's still hanging on to his World Champion. He needs to sneak her in potentially to that Monolith, so that goes down. King's got his ability. Oh, Queen never ended up walking to the single, though. Oh.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. He's going to have to come to that at the back end of the base. Does have to use the freeze spell early due to the defending Queen, but the King ability is not really going to help him here because he is so far behind. And with the grounded Expo, it's really going to do a lot of damage onto the Royal Champion. It really comes down to how much health the E-Dragons have. Looks like one of them is 50% and one of them is down, so yeah, not going to happen here for Almualin, but super close. And like I said, they can move down to the lower bracket full of confidence and hoping to just, you know, put those last 2 attacks aside them and you know, they've got what it takes to get to the finals of this anyway in the lower bracket, for sure. It's just being able to reset, take tonight, and see whether they can come back tomorrow strong.
Yeah, because Navi is made it as far as they did, they don't have to win as many wars as you typically would, right? Because if Navi makes it to the finals, you don't have to make it to the finals. If Navi loses to Tribe and they get down lower, you just have to, again, make it to the finals. That's all you really need to do at the end of the day, is to get that golden ticket. I actually think, yeah, the golden ticket, the grand finals match won't determine who gets the golden ticket. Unless Navi loses and then you make it to the finals and it would be versus Tribe, then that you would decide. That's the only scenario that would happen that way. But, man, very nice try to Amual in here. As he falls short, it is only going to be the 2-star, 96%. So it wasn't just on Kingsman there. They did fall short. 15. What a performance. Navi coming in with a perfect war. And they are going to be advancing to the upper bracket semifinals, taking on Tribe Gaming next. Oh my, and that's going to be tomorrow. ET Exports and Navi, they always put on an amazing show. But again, Navi holds the advantage and keeps on moving in the upper bracket.
Yeah, and I just want to say as well, looking at those stats, 13 stars, you know, with the percentage destruction they had as well, that would have won most wars today. So
yeah,
just going up against Navi, it is what it is, and I would agree on the MVP. I mean, they could have selected any of them, but I would say the attack there by Klaus at the end, the way he just used those lightning spells was fantastic. And yeah, GG to Navi. It's always good to see them progressing as well. They have such exciting attacks. But here we see the bracket, and you can see how far. Wow. This is exactly what you were just saying. ET Exports now kind of shifted right of the way back in the bracket. Yeah. They've got to win a good couple of matches to get up towards the final. But like I said, I'm more than confident that they could. It could even be a Tribe Gaming and ET Exports final, whereby, you know, the team would have to win the final to get the golden ticket. But I think, as you were explaining it, Tribe and Navi, if Navi win that matchup, it then becomes a battle of the lower bracket. The winner of the lower bracket would get the golden ticket. But you can see all of the matches on the screen that we will be seeing tomorrow, because we will be finishing it all out tomorrow. And I guess just for closing out of today, let's welcome back Itsu as well, because, again, a bit of a roller coaster of a match. It's a bit difficult to predict there at first. Navi showing their class. What were you thinking watching that as a viewer?
I feel like just this match showcases so well what type of crazy difference there is between, like, one of the best teams, arguably the best team right now, like Navi, compared to other teams who you would consider them being like a top 10 team. But still, the difference is insane. It is crazy how far ahead some teams are ahead of the curve overall. And I think this is always showcased in those tournaments with, like, they are putting incredible stars out there. And if you would just look at those teams, you would think, like, wait, Town Hall 15 was supposed to be harder. We do not have Town Hall 14 meta anymore, right? And yeah, they just make things look so easy. It is crazy. It was really fun to watch that match overall at Carbon.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Like you said, they shouldn't be putting up these 15 perfect wars, right? We've seen a couple of them now here today, and it's just insane. We were seeing them all over the place at Town Hall 14. Town Hall 15 was supposed to be stopping this, but these players are just on another level and showing up on the biggest stage. Just incredible stuff that we've seen today. But if you enjoyed today, you're going to enjoy tomorrow even more, because tomorrow is when we're going to be giving away the golden ticket, plus first place gets $18,000. Just an incredible stuff. I can't wait to tomorrow. Man, Judo, what was your kind of final thoughts for today and leading up to tomorrow?
Yeah, I was just surprised as to how impressive the teams were, and also how impressive some of the attacks were. Particularly, I want to shout out the one of Kazuma, where he, again, just picked apart the base so well. Yeah. But also, I guess the thing that would interest me is the amount of Hog Rider attacks that we've seen today. Just a lot of variety overall. And that's one thing I will say on the Town Hall 15 meta that is exciting, that we do typically see a little bit more variety than what we've seen in past times. So that's always exciting. And just how the wars were, gearing us up towards tomorrow. So that's what I'd say. I don't know if Itsu has anything to add to that.
No, I think overall the variety is quite nice with, LaLo still like dominating for most of those top teams. But then again, it's like this skill gap to some degree between like even the top teams, where some teams make LaLo look super easy. And then again, like if some of the other top teams are trying to use it, it looks, the loons are just dropping down versus those raged Inferno Towers, and you're like, wait a second, this strategy does not work. And then again, you're watching someone like Stars doing a LaLo deck, you're like, that is just way too easy, it's super broken, everything. So this is like the overall the one thing which I feel like is just super impressive to watch in those qualifiers. And as you just said, it really showcased as well the variety, because some teams just are forced to then maybe use Hot Riders or other strategies overall.
Yeah, absolutely. These teams are going to be bringing their best stuff, which is going to be tomorrow. If you guys want to make sure you guys tune in for the stream tomorrow, make sure you guys are back here at 12 p.m. UTC. That is when we are going to be live to bring you day number 2 of the playoffs here of Rush of Clans, the Golden Edition. Give it away the Golden Ticket, the second Golden Ticket this year. And if Navi, if they win first place, then it goes to the second place team to get the Golden Ticket, since they already have one for the World Championship. I mean, they're fighting for that world, for the prize money, who wouldn't? They've put on a show and cannot wait for what's to come tomorrow. And hopefully you guys did enjoy this. We'll see you guys again tomorrow at 12 UTC. Till then, have a great rest of your day. Clash on.